Chapter 381. Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth energy guided the boundless fire elemental energy from the outside to refine his inner heaven and earth. The entire heaven and earth trembled and the chaotic zone started to crumble as his inner heaven and earth expanded. Gu Fei's mind was immersed in a very subtle state. It was like a dream yet not a dream, he seemed to be awake yet not awake. His mind seemed to be wandering in front of the Nine Heavens Palace. However, his entire body emitted a dazzling 5 elemental qi. The 5 elemental qi was so condensed that it was almost tangible, like a 5-colored divine egg. As his inner heaven and earth expanded, the inner heaven and earth energy started to surge out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and spread throughout his body. The inner heaven and earth energy turned into 5 elemental qi. It was as if Gu Fei's body was being filled with endless life energy. His flesh and bones were constantly being refined by the 5 elemental qi. Every muscle was surging with a huge amount of 5 elemental yuan qi. Every bone was glowing with a multicolored light, sparkling like multicolored divine jade. Even his internal organs seemed to be bathed in the multicolored light. Gu Fei's body was undergoing a subtle change. The 5 elemental qi that was being refined into his flesh and bones were like a key that could open the treasures in his body. Under the cleansing of the 5 elemental qi, his body was undergoing a perfect transformation. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden boom sound rang out. The 5-colored divine egg in Gu Fei's inner heaven and earth suddenly exploded. The 5-colored light lit up the entire space. At this moment, a powerful aura exploded out, shaking the entire cave. Gu Fei's body was filled with 5 elemental qi and the 5-colored divine fire burned brightly outside his body. His eyes shone brightly like 2 bolts of lightning shooting out of them. They were especially bright in his inner world. Gu Fei stood up. At this moment, there was a solemn aura around him. The aura he emitted caused the entire inner heaven and earth to tremble violently. Only the mountain and river cauldron behind him was like an ancient divine mountain. It didn't move at all. The vast energy that was emitted from it couldn't move it at all. He broke through to the 6th sky of the ascended realm. It's hard to imagine. Gu Fei felt the surging power in his body. At this moment, he felt as if he could punch a hole in the sky with a casual punch. The expansion of his inner world had great benefits to his cultivation. By tempering his body with the power of heaven and earth, the benefits Gu Fei obtained had already exceeded his expectations. The 6th sky of the ascended realm. His cultivation had jumped from the 4th sky of the ascended realm to the 6th sky of the ascended realm. His flesh, blood, tendons, bones, and internal organs had evolved further, becoming stronger. His skin was as translucent as jade, and his entire body was surging with a huge amount of 5 elements essence qi. Looking inside himself, Gu Fei felt that his bones actually had a trace of 5 colors. This kind of 5 colors seemed to be branded on his bones. His body was currently transforming into a treasure body. Boom! Just when Gu Fei wanted to roar towards the sky to vent the joy in his heart, his inner world suddenly shook violently, as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. Cracks appeared on the ground within a few hundred feet. As if he had been struck by lightning, Gu Fei's entire body shook and his vision darkened. He almost fainted. At this moment, he felt an unimaginably terrifying aura coming from the outside world into his inner world. Feeling this aura, Gu Fei couldn't help but tremble. This pressure made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if there was a huge mountain in his heart. What's going on? Gu Fei was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly closed the passage in front of him that connected to the outside world, but he felt that it was useless. The unimaginably powerful aura actually ignored the barrier of the void and continued to enter the inner world from the outside. This time around, Gu Fei was astonished. What sort of a horrifying existence was this? Even in the inner world, it would be hard for him to hide. This existence was so strong that he could even locate the position of the inner world in the void. Boom! Another muffled sound like thunder from the 9 heavens was heard. The terrifying sound wave seemed to have some kind of magical power, as if it could ignore the barrier of space and penetrate through the barrier of heaven and earth. Gu Fei's inner world once again shook violently. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Gu Fei's mouth. The ground within a few hundred feet was covered in cracks, as if it could collapse at any time. Just as Gu Fei was feeling inconsolable, the mountain and river cauldron that guarded the center of his inner world suddenly shook. Then, the entire inner world immediately calmed down. The dense cracks on the ground that looked like spider webs were also quickly disappearing. The mountain and river cauldron only shook a little. It didn't emit any light, nor did it emit any energy waves. It only shook slightly, but Gu Fei immediately felt his body relax. The terrifying aura from the outside world had unexpectedly disappeared. The mountain and river cauldron is indeed a rare treasure. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. He knew that the terrifying aura from the outside world had been isolated from the outside world. What exactly happened outside? Gu Fei was both shocked and curious. Could it be that there was a terrifying expert outside? Thinking of this, Gu Fei's heart moved. The purple vertical mark between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. Swoosh! With a sound, as if a divine eye had opened, a purple divine light shot out and pierced forward. The purple divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows shattered the void in front of him. The light from the outside world immediately shone in. Then, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly walked out of his inner world. Once he was out of his inner world, Gu Fei immediately felt the terrifying aura again. However, this aura was much weaker than what he felt in his own inner world. As soon as Gu Fei came out, he heard the old turtle's ghostly howl. "Ah! It's over, it's over. I'm in big trouble." The old turtle stood on the mountain peak beside the lake. He was at a loss and looked anxious and nervous. "Old turtle, what happened?" Gu Fei appeared in the old turtle's inner world. His position was not far from the old turtle. He took a step and arrived in front of the old turtle in just a few steps. "Brat, that god of fire." "Ah! That god of fire is really a bastard," the old turtle said in fear. In this world, perhaps only the old turtle would dare to call the ancient god of fire a bastard. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. The old turtle's inner world suddenly shook. Many large rocks fell from the mountain peak and rumbled down. Plop! Plop! Many large rocks fell into the small lake at the foot of the mountain, causing countless splashes. "What is that sound?" Gu Fei's expression changed when he heard the strange sound and asked in surprise. It was this muffled sound that directly injured him. Even though his physical body was so strong that he could heal such a small injury in the blink of an eye, it was still enough to make him feel a great threat. The old turtle's inner world was much larger than Gu Fei's. The old turtle's inner world had expanded to an area of 50 kilometers by refining the endless earth fire in the earth fire vein. When the sound from the outside world entered the old turtle's inner world, it was greatly weakened by the power of the old turtle's inner world. Even so, it still shook the old turtle's inner world. This made Gu Fei feel incredulous. Even the old turtle's inner world was shaken. The cultivation of the person outside was unimaginable and far beyond his imagination. "That's the sound of a heartbeat," the old turtle said. "WH. What?" Gu Fei was shocked and in disbelief. He muttered to himself, "The sound of a heartbeat? How is this possible?" The sound of a heartbeat could shake the inner world. What kind of concept was that? If what the old turtle said was true, then the owner of the heart, Gu Fei did not dare to imagine. Who could be so terrifying? Could it be that the person outside was the legendary ancient god? "Look, we're in big trouble." As the old turtle spoke, he swiped the void in front of him with his right hand. Ripples immediately appeared in the void. Then, with a flash of brilliance, a scene appeared in the void in front of the old turtle. He used the mystic light technique and the image of the outside world appeared in the void in front of him. In the boundless sea of fire, a pitch-black giant was lying in the void. The giant was thousands of meters long, and its huge body was shrouded in a layer of black demonic fire. What made Gu Fei dumbfounded was that there were 9 fire dragons coiled around the giant's body. Each fire dragon was thousands of meters long. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they breathed fire. The fire dragons emitted boundless divine fire that burned the mountain-like giant day and night. Gu Fei's mind had already gone blank when he saw this strange scene. That god of fire actually imprisoned the fire demon of the 5 elements primordial heavenly demon here. No wonder his sacred palace is guarding the fire eye of this earth fire vein. The old turtle's expression was extremely ugly. The giant that was surrounded by the 9 fire dragons seemed to be in a deep sleep, as if it was unaware of the outside world. However, the dull heartbeat could be heard. Dong! The entire void shook and the image on the glare mirror blurred. After a while, the image on the glare mirror became clear again. The fire essence chi in the earth fire vein was too rich. After being blocked by the restriction of the ancient god, it was unable to leak out for hundreds of millions of years. The dragon's spirit essence and the original form of the 9 fire dragons were naturally formed. The means of the ancient god is really amazing. It's really unbelievable. Gu Fei said after a long time. The 9 fire dragons were clearly not ordinary. They were creatures that had lived for a long time. Not only did they condense the essence of fire to form the 9 fire dragons that coiled around the primordial fire demon, but they also formed the dragon's soul essence and became a spiritual being. Chapter 382. It was hard to estimate how much time it would take to nurture a spiritual creature. The 9 fire dragons on the primordial fire demon's body had already taken shape, but they were still a long way from the time when they would give birth to their consciousness. Even so, it would not be easy for the primordial fire demon to break the restriction and escape with the fire elemental essence that the 9 fire dragons had accumulated over countless years. The ancient god had used his strength and divine sense to seal a giant demon in the earth fire vein and refined it day and night with the power of the earth fire vein. However, it seemed that the primitive fire demon that had been sealed in the earth fire vein for thousands of years had not been refined. Instead, it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The primordial fire demon was hard to destroy, but the ancient god who sealed it had already disappeared, as if he had broken free. In this world, no one was a match for the primordial fire demon. The old tortoise was a powerful figure of the demon clan in ancient times. He was knowledgeable and knew many ancient secrets. When he learned that there was a seal set up by the ancient god in the earth fire vein, he already felt that something was wrong. The old tortoise told Gu Fei the reason. It turned out that Gu Fei had stayed in the inner world for more than 3 months. During this time, many things had happened. The mysterious little monk who had walked out of the Buddha's tomb, the old tortoise, and Gu Fei had absorbed the earth fire chi to refine the inner world. Although the fire essence chi that had been accumulated over hundreds of millions of years was huge, it could not withstand the crazy absorption of the 3 people. The loss of the fire essence chi had caused the seal in the earth fire vein to loosen. After thousands of years of erosion, the power of the seal had weakened to a very dangerous critical point. The power left by the ancient god had been completely worn away. The reason why the ancient seal could still operate was that it absorbed the fire essence chi from the earth fire vein. The rapid loss of the earth fire essence had directly caused the seal to loosen. When the first heartbeat was heard from the seal, it was a dark and windy night. When the sound was heard, the peerless experts who were watching from the sky fell from the sky. The cultivators in the mountains coughed up blood and retreated. The scene at that time could be said to be extremely chaotic. Streaks of light constantly fell from the sky like meteors, and all the cultivators were horrified. Under the control of Master Ku Rong, the ancient altar of the Taishian sect that was hidden in the clouds immediately carried the masters of the Taishian sect and retreated into the distance. The demon lord Huang Long and his mysterious daughter stood on the five-colored divine bird and flew into the sky. The middle-aged scholar turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the sky. The demonic emperor of six paths and the other demons sensed a familiar and terrifying aura. The strange sound that came from under the ground made the demonic ether in their bodies boil. Their strength surged, as if they had been injected with endless power. Demon monarch of six paths sensed a demonic aura that made his heart tremble. It was violent, cruel, and evil, as if it was the source of all evil. Dong! When the strange sound came from the earth fire vein again, the ancient palace above the earth fire eye shook violently. Then, the entire palace emitted a dazzling light that suddenly shook the Elysium above the palace into the air. The little monk, who was sitting cross-legged in the Elysium, opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became weary. The little monk seemed to have suffered a great shock. The little monk put away his inner world, turned into a beam of light, and retreated to the west. The ancient palace that was like a mountain floating above the earth fire eye seemed to have come to life, emitting an unimaginable energy fluctuation. Rumble. The world shook, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared around the palace. The big world and the big void were torn apart. The void of a perfect world was not like the inner world that was created by the cultivators who used their great strength to evolve the chaos. The void of a great world was very stable. It was very difficult to break the void. Only the legendary immortals who had passed the heavenly tribulation and were about to ascend to the heaven realm could break the void and enter the legendary heaven realm. The energy fluctuation emitted by the palace could tear the void, and it was really terrifying. No cultivator dared to approach the palace, not even the demigods. The spatial cracks that appeared were like black lightning, and they were strong enough to tear apart any living creature. The destructive power of the spatial cracks could tear apart anything tangible or intangible. Dong! Rumble! The divine palace floating above the fire eye shook violently as the sound echoed. It seemed that the divine palace had been struck by some kind of power that came from beneath the earth. At this time, everyone felt a terrifying aura that made their hearts palpitate. This aura made them feel fear, and that fear came from the depths of their hearts. It was as if a peerless demon was hiding in the boiling magma beneath the earth. The strange sound came from the earth, and even the demigods were sent flying. All the cultivators retreated. Those with weak cultivations vomited blood. The peerless experts in the sky, except for the old monsters that were only a step away from the demigod realm, all fell from the sky. Only the demon monarch of six paths and the other demons looked as if they had eaten a heavenly treasure. Demonic energy surged from their bodies. In the northern sky, demonic clouds surged, and terrifying demonic roars came from them. Dong! The strange sound seemed to come from the ground rhythmically. The ancient divine palace, which was shining with thousands of rays of light, shook violently. Then, in the largest main hall in the center, 9 flames suddenly rushed out. The 9 beams of fiery light were 3,000 meters long and exuded a terrifying fire elemental energy. As the fiery chi lingered, 9 dragon shadows soared into the sky and roared. Fire Dragon. Demon Lord Huang Long, who had retreated 1,000 miles away, felt the majestic dragon aura in front of him. He was extremely shocked. He looked in disbelief at the 9 dragon shadows that were roaring at the moon. No one expected 9 fire dragons to rush out of the ancient fire god's fire cloud palace. And the 9 fire dragons appeared to be dragon souls without a body of flesh and blood. The dragon roars shook the sky. All the creatures in the endless snowy mountains felt the aura of the true dragons, and they trembled in fear. After the 9 dragon shadows roared, they rushed down to the boiling magma. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they broke through the magma and rushed into the earth's fire vein. This was the origin of the 9 dragons that coiled around the primordial fire demon. The ancient fire god's fire cloud palace suppressed the earth's fire vein, absorbing the earth's fire essence energy day and night. Gradually, the fire cloud palace gave birth to 9 fire dragon soul essences. They were fire essences, spiritual creatures created by the heavens. To the primordial fire demon, fire elemental energy was the nemesis of his fiendish fire. After listening to Old Turtle's recount, Gu Fei was speechless for a long time. The primordial fire demon's origins were just too great. It was actually sealed under the earth's fire vein by the ancient fire god. It could be assumed that this fire demon was the god-fiend of ancient times. It was probably the first fire demon born from the heavens and earth. It was a natural god-fiend. At the beginning of the chaos, righteous energy gave birth to immortals and evil energy gave birth to fiends. The powers of the 5 elements were also divided into righteous and evil. Righteous energy was divine, evil energy was fiend. The ancient fire god was a connate god, while the primordial fire demon was a connate demon. From the day they were born, these 2 gods and devils had been mortal enemies who would not rest until one of them died. Before Old Turtle was captured by some crazy expert, he had heard that the fire god had perished in a battle with the demons. From the looks of it, the fire god's death was likely related to the primordial fire demon that was sealed in the earth's fire vein. In ancient times, those big shots used the heavens and earth as a chessboard and played games with each other. Some died in the game, while others temporarily withdrew. However, there was no doubt that as long as immortals, gods, demons, ghosts, and fiends existed in the world, the game would not stop. Those who temporarily withdrew might reappear in the world one day. As soon as the old tortoise sensed that something was wrong, it immediately rushed out of the earth fire vein and retreated. Gu Fei had entered his own inner world from the old tortoise's inner world, so he was also brought out by the old tortoise. Inner worlds were special existences that could escape into the void, beyond the 3 realms and the 5 elements. However, the position of an inner world in the void was fixed. At this moment, Old Turtle opened up his inner world and walked out with Gu Fei. They appeared on a snow-capped peak covered in ice and snow. Old Turtle looked in the direction of the earth's fire vein and said with a solemn expression, "That fiend hasn't woken up from its slumber yet." Gu Fei felt that there was not a single cultivator in the thousands of miles around the earth's fire vein except for the turbulent demonic clouds in the north. High up in the sky thousands of miles away, there was a faint flash of light. The figures of the 4 demigods had long disappeared. Instead, there was a flash of auspicious Buddhist light in the western sky. There was a Buddhist Vedanta spying on them. Why can a demonic cultivator get close to the earth's fire vein? A strange expression flashed across Gu Fei's face as he asked Old Turtle. "You really don't know, or are you playing dumb? The ancestors of the demon dwellers are imprisoned under the earth fire vein. The aura of the true demon is equivalent to a great tonic for the demon dwellers." Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said, Another big shot has come." Old Turtle was suddenly startled and turned to look south. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a gloomy and terrifying aura coming from the south. Then, a mass of dark clouds appeared under the night sky and surged from afar. In the dark clouds, ghostly shadows collided. Vaguely, there seemed to be countless heart-palpitating ghost howls coming from the dark clouds and drifting between heaven and earth. Chapter 383. The demonic aura under the earth fire vein spread between heaven and earth. Not only did it spread to the endless snowy mountains in the north, but it could also be sensed in the entire northern region. The cultivators in the mountains retreated thousands of miles away before they dared to stop and watch. Countless cultivators were inexplicably shocked. That powerful aura filled with demonic nature made them feel a sense of danger, causing everyone to feel waves of fear from the depths of their hearts, causing them to be extremely terrified. It was as if there was a peerless demon staring at them from between heaven and earth, giving them a feeling of trepidation. Some cultivators directly turned around and left, fleeing this place of great danger. Some cultivators chose to stay. True experts were not afraid of danger. Endless demonic aura began to gather in the sky above the earth fire vein, and the overwhelming demonic cloud soon shrouded the sky and the earth, blocking the starlight and moonlight from the sky, making it even darker in the night. The fiendish demonic aura exuded from the demonic clouds made all the cultivators within 1,000 miles feel incomparably oppressed. Vaguely, one could see the demonic Tao cultivators transforming into streaks of light that shot towards the earth fire pulse from all directions, sinking into the demonic clouds in the sky. Only demonic cultivators were not afraid of the demonic aura, because it was the source of their power. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would definitely be affected by the irresistible demonic aura, which would cause their cultivation to be damaged, and in serious cases, they would lose their minds and die. The demonic aura of the peerless demon in the earth fire vein had an unpredictable power that could turn cultivators into demons. It was difficult for other cultivators to resist it, so they all avoided it, but the demonic cultivators were not affected at all. The cultivators of the righteous path and the demons were all watching, and no one was willing to make a move. Whoosh! A figure stepped on the demonic clouds and rushed toward the earth fire vein. It was a young man in a black robe, and his blood was dancing wildly. He was the demon emperor of 6 paths, who had dominated the Tinglong continent and was almost invincible. Thousands of miles up in the sky, Master Ku Rong stood on the ancient altar. His half-withered and half-healthy face showed an extremely serious expression. Behind Master Ku Rong stood a group of old Taoists. Taishan sect leader Daoist Xiantian, Shaoyang Peak Daoist Chaoyang, and other experts of the Taishan sect were all inside. This is actually the place where the ancient gods sealed the ancient devil. If the nameless divine devil underground comes out, the world will be in chaos, Ku Rong mumbled to himself as he looked at the devil cloud that was gradually expanding above the earth fire vein. Swoosh! Another terrifying energy fluctuation came from the northern horizon. An evil aura filled the air above the mountain. Another tall figure shrouded in demonic energy charged towards the demonic clouds above the earth fire vein. The great demon sovereign is here as well. In the dark, someone recognized the origin of the great demon sovereign. The Grand Devil Sovereign was a peerless half-devil that could rival Devil Monarch Hex Dao in the extreme northern devil region. He was one of the few Grand Devils in the extreme northern devil region. His arrival caused all the righteous experts to tense up. 1,000 li away, in another direction, demonic energy rushed into the heavens, demonic clouds surging. Human cultivators all stayed far away, not willing to approach that region. Demon Lord Huang Long stood on the 5-colored divine bird and hid within the demonic clouds, coldly watching this scene. Behind Demon Lord Huang Long stood a purple-clothed girl. The girl's face no longer seemed to be covered by a thin veil, giving off a surreal feeling. Her skin was smooth, her eyes were clear, her nose was straight, her lips were moist, and her teeth were as white as jade. She had a beauty that could cause the downfall of a country. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating, as if she was a fairy from the 9 heavens that had descended to the mortal world. The demons are gathering. Could it be that those demons want to release the peerless great demon underground? Demon Lord Huang Long's gaze pierced through the void as he closely observed the situation in front of him. He frowned. Demons are the greatest enemies of the world, the root of the calamity of the common people. If the ferocious demon is released, our demon race will not be spared. The purple-clothed girl revealed a worried expression. Demons killed the common people, using the blood and souls of the common people to strengthen themselves. They absorbed the power of the common people, condensed the devil's soul, and refined the devil body. They were the common enemy of all cultivators in the world. Demon Lord Huang Long suddenly sensed something. He lowered his head and looked at a mountain 100 li to the right. On a snow-capped mountain 100 li away. Swoosh! A crack appeared in the void. Then, two figures walked out from the crack. 6-inch father, it's the senior of my clan. When the purple-robed young lady saw the two people walking out of the void, she exclaimed, "The young man beside my clan's senior seems a little familiar." The two figures on the snow-capped mountain were Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. "Let's go down," Demon Lord Huang Long said. He was about to step on the five-colored divine bird and fly down. He wanted to pay a visit to the great Demon Lord. However, at this moment, a terrifying and eerie aura came from the southern sky. Then, a black cloud rushed towards them like a galloping horse. "Another great demon is coming," the purple-clothed girl exclaimed. "No, that's not Devil Chi." Demon Lord Huang Long stopped and turned to look at the south. His expression became a little strange. He said indifferently, "That's profound Ghost Chi. The only ghost cultivator with such cultivation is the Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. The legendary Ghost Emperor." The purple-clothed girl was surprised again. The Plentiful City Ghost Palace had always been very mysterious. No one knew where the Plentiful City Ghost Palace was. Even the ghost cultivators didn't know where it was. In the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent, the Plentiful City Ghost Palace was a mysterious place. The Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was even more mysterious. Someone once captured a ghost cultivator who came out of the Plentiful City Ghost Palace. He wanted to know the exact location of the Plentiful City Ghost Palace from him. However, no matter how hard the person tried, even torturing the ghost cultivator with the soul refining technique. Even so, the person didn't get any information about the Plentiful City Ghost Palace from the ghost cultivator. He only knew that the ghost cultivators entered and exited the Plentiful City Ghost Palace using teleportation techniques. There was no way to find them. No one knew what the Ghost Emperor's cultivation was. In the cultivation world, no one had ever seen the Ghost Emperor make a move. No one knew what the Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City looked like. Rumble. The profound Ghost Chi condensed into a black cloud and rushed toward the earth fire vein. The heaven and earth trembled. An eerie, terrifying, and powerful aura filled the sky above the endless snowy mountain. The cultivators who felt this aura all changed their expressions. Soon, the black cloud that shrouded the sky came close and stopped in the southern sky. The sound of ghosts chirped and the black cloud surged. It was as if there were thousands of ghosts howling in the black cloud, causing people's scalps to go numb. "It's the aura of the fire demon." A dignified voice came from the black cloud. The mysterious Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City didn't appear in front of everyone. The black cloud covered the sky. All the cultivators in the mountain felt a heavy pressure, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. Ah! The old ghost in the black cloud actually knows about the fierce demon in the earth fire vein. It's really strange. On the mountain peak, the old turtle looked up at the black cloud and Ghost Chi in the southern sky. There was a trace of surprise on his face. Humph! A cold snort was heard from within the black cloud. Then, a surging force surged out from within the black cloud. Following that, the black cloud surged and condensed into a giant hand the size of a mountain, grabbing at the mountain peak where Old Tortoise and Gu Fei were. This old ghost's temper is really big. I spoke so softly, but he heard me. The old turtle acted as if nothing had happened. He then stretched out his right hand and pressed upward. Bang! A loud bang shook the mountains. The giant hand that had stretched out from the black clouds in the sky actually collapsed and turned back into Xian Ghost Chi. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City is really powerful. Gu Fei, who was standing next to the old turtle, was secretly surprised. In the past 3 months, the old turtle had been refining his inner world with the endless power of fire in the earth fire vein. His cultivation level had long broken through the demigod realm. The old turtle's current cultivation level could be regarded as a quasi-immortal, but that ghost emperor of Plentiful City could fight with the old turtle and not be at a disadvantage. How could Gu Fei not be surprised? The old turtle's situation was very special. His cultivation level was cut down to the demigod realm by the absolute formation in the virtual sky world. His realm was still there, but he lacked power. In the past 3 months, the old turtle crazily devoured the spiritual essence of fire. The power that was cut down was replenished, and his cultivation level also rose along with it. He reached the realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. Ah! A surprised voice came from the black cloud. Then, the profound ghost chi retreated like a tide. Soon, a figure appeared in the sky. The arrival of Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City alarmed all the cultivators in the mountain. The legendary Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was about to appear in front of everyone. Everyone was a little nervous. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City was a supreme expert of the ghost path. Moreover, he was mysterious and unfathomable. Compared to those great figures of the demigod realm, he was even more mysterious. According to legend, there was originally no ghost cultivation in the Tinglong continent. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City, with his own strength, created the ghost cultivation in the cultivation world of the Tinglong continent. He was indeed an unprecedented great figure. However, everyone was disappointed. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City didn't seem to want to show his true face. The profound ghost chi entered his body, but his body was still surrounded by a layer of black light. Even the old turtle could only see a tall figure in the black light. With his eyesight, it was difficult for him to see the true face of Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. The old turtle looked up at the tall figure in the black light and said disdainfully, "A guy who hides his head but shows his tail." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei, who was standing next to him, was shocked. This old turtle was really fearless. He even dared to be so presumptuous in front of the legendary Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City. You! After Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City saw the old turtle, 2 blue lights suddenly shot out from the black light. Those were the lights condensed from the Ghost Emperor's eyes. The dragon has 9 sons. You, our boss Long. Ghost Emperor of Plentiful City seemed to recognize the old turtle and said the origin of the old turtle in one sentence. Chapter 384. Ghost Emperor Fingdu's words shocked all the great characters watching from the sidelines. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons. This was one of the most ancient legends in the Tinglong continent. Could it be that the demon race almighty with a dragon head on the mountain peak that could not completely transform into a human form was one of the 9 sons of the dragon? How was this possible? No one believed Ghost Emperor Fingdu's words because if what he said was true, then the origin of this almighty demon race was too great, so great that it could be traced back to the great desolate world after the beginning of the world. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, the legendary dragon. Not a divine dragon, not a demon dragon, not a flood dragon, but the first dragon born in the world. He was the ancestor of all dragons in the world, the dragon ancestor. In other words, this old turtle was the son of the supreme dragon ancestor. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons, each son is different, am I wrong? Ghost Emperor Fingdu's blue eyes pierced through the black mist and shot down from the sky. He coldly stared at the old turtle on the mountain peak. You! The old turtle couldn't help but be startled. The other party actually knew his origin. This was his biggest secret. Who was this guy? He knew all the great characters in the Antiquity era, but none of them cultivated the Ghost Tao. Moreover, in ancient times, among all the cultivation systems, there wasn't a single cultivation system that focused on cultivating the Yin spirit and the ghost body. The cultivators of the Antiquity era pursued the corporeal body to become a saint or to cultivate the primordial spirit Dharma body to achieve the supreme immortal Tao. No one would destroy the corporeal body and abandon the foundation of the Tao to cultivate the Yin spirit ghost body. In the eyes of all cultivators, the corporeal body was the foundation of the Tao. In the eyes of ghost cultivators, the first step was to leave the corporeal body and condense the yin spirit. This kind of cultivation was the opposite of all the cultivation in the Tinglong continent. It could be said that this was a different path and created a different cultivation system. Old Turtle, are you really the son of the dragon? Gu Fei, who was standing next to the Old Turtle, asked in shock. He knew a bit about the Old Turtle. This cynical guy was a character from the Antiquity era, a super antique. Dragon my ass. Old Tortoise said snappily, then directly rushed into the sky towards Ghost Emperor Fingdu in the sky. Swoosh. The Old Turtle directly opened up his inner world and enveloped Ghost Emperor Fingdu. The power of heaven and earth surged out and sealed the surroundings. He wanted to take Ghost Emperor Fingdu into his inner world. Heaven and earth trembled. In the midst of the haze, one could see a part of the world appear. Within it were tall mountains and flowing rivers. It was illusory and illusory, as if it was a projection of the real world. It would be a big mistake to think that it was an illusion. In fact, it was a small world with form and substance. It was Old Tortoise's inner world. You and I are not enemies. Ghost Emperor Fingdu stood high up in the sky and said indifferently without any intention of dodging. Facing the enveloping inner world, he still acted as if nothing had happened. Humph. Then let me see who you really are. The Old Tortoise said coldly. He stood in his inner world and controlled it to rush towards Ghost Emperor Fingdu. As you wish. Ghost Emperor Fingdu said calmly. Then, the whole world suddenly trembled. The void within 100 miles seemed to collapse all of a sudden. It was as if 100 miles of the void had turned into a huge mouth and swallowed Ghost Emperor Fingdu and Old Tortoise. A black light flashed. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and Old Tortoise's figures seemed to have escaped into the void and disappeared into thin air. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Especially Gu Fei. He was very clear about Old Tortoise's strength. However, Ghost Emperor Fingdu seemed to be stronger than Old Tortoise. What kind of concept was someone stronger than Old Tortoise? Just thinking about it was frightening. No one would have thought that the Old Tortoise and Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do would actually disappear together. Only the peerless demigod existences could vaguely guess that the Old Tortoise and Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do seemed to have entered the inner world. Of course, it was not Old Tortoise's inner world. At this time, a few demonic shadows with terrifying energy fluctuations rushed into the demonic clouds above the earth fire vein. Their demonic auras were getting stronger and stronger. The demonic path experts seemed to have temporarily put aside their prejudices and joined forces. Their goal was very clear, and that was to release the peerless demon sealed in the earth fire vein. Thump. Under the earth, the sound of a heartbeat never stopped. Every time it beat, the divine palace above the earth fire eye would shake violently. The demonic clouds above the earth fire eye covered 1,000 miles of the sky. Inside the demonic clouds, a group of great demons seemed to be preparing for something. From time to time, demonic shadows could be seen faintly in the demonic clouds. Suddenly, a demonic roar resounded in the sky. Rolling sound waves came out from the demonic clouds and spread out. Even from 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei could feel the blood in his body churning. So powerful. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Then, he saw a scene that made him inexplicably shocked. Black demonic energy gushed out from the demonic clouds like a geyser. The majestic power fiercely hit the ancient divine palace that was several square kilometers in size. Boom! The ancient divine palace shook violently, bursting with thousands of rays of light. Although it was slowly falling, the monstrous demonic energy was blocked outside. Under the external attack, the great formation of the ancient divine palace had already been activated. However, because of the lack of a large source of spiritual qi, the ancient divine palace was in danger of being blasted down from the sky. Boom! Boom! Rays of destructive, black demonic energy constantly bombarded from the demonic clouds. The ancient divine palace shook violently, and the ground below that had already turned into magma also began to boil. Several nearby mountains were affected by the mighty destructive power and instantly collapsed. The majestic ancient divine palace floating above the earth fire vein finally tilted under the continuous impact of the terrifying power. The old turtle's judgment was completely correct. The essence of the earth fire vein was rapidly draining, and the seal was loosening. There was no longer a large source of spiritual chi for the ancient divine palace to float in the sky. Boom! There was another loud bang. In the midst of the rumbling, the ancient divine palace fell from the sky and smashed a mountain. With the protection of the Great Formation, the ancient divine palace was still intact and undamaged. At this moment, the world was shaking. The magma was lifted high into the sky, and the endless snow-capped mountains were undulating like waves. One by one, the mountains continued to collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. The violent turbulence caused all the cultivators to turn pale. The ominous demons cannot come out. Quick, stop them. The demons will cause chaos in the world. We can't let them succeed. Some people were shouting, some people were exclaiming, and some people were taking action. Rumble. An ancient altar flew over from the distance. It was like an ancient divine mountain, emitting monstrous energy fluctuations. It directly collided with the demonic clouds above the earth fire vein. Roar! A dragon roar sounded from another direction. The demonic energy soared into the sky. In the midst of the demonic energy, the shadow of 100-jong-long dragon loomed, emitting a supreme dragon might, and rushed into the demonic clouds. Rumble! Thunder shook the sky. In the sky above the demonic clouds, there was suddenly lightning. It was purple divine lightning. A divine hammer directly appeared in the sky above the demonic clouds. It grew to the size of a mountain and emitted thousands of purple lightning bolts, bombarding the demonic clouds below. The peerless demigod-level figures took action. There was the demon Lord Huang Long, who shook the world, the nameless cultivator who guarded the north and did not let the demons take a step into the central plains. There was also the unknown old Taoist Ku Rong of the Taishan sect. The world seemed to be about to shatter. The demigod-level cultivators attacked with all their strength. The demonic clouds that covered 1,000 miles were directly shattered. Countless demonic shadows were destroyed, and the air exploded into a mist of blood. Demonic blood sprinkled down from the sky. In the demonic clouds, the demonic cultivators who had not reached the demigod level were all killed. Roar! A roar came from the demonic clouds. Then, a bloody light rushed out of the demonic clouds. It suddenly grew to thousands of feet and smashed towards the purple golden hammer in the sky. A pitch-black giant hand emerged from the demonic clouds and blocked the ancient altar that was crashing towards it. 1,000 feet tall demonic figure walked out from the demonic clouds and threw a punch at the demon Lord Huang Long. The gigantic fist was like a small mountain, and under this punch, the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Humph! The demon Lord Huang Long released a towering demonic energy. His body also suddenly grew to thousands of feet, like a giant that could support the heavens. He also punched out. Boom! 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 3 earth-shattering explosions sounded out almost at the same time. A terrifying force burst out, shattering the space in the area, and terrifying cracks appeared in the space. A destructive energy storm spread out, instantly shattering a dozen mountains in the surrounding area, turning them into dust and completely disappearing from the ground. The purplish-golden sky-blasting hammer that was crashing down was sent flying by the 10,000 feet long blood-red saber light, and the saber light was instantly shattered. The pitch-black hand was dispersed by the ancient sacrificial altar controlled by Ku Rong, but the ancient sacrificial altar that was crashing down like a primordial divine mountain also paused in the air for a moment. The demon lord Yellow Dragon and the 10,000 feet long devil Shadow clashed head-on, and both of them were sent flying back at the same time. The great demons that attacked were half-demons that could compete with demigods. They blocked the attacks of the demon lord Huang Long and the others, and bought themselves some time. At this moment, the demonic clouds that were not scattered seemed to be burning. They emitted an endless black light, and like a demonic fire that could burn the sky, it burned and distorted the void. All the demonic clouds gathered towards the center, and a demonic formation was revealed. The power of the demonic formation seemed to have reached its limit. The burning demonic clouds were compressed by the demonic formation and condensed into an incomparably huge profound demonic lightning. Boom! The demonic formation suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying demonic power spread out in all directions. Ku Rong controlled the altar and rushed out of the energy storm. The demon lord Huang Long and the middle-aged scholar were also forced back by the terrifying power when the demonic formation collapsed. The profound demonic lightning in the center of the demonic formation, which had a diameter of several hundred zhang, was like a meteorite that bombarded the earth's fire vein below. Chapter 385. The profound demon thunder, which was hundreds of meters in diameter, contained an enormous amount of energy. Everyone who saw this scene was scared out of their wits. Those devils were really going all out. Did they really want to destroy all of the endless snow mountains in the northern lands? Swish! 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 Demon Lord Huang Long, the middle-aged scholar, and old Taoist Ku Rong, who was standing on the ancient altar, all turned into dazzling rays of light and escaped into the distance like divine rainbows. No one tried to stop them. The energy contained in the profound demon thunder was too great. Even a demigod would be shocked by the energy fluctuation it emitted. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene from thousands of miles away immediately turned around and fled. In the sky, rays of light flew into the distance like meteors. Good heavens! Gu Fei directly turned around and ran down the mountain. He used the 8 desolate steps with all his strength and used the 8 desolate steps to the extreme. One step was hundreds of meters, as if he was teleporting. Rumble! A part of heaven and earth collapsed, and 2 figures rushed out from the collapsed void. Behind the 2 of them was an eerie and terrifying void. Damn it! The tall figure shrouded in black mist seemed to be infuriated by this scene. After that, a black palm the size of a mountain appeared in the sky, and it grabbed towards the demon lightning of darkness that was descending from the sky. Ghost Emperor Fingdu made his move. The huge palm directly knocked away the demonic shadows above the earth fire vein and shrouded downwards in an attempt to stop the profound demon thunder. However, Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the old turtle came out of the void a little too late. The black palm that was like a mountain and emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation did not succeed in stopping the profound demon thunder that was bombarding downwards. The profound demon thunder, which contained endless demonic power, directly broke through the boiling magma on the ground and blasted into the earth fire vein. A true demon has appeared. This is troublesome. The old turtle's expression changed drastically when he saw this scene. Then, he directly turned into a divine rainbow and flew backward. Boom! Beneath the ground, there was a heaven-shaking explosion. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was cracking apart. The terrifying fluctuations made everyone feel as if their souls were about to fly out of their bodies. Ghost Emperor Fingdu turned pale with fright. He didn't expect such an outcome. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. He roared, "You devils, even if I kill you 1,000,000 times, it will be difficult to make up for this calamity." The earth's fire vein exploded, and endless fire energy surged out from the ground. The land within a 10,000-mile radius seemed to violently shake and undulate like waves. Cracks appeared on the ground, and scarlet flames rushed out from the cracks, illuminating the entire night. Then, a monstrous demonic aura surged out from the ground. At this moment, the wind and clouds changed, and the world lost its color. The endless snowy mountains were trembling, and the mountains were shaking violently. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky, and a baleful aura rushed into the sky. Endless ink covered the world. The birth of a true demon shook the heavens and earth. Even the fire cloud palace, which was left behind by the ancient fire god, sank into the ground amidst the violent tremors. It was surrounded by endless earth fire and disappeared in an instant. All the important figures present turned pale with fright. Many people already understood what had happened. Their faces were ashen, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, the demonic clouds surged, and a monstrous baleful aura rushed up from the ground. A sonorous and powerful voice that sounded like metal spread throughout the world. The true demon has returned. Where is the fire god? Gu Fei was extremely surprised. He felt as if he was running on a turbulent sea. The ground beneath his feet was violently undulating. Behind him, a terrifying aura surged, making him tremble in fear. At this moment, the world was covered in darkness. Endless demonic clouds shrouded the mountains, and on the ground, magma flowed and earth fire spewed. This was simply a horrifying doomsday scene. The earth was surging like waves. There were constantly mountain peaks collapsing. The endless snowy mountains were shattered by the mighty power. Countless living beings were instantly buried in the sea of fire. The area within thousands of miles became a dead zone. Where is the fire god? Another demonic voice came from the earth. The true demon had yet to appear, but the baleful aura and demonic aura kept surging up from the earth. Waves of demonic howls shook the world. It was absolutely horrifying, absolutely terrifying. Everyone retreated. Only Ghost Emperor Fingdu was still standing in the void. A ghost domain appeared around him. Within the haze, one could vaguely see countless mountain peaks and palaces in the ghost domain. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps. His body emitted a 5-colored aura. Like a 5-colored divine rainbow, he moved quickly on the ground. Very quickly, he escaped more than 200 to 300 miles away. Right at this moment, a mountain peak in front of Gu Fei suddenly crumbled. Boundless rocks and dirt covered the sky as they smashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei immediately turned pale with fright. Even with his current cultivation, he would be in danger if he was crushed by the rocks and soil. Just when Gu Fei thought he was going to be buried by the rocks and soil, swoosh! A figure appeared next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt his shoulder tighten. Then, his body soared into the sky, avoiding the endless rocks and soil that came crashing down. Ha! Old turtle, you came at the right time. Gu Fei was calm in the face of danger. When he flew into the sky, he already knew that it was the old turtle who caught him. The old turtle let go of Gu Fei and used a force to shroud Gu Fei, fixing him in the void. The true demon has appeared. The world is in chaos. This world is going to change. Old Tortoise ignored Gu Fei. He no longer had his usual frivolous and playful attitude. He stared at the surging demonic chi in front of him and said gravely, "What is going on? Are you friends with Ghost Emperor Fingdu?" Gu Fei asked. He had already vaguely guessed that the old turtle and Ghost Emperor Fingdu had entered the Ghost Emperor's inner world. Those who could cultivate an inner world were all amazing people. Ghost Emperor Fingdu was not simple. Moreover, he seemed to know the origin of the old turtle. He was afraid that he was also a super antique. Ghost Emperor Fingdu, I didn't expect it to be him. I thought he had already fallen in a catastrophe of the world that year. The old turtle muttered to himself. Ghost Emperor Fingdu. Is he really a character from the ancient times? Gu Fei was very surprised. The origin of Ghost Emperor Fingdu seemed to be unimaginable. At this moment, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles had collapsed. Even the nearby mountains had collapsed. Countless peerless experts were watching from afar. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Demon Lord Huang Long, the middle-aged scholar, Ku Rong, and other peerless figures of the demigod realm also retreated far away. The true devil's aura that seeped out from the ground made their hearts palpitate. A demonic roar resounded through the world. A ball of demonic clouds that emitted an indescribably terrifying aura slowly rose from the ground. A majestic pressure that was like the ocean surged out mightily and surged in this world, causing the heavens and the earth to tremble violently. Even thousands of miles away, many peerless experts were directly roared down from the sky by this demonic roar. This was a power that made everyone tremble in fear. Many cultivators with slightly weaker cultivations felt this great pressure and almost collapsed. Gu Fei, who was standing beside the old turtle, was also shocked. In the rolling demonic clouds, a huge demonic shadow that was thousands of feet tall was faintly discernible. The sky-burning demonic fire that came from the demonic clouds burned and distorted the void. The ferocious demon in the demonic clouds shouted, "Ants, where is that kid fire god?" The middle-aged scholar was in charge of the northern land. This was his territory. If he didn't show up, it would be unreasonable. Therefore, he took a step forward and shouted, "The ancient fire god has disappeared for countless years. You demon king, if you know what's good for you, you should obediently retreat, or else what?" The thousands of feet tall demonic shadow in the demonic cloud said disdainfully. Then, with a cold snort, a black light flashed like a black lightning. The middle-aged scholar was suddenly alarmed. In an instant, the exploding sky hammer in his hand emitted endless purple lightning and blocked the attack. Bang! The middle-aged scholar was violently hit. The exploding sky hammer flew out of his hand and he was sent flying back while vomiting blood. Everyone turned pale with fright. The middle-aged scholar was a peerless demigod. In the Tinglong continent, those who could aspire to become demigods were all extremely talented. However, in just one face-to-face encounter, the middle-aged scholar was sent flying by the peerless demon in the demonic clouds. Even his weapon was shaken and flew out of his hand. No one could clearly see the appearance of the peerless demon in the demonic clouds. They could only hear the cold words, "Even the kid fire god doesn't dare to speak to me like this. You are just a little stronger than an ant. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me?" At this time, the entire snowy mountain was gloomy and gloomy. The peerless demon broke out from the ground and came out to find the ancient fire god. What did this mean? The seal of the earth fire vein was obviously created by the ancient fire god. This peerless demon was sealed in the earth fire vein and used the power of the earth fire to wear down his demonic power day and night. All of this was closely related to the ancient fire god. Now that it had appeared, the fiendish devil would definitely seek revenge on the ancient fire god. However, the ancient fire god had disappeared for countless years. Perhaps he had already fallen. Who in the world could deal with this fiendish devil? Humph. Fire demon, what do you want? Ghost Emperor Fingdu sneered and said. A ghost domain appeared around him. It was as if he was standing in the 9 serenities of hell. Only the kid fire god is worthy of me taking action. You bunch of ants are not worthy of me taking action. The peerless demon sneered and said, not even you. After saying that, 2 terrifying destructive black lights came out from the demonic clouds. Wherever the black lights passed, the void collapsed. The barrier of the world couldn't withstand the power of the peerless demon. Chapter 386. 2 destructive demonic lights shot out from the demonic cloud and swept towards Ghost Monarch Fingdu, who was 100 li away. The demonic lights emitted a great power. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed and directly broke into Ghost Monarch Fingdu's inner world. The demonic lights completely ignored the power of Ghost Monarch Fingdu's inner world. They were peerless demons with unfathomable demonic might. Humph. Ghost Monarch Fingdu, who was standing in a ghost domain, coldly harumphed. Then, the entire inner world suddenly trembled. An unfathomable power surged out and directly annihilated the two destructive demonic lights. The peerless demon in the demonic cloud seemed to be a little surprised. Ghost Emperor Fingdu had easily neutralized the fiendish devil's attack, shocking everyone present. Could it be that the legendary Ghost Emperor Fingdu actually had the strength to fight against the fiendish Devil King? It's just a remnant soul. These words came from the demonic cloud. Then, the demonic energy in the sky violently surged and receded like a tide, revealing the demon's figure. When they saw the true body of the Demon King, everyone was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. It was a god-fiend with 1,000 zhang tall body. It stood between the heaven and earth like an ancient demon mountain. The huge demon body seemed to be cast from steel, giving people a feeling of incomparable power. It was filled with an indescribable demonic aura as if it could shatter the heaven and earth with just a wave of its hand. What they saw was beyond everyone's imagination. It was a real demon, the most vicious, evil, and evil demon king in the world. In the distant sky, the old tortoise and Gu Fei were closely watching everything in front of them. "This is that fire demon," Gu Fei said with a trembling voice. Such a giant demon was hard to imagine. The terrifying demon body emitted a vast demonic might that dominated the heaven and earth, causing all things in the world to tremble. "That's right, fire demon. To be more precise, it's the primordial fire demon, one of the 5 most powerful demon kings in the world. The other demons are merely his disciples," the old tortoise said. The primordial heavenly demon could be said to be the ancestor of all demons in the world, the source of all evil in the world. This primordial fire demon could be considered the first batch of demons born in the world. "Didn't you say that the true demon came into being and the world was in chaos? Can that Ghost Emperor Fingdu deal with that fire devil?" Gu Fei asked. If Ghost Emperor Fingdu was not a match for that ferocious devil, then the world would really be in chaos. Old Tortoise's expression was extremely solemn. He pondered for a while before saying, "I don't know. Ghost Emperor Fingdu might be able to fight against this ferocious demon, but—" Old Tortoise hesitated. "But what?" Gu Fei asked nervously. "Didn't you hear what that ominous devil said? The so-called Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do is merely a remnant soul of a certain person," the old tortoise said in an incomparably heavy tone. Even though he knew the origin of Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do, he still had no idea. A remnant soul. Gu Fei was astonished. The legendary Fingdu Ghost Emperor was actually the remnant soul of a certain person. This was absolutely shocking news. Just a wisp of remnant soul was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the cultivation of the person the old tortoise spoke of would be at his peak. One had to know that Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do used his own strength to open up the path of ghost cultivation among the Buddhist, Taoist, demon and demon forces. He fought against the 4 great forces for thousands of years. The peerless fire devil stood between the heaven and earth, giving people a feeling of absolute shock. His 1,000 feet tall devil body was filled with demonic nature. His pair of devil eyes emitted a black light that pierced through the void, as if he wanted to see through Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do. "If you were at your peak, perhaps you would be a decent opponent." "What a pity," the fire devil said. He seemed to not put Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do in his eyes. Then, the fire devil stretched out his right hand and pressed down. Rumble. The magma surged in all directions, and an ancient divine palace rose from the ground. It was the divine palace left behind by the ancient fire god that had already sunk into the ground. What is he doing? Everyone was looking at this scene nervously. There were many treasures in the ancient god's palace. Moreover, the ancient god's palace itself was a rare divine item. The divine palace that was a few miles wide flew to the front of the primordial fire devil and then froze in the void. The light emitted from the divine palace illuminated the heaven and earth. I feel the aura of the fire god. The voice of the primordial fire devil spread throughout the heaven and earth. He and the fire god were mortal enemies. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a few demonic figures suddenly rushed over from afar. Greetings to the supreme demon ancestor. A tall demonic expert bowed to the primordial fire devil standing between the heaven and earth. Behind the demonic cultivators stood 3 other demonic cultivators, including the blood-soaked demon monarch of 6 paths and the great demon venerable. Humph! The primordial fire devil seemed displeased when he saw the 4 demonic experts. He waved his hand, and a huge palm slapped the 4 demonic experts hundreds of miles away, causing them to vomit blood. The devil monarch of 6 paths and the great demon ancestor were terrified. They did not know why the primordial fire devil would treat them like this. In fact, the primordial fire devil had already shown mercy. It should be noted that the devil monarch of 6 paths and the others were only half demons. In the eyes of the primordial fire devil, they were not even demons. Ghost Emperor Fingdu looked on coldly from beginning to end. He did not retreat, nor did he show any fear. After the primordial fire devil sent the devil monarch of 6 paths and the others flying, he punched forward. The mountain-sized demonic fist was surrounded by a ball of sky-burning demonic fire, and it smashed toward the divine palace in front of him. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the huge demonic fist broke through the formation covering the divine palace, and the entire divine palace was smashed into pieces. Countless rays of treasure light rushed out in all directions the moment the divine palace collapsed. A few rays of treasure light were as dazzling as the sun, illuminating the world as if it were daytime. The primordial fire devil inhaled, and an enormous suction force enveloped the scattered rays of treasure light and sucked them into his mouth. Only a few rays of treasure light that were as dazzling as the sun seemed to have a mind of their own. They struggled in the void, trying to break free from the suction force and escape. Not only did the rays of treasure light rush out from the shattered divine palace, but even the fragments of the divine palace were also sucked into the primordial fire devil's stomach and refined into demonic chi to replenish his consumed energy. The dazzling rays of treasure light were definitely precious treasures. They were filled with intelligence, and they struggled violently in the void, but they still moved toward the primordial fire devil's mouth. The primordial fire devil's mouth was like a bottomless black hole, devouring the world. Countless cultivators who saw this from afar were extremely envious. These were the treasures left behind by ancient gods. Judging from the rays of treasure light, they were definitely godly treasures. However, despite being envious, no one dared to make a move to snatch them. The might of the primordial fire devil, who had sent 4 half-demons flying with a flip of his palm, had already intimidated countless cultivators. Countless cultivators in the mountain asked themselves if their cultivation was comparable to that of the half-god and half-demon. Making a move would be equivalent to committing suicide. Was no one daring to make a move? The answer was no. There was only one person who dared to fight against the ancient demon. Just as the primordial fire demon was about to devour the glowing balls of treasure light, a vast, ghastly world filled with boundless power of the heavens and earth shrouded the primordial fire demon. It was a realm of ghosts that had been magnified endlessly. Countless mountains, palaces, bones, ghostly aura, and ghostly shadows collided with one another. At this moment, it was as if the netherworld had descended upon the mortal realm, turning the world into a land of ghosts. Bam! The 3,000-meter-tall demonic body was sent flying by the force of the collision, and the several balls of dazzling treasured light were also absorbed into the netherworld realm. The one who made the move was none other than Ghost Emperor Fingdu. All the cultivators who saw this opened their eyes wide. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They were all stunned by what they saw. This. In the sky, Gu Fei was also at a loss for words. The eyes of the old turtle next to Gu Fei were so wide open that they almost popped out of their sockets. This guy, he's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ghost Emperor Fingdu didn't seem weak. In the netherworld realm, there were countless bones surging and ghostly aura lingering. It truly seemed like a boundless world. His inner world had been refined to the point that it resembled a real world. One could easily imagine how terrifying Ghost Emperor Fingdu's cultivation was. Roar! The primordial fire demon stopped retreating. He faced the sky and roared. The demonic roar shook heaven and earth. Like the demonic sound of death, it spread out in all directions. The peerless experts who were flying in the sky thousands of miles away, as well as the weaker ones, were suddenly roared and fell from the sky like meteors. The old turtle immediately opened his inner world. The power of heaven and earth surged out, isolating the demonic sound of death outside. Even so, Gu Fei still felt the qi and blood in his body churning. This peerless demon was too terrifying. Perhaps even a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm would be scared out of his wits by his roar. The primordial fire demon was furious. His body of the demon emitted endless sky-burning demonic flames. He took a step forward and punched toward Ghost Emperor Fingdu, who was standing in the netherworld realm. The terrifying demon fist emitted sky-burning demonic flames like a black sun. It directly blasted into Ghost Emperor Fingdu's inner world. Heaven and earth suddenly shook violently. In the netherworld realm, the roars of tens of thousands of ferocious souls came out. Wherever the demon fist went, the void collapsed. The mountain range where Ghost Emperor Fingdu stood melted like ice and snow. The white bones that covered the mountains and the palaces on the mountain peaks turned into ashes under the demon fist. More than a dozen peaks shrouded in ghostly aura turned into dust in an instant. Chapter 387. Roar! Ghost Emperor Fingdu let out a furious roar. His long hair wildly danced as he soared into the sky. The mountain range beneath his feet was shattered by the primal fire demon's fist. "I'll break your arm!" Ghost Emperor Fingdu shouted. Both of his hands kept moving. Endless power of the world condensed into thousands of sharp blades, slashing towards the primal fire demon's devil arm that was attacking his inner world. In Ghost Emperor Fingdu's inner world, he was the god. With a single thought, he could release a terrifying power of the world. The pitch-black sharp blades cut through the void, annihilating it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sharp blades slashed on the terrifying devil arm. This part of the world shook violently, showing signs of returning to primal chaos. The huge devil arm quickly retracted. Drops of devil blood sprinkled down from the sky. Outside the inner world, the primal fire demon's furious roar resounded. Although Ghost Emperor Fingdu didn't lose an arm like he said, the primal fire demon was injured. This was an undeniable fact. "I've underestimated you." The primal fire demon's voice echoed between the heaven and earth. After retracting his devil arm, he opened his mouth and spewed out a sky-burning devil flame that could burn the void towards Ghost Emperor Fingdu's inner world. The primal fire demon was a powerful fiend god that was born from a devil flame at the beginning of the world. He was born with the ability to control the devil flame and was extremely powerful. The boundless sky-burning demonic fire covered the sky and the earth, shrouding Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do's seemingly boundless 9 underworlds. That peerless demon wanted to refine Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do and his inner world into ashes. 1,000 li away, a group of cultivators nervously watched the changes in the battlefield. On the demonic side, of course, they hoped that the primal fire demon would win because if he defeated Ghost Emperor Fingdu, he would be able to rule the world. For thousands of years, the demonic forces had never been able to charge out of the extreme North Demon region. The extreme North Demon region was a barren land. It was not like the Central Plains that had many heroes. The forces of the evil Tao had been eyeing the great rivers and mountains of the Central Plains for a long time. However, the evil Tao was the greatest enemy of all the cultivators in the world. Buddhism, Taoism, demon, and ghost, the four great forces of the righteous Tao would never allow the forces of the evil Tao to take a step out of the extreme north evil region. Even if they mobilized all the forces of the demonic Tao, it would still be difficult for them to contend against the cultivators of the world. The demonic Tao could only hole up in the far north demon region, not daring to casually set foot in the central plains. But now, with the birth of the primordial fire demon, the demonic Tao forces saw hope. The primordial fire demon was extremely powerful and was definitely the most powerful demon in the world. As long as ghost monarch Fengdu was defeated, the day of the demon descending upon the world would not be far away. The sky-burning demonic fire raged, and the space around it distorted. Under the cover of the terrifying demonic fire, that part of the netherworld realm started to collapse and shrink. Is Ghost Emperor Fengdu going to lose? In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who was standing next to Old Tortoise, said nervously as he watched the heart-palpitating scene in the distance. Old Tortoise gazed at the battle situation ahead and said in a grave voice, "I don't know whether Ghost Emperor Fengdu will lose or not, but at least not now. Ghost Emperor Fengdu won't lose so easily." As if to confirm the words of Old Tortoise, a cold voice came from that part of the netherworld realm shrouded by the sky-burning demonic fire and filled with ghostly chi. "Play the primal chaos." The cold voice spread all over the sky and the earth. Along with the voice, that part of the netherworld realm shrouded by the sky-burning demonic fire released a mighty and violent power. Rumble, that part of the world shook violently. Then, earth, water, fire, and wind, the four most primitive forces that made up the world gushed out from the netherworld realm. That part of the world seemed to have returned to the state of primal chaos before the world was created. Earth, water, fire, and wind, the four great forces surged violently, collided with each other, and merged with each other, turning into an extremely chaotic energy storm. That was the power of primal chaos. Earth, water, fire, and wind, the power of primal chaos derived from these four forces unexpectedly obliterated the sky-burning demonic fire and that part of the primal chaos. So powerful. In the distant sky, Gu Fei witnessed this shocking scene and couldn't utter a single word for a long time. He could feel the aura of primal chaos surging over from the front. He was very familiar with this kind of aura. After all, his inner world was enveloped by the boundless primal chaos that had yet to be created. The old turtle, who was standing next to Gu Fei, stared ahead with a solemn expression on his face, not saying a single word. Acting as the primal chaos, all the cultivators that were witnessing this scene were dumbfounded, as though they had turned into stone statues. Especially those demigod experts, they were so shocked that they couldn't be any more shocked. The legendary great divine technique of primal chaos had unexpectedly appeared in front of their eyes, shaking the souls of countless cultivators. At the same time, they were also horrified. Split open the world. Another cold voice came from the world of primal chaos that shrouded the world. Then, like a mirage, the surging world of primal chaos quickly disappeared, and a part of the netherworld realm shrouded in ghostly chi appeared. Whoosh! The netherworld realm shrouded the sky and the earth, emitting boundless power of heaven and earth that pressed down on the demon body. In the midst of the haze, the cultivators that were watching from 1,000 miles away seemed to see countless white bones emerging from the world of primal chaos, as well as the vague appearance of 100,000 mountains. It was as though a part of the world had descended from the sky. The whole world shook, and endless ghostly chi poured down, turning the area within 1,000 miles into a realm of ghosts. The void was collapsing, the earth was cracking, and the terrifying aura of primal chaos was leaking out from the cracks in the space. At this time, even the primordial fire demon's expression changed. "Who are you?" The primordial fire demon raised his head and looked at the realm of ghosts descending from the sky. Heaven-burning demon fire rushed out of his body and burned toward the sky. Rumble. An energy wave that was countless times more powerful than that of the 100,000 mountains descending from the sky spread out in all directions. Even the cultivators that were 1,000 miles away were affected and had no choice but to retreat. At this time, the primordial fire demon also felt that something was wrong. This guy that was only a remnant soul seemed to be very powerful. Moreover, the other party gave him a familiar feeling. The one that will kill you. Ghost Emperor Fingdu stood in his netherworld realm and attacked outward. This was the magical ability of an expert that possessed an inner world. The power of heaven and earth swept downward, sweeping away everything. However, the primordial fire demon was an innate god after all. His body was comparable to a rare treasure, and it was difficult to damage it. No matter how much the power of heaven and earth from Ghost Emperor Fingdu's inner world attacked him, he was still fearless. The power of heaven and earth was all repelled by the heaven-burning demon fire. Shameless boasting. If you were at your peak, I might have some scruples. But now, you are only a remnant soul. It won't take much effort to kill you, the primordial fire demon said. Then, he punched upward with both fists. Endless demon fire went against the sky and surged toward the world that was suppressing him. Rumble. 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 The whole heaven and earth shook. The netherworld realm, which had been suppressing with endless might, was shaken by the primordial fire demon. The whole ghost realm shook violently. A scalp-numbing sound of ghosts crying and gods wailing came from the netherworld realm, as if there were tens of thousands of ferocious souls howling. Dong! 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 Suddenly, the sound of war drums thundered in that netherworld realm. It was as if a god was beating the heavenly drums. The sound of the drums seemed to be able to spread throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths. Hearing the sound of the war drums, Gu Fei immediately felt his blood boil. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and a 5-colored radiance involuntarily came out of his body. It was as if he wanted to rush forward and fight. Gu Fei wasn't the only one who felt this way. All the cultivators who heard the sound of the war drums were filled with fighting spirit. Their magic power surged, and there was only one thought in their minds: fight. The heaven-shaking drum. That's the heaven-shaking drum. I didn't expect it to be in his hands. The old turtle was shocked. His expression changed several times, as if he was very excited. Beat the war drums, press forward with indomitable will. The old turtle muttered to himself. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the ancient times when there were many strong cultivators. A tall figure was beating a war drum. Behind him were countless warriors wearing battle armor. You. I know who you are. You haven't fallen yet. After hearing the sound of the war drums coming from the netherworld realm, the primordial fire demon seemed to have thought of something terrible. His thousands of feet tall body actually trembled. The undying battle soul that wanders between heaven and earth. Return. In the netherworld realm, Ghost Emperor Fingdu beat an ancient war drum and shouted loudly. His voice spread throughout the sky and the earth. In the southern wasteland, in the depths of the 100,000 mountains, a mountain suddenly collapsed. A divine rainbow soared into the sky, then shattered the void and directly disappeared. In the northern lands, under the abyss of immortals and demons, a roar that shook the heavens and the earth was heard. A phantom rushed out of the abyss of immortals and demons, emitting endless pressure, and went into the depths of the snowy mountains. In the central plains, at Taishan Mountain, at the moment when the war drum sounded, the 9 spiritual mountains shook violently. The entire Taishan sect was suddenly in chaos, and the mountain protecting formation was immediately activated. But it seemed useless. The 9 spiritual mountains were still shaking and shaking as if they were about to collapse. Countless disciples rushed out of their secluded cultivation places, terrified. In the icy green pool in Taishan Mountain, the water in the pool suddenly went against the sky and rushed to the sky. High up in the sky, a figure stepped on the waves and looked toward the north. This was a middle-aged man with long eyebrows, a straight nose, and a pair of black and bright eyes that were frightening. But the most shocking thing was the middle-aged man's momentum. His peerless domineering and majestic posture made the middle-aged man look like a demon god overlooking all living beings. But what was shocking was that between the middle-aged man's chest and abdomen, there was a terrible bloody hole. His body had been pierced through, and the blood in the wound seemed to have not yet coagulated, as if he had just been injured. If Gu Fei were here, he would recognize at a glance that this middle-aged man was the undying body in the cave under the icy green pool. The void trembled for a moment before the heavens and earth shattered. That indestructible body actually walked into the shattered void and disappeared from the face of the heavens and earth. Chapter 388. Dong! 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 The sound of the war drum seemed to come from the 9 heavens and reverberated through the sky and the earth. In this dark night, all the creatures on the Tinglong continent heard the blood-boiling sound of the drums. The world was in chaos. The common people were terrified and all of them woke up from their dreams. However, the cultivators felt that a great change was about to take place in the world. After hearing the sound of the war drums, all the major forces in the world of cultivation gathered their disciples and prepared to deal with the great change. On the Tinglong continent, the ancient ruins, which were known as the Great Ominous Places and were forbidden to be approached by living people, all emitted a powerful aura when the war drum sounded. The sound of the drums seemed to have awakened the undying fighting soul that had been sleeping for thousands of years. The terrible figure that made all the creatures in the world tremble rushed out of the danger zone, broke the void, and disappeared between heaven and earth. Countless cultivators also came out of their secluded cultivation places and turned into divine rainbows, heading toward the northern land. In the northern land, in the endless snowy mountains, the cultivators' blood was boiling, and their fighting spirit was like a rainbow. It seemed that there was a voice in the world that was calling them to fight. Gu Fei stood in the inner world of the old turtle, and his primordial qi surged all over his body. He seemed to hear the endless battle cries in his ears, and he seemed to see an endless battlefield in front of him. Countless soldiers were fighting, and blood was splashing everywhere. Kill! 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 No one knew who was the first to shout out the word kill, but soon after, angry roars came from the mountain. The killing intent and battle intent of countless cultivators gathered into a terrifying aura that caused even the heavens and earth to lose color. All the cultivators of the diabolism were shocked. Whoosh! Someone flew up into the sky and attacked the people of the diabolism. Whoosh! 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 1, 2, 3. Countless rays of light rushed out from the mountains and the clouds, rushing toward the demon monarch of 6 paths and the others. The great figures of the imperial void realm seemed to be affected by the sound of the war drums. Perhaps they were taking advantage of the fact that there were countless righteous cultivators present to gather everyone's strength to exterminate the demonic cultivators present. In short, at this moment, the spearhead of all the righteous cultivators was pointed at the demonic cultivators. 6 paths, I'll fight you. Demon Lord Yellow Dragon brandished the chess piece in his hand and charged toward the blood-red youth in the sky. Rumble. An ancient altar covered in mysterious runes rushed out from the clouds like a primordial divine mountain and pressed down on a tall demonic shadow. The middle-aged scholar had long since retracted the sky-blast hammer that had been sent flying by primordial fire demon, and was engaged in a fierce battle with a mist-like fiend. As the sky-rumbling hammer was swung, thousands of purple lightning bolts tore through the void and bloomed, tearing the demonic shadow apart in an instant. However, this was not enough to destroy the demonic shadow that was like smoke and mist and seemed to have no physical form. The scattered demonic qi quickly gathered again. The demonic shadow condensed once more, emitting boundless demonic might as it pounced at the middle-aged scholar. Swish! 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 A few more terrifying silhouettes with terrifying energy waves rushed out from the dark and joined the battle. The righteous experts who dared to fight against the half-devil all had the cultivation of half-god. They were the big shots who stood at the peak of the cultivation world of the entire Tinglong continent. These people had been watching from the sidelines the entire time and hadn't taken action. But now, they were summoned by the war drums and emitted boundless battle intent as they began a life and death battle with the half-devil. On the devil path side, there were also some half-devils that hadn't taken action yet. At this time, these hidden half-devils also took action. In the sky, 8 demigods were fighting against 7 half-devils. Heaven and earth were flipped upside down, and the sun and moon dimmed. Countless divine abilities and magical arts erupted with terrifying power, shaking heaven and earth. The righteous path's demigods outnumbered the northern devil region's half-devils. Although they had the advantage, it was difficult for them to obtain an overwhelming victory in a short period of time. The demon lord Huang Long fiercely shook the chess piece in his hand. The chess piece emitted a vast energy fluctuation that caused everyone's expression to change. Although it was just a chess piece, it displayed a great power that seemed like it could shatter the entire sky. Demon Monarch 6 Paths, who was fighting him, was sent flying by the chess piece. Samsara of life and death. Taoist Ku Rong stood on the ancient altar and shouted. Boundless life and death chi formed a life and death void that enveloped a half-devil. Roar! The half-devil roared in Taoist Ku Rong's samsara of life and death void. His powerful demonic voice shook the entire life and death void. The half-devil underwent a scalp-numbing transformation in the samsara of life and death void. He was rapidly aging, as if his boundless vitality was being stripped away. His muscles were shrinking, and his skin lost its luster and became wrinkled. It was as if he was going to age in an instant. You want to erase me? Dream on. The half-devil who was trapped in the samsara of life and death void looked like a withered tree that could die of old age at any time. However, as he shouted, a ball of demonic light burst out of his body. His withered muscles quickly expanded, and his skin quickly regained its luster. He no longer aged, and his terrifying demonic body emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that was as powerful as a mountain. Heavenly Devil's Hand. The half-devil directly pressed his palm forward, causing the samsara of life and death void that was formed by the life and death chi to tremble. The huge black hand that emitted a boundless might directly tore a hole in the samsara of life and death void like a hot knife through butter, allowing the half-devil to rush out of the samsara of life and death void. Although the half-devil broke free from the samsara of life and death void, he was still heavily injured. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth, and he looked a little exhausted. The huge black hand also dissipated in the void after breaking free from the samsara of life and death void. Rumble! As soon as the half-devil rushed out of the samsara of life and death void, old Taoist Ku Rong had already stepped on the ancient altar and charged at him with an unstoppable momentum like a giant mountain. Ah! The half-devil roared at the sky and waved his long hair wildly. Heavenly Devil's Hand, shatter the void. He shouted with a ferocious look on his face as he blasted his palm forward. Demonic chi surged out like a surging river and condensed into a huge black hand that was the size of a small mountain. It emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation and blasted at the ancient altar. The black hand shook heaven and earth. The terrifying power that it released caused terrifying cracks to appear in the void in front of the hand. Although the void did not really shatter under the hand, the power of the heavenly devil's hand caused cracks to appear in the void. It was indeed a terrifying demonic technique. Boom! The ancient altar, which was emitting rays of light and was surrounded by mysterious runes, violently collided with the pitch-black hand, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying sound waves almost drowned out the sound of the war drums coming from the netherworld realm. The terrifying energy fluctuation spread in all directions, forming a destructive energy wave. The expressions of the demigods and demons in the surroundings changed, and they quickly retreated to the distance. More runes rushed out of the ancient altar. The tens of thousands of runes seemed to have materialized and exuded an ancient aura. Each rune was like a divine rune, blooming with dazzling brilliance and vast and immeasurable power. The ancient altar of the Taishan sect was definitely a great killing weapon. Under the control of the peerless demigod expert, old Taoist Ku Rong, it displayed great power. The ancient altar directly shattered the heavenly devil's hand and sent the half-devil flying thousands of feet away. The half-devil spat out a large mouthful of blood. His powerful demonic body was almost torn apart by the ancient altar, and he suffered great damage. Old Taoist Ku Rong stepped on the altar, and his body merged with it. He used the ancient divine formation on the altar to communicate with heaven and earth, drawing in the endless essence of heaven and earth. Like an immortal descending to the mortal world, he exuded a powerful aura and chased after the half-devil that was sent flying. The half-devil was shocked. He turned into a demonic light and retreated. The demigods of the righteous path were unparalleled. The demon lord Huang Long, the middle-aged scholar, and old Taoist Ku Rong all suppressed their opponents and gained the upper hand. As for the demonic path's 7 demigods, only the great demon Venerable and the incomparably powerful nameless half-devil had the upper hand in their battle against the other 2 demigods. The other pairs of demigods and demigods that were fiercely fighting were evenly matched, and no one showed any signs of losing. The incomparably powerful nameless half-devil suppressed the other 2 demigods by himself. He was like a true demon that had descended to the world, displaying a terrifying demonic might that made people's hearts palpitate. The war drum was still beating. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew stood in the netherworld realm and beat the war drum. The sound of the drum spread throughout the 3 realms and 6 paths, summoning the undying war souls of the world. However, the heaven-shaking drum didn't only have the function of summoning the undying war souls. The sound of the war drum shook heaven and earth, and the sound of the drum contained great power. Every time the drum sounded, the thousands of feet tall true demon below the netherworld realm would sink into the ground as if it had been struck by lightning. Even the primordial fire demon seemed to be unable to resist the sound of the drum, and was blasted into the ground like a wooden stake. Half of the demon's body had already sunk into the ground, and only the upper part of its abdomen was above the ground. The primordial fire demon seemed to have been completely suppressed, and he roared again and again in the netherworld realm, roar. I didn't expect it to be you, Origin Sky Sect. You didn't die. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew's name is Origin Sky Sect. In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who was standing inside the old turtle's world, asked the old turtle next to him after hearing the news. Origin Sky Sect. I've almost forgotten this name. It's a very old name. The old turtle said with a grave expression. Chapter 389. From the words of the old turtle, Gu Fei learned several important pieces of information. The first was the name of Ghost Emperor Fingdu, Yuan Tianzong. The second was that this Yuan Tianzong was a heaven-defying fighter. The third was that Yuan Tianzong was really an almighty from the distant ages. In the distant ages, when powerhouses stood in great numbers, people with great magical powers and physical strength were as numerous as the carps in the river. However, those who could be called almighty were all extremely talented people who cultivated great magical powers and physical strength. They stood at the peak among the powerhouses. Ghost Emperor Fingdu had a great background. He wasn't like the old turtle, who was trapped in a dangerous formation and sealed in the virtual sky world. He didn't experience the great changes of the distant ages. Ghost Emperor Fingdu, on the other hand, experienced that turmoil and survived hundreds of battles. Even if his physical body turned into dust, a wisp of his battle soul was still unextinguished. His foundation of the great path was destroyed, so he opened another path and created his own path of ghost cultivation. He walked on the supreme ghost path, condensed the lunar true body, rebuilt his foundation of the great path, and became immortal. It had to be said that whether it was in the distant ages, when powerhouses stood in great numbers, or in the current Long continent, Ghost Emperor Fingdu stood at the peak of the world. Such a person, no matter what kind of cultivation path he practiced, would have great achievements if he walked on the path of the strong. He was not a nameless person. Thump. Thump. Thump, beat the war drums, repair my armor, press forward with indomitable will, and kill all demons. An ancient war song came from Ghost Emperor Fingdu's netherworld realm. The solemn and stirring song spread all over the world, making Gu Fei have the urge to cry. A fierce murderous aura spread out from Ghost Emperor Plentiful Du's inner world, spreading between heaven and earth. A part of the netherworld realm shook violently, and illusory ghostly shadows rushed out from below. Countless figures that looked like black smoke appeared behind Ghost Emperor Fingdu. The whole netherworld realm was filled with ghostly aura and murderous aura, making everyone feel extremely heavy. Roar! They're just a bunch of wandering ghosts. What can they do to me? The primordial fire demon, who was suppressed by the war drums and Ghost Emperor Fingdu's 9 underworlds, roared unceasingly. A vast demonic power as vast as the sea surged out from the 1,000 zhang-tall demonic body. Endless sky-burning demonic fire burned against the sky, soaring into the sky. His terrifying demonic body burst forth with terrifying demonic energy. Not only did he manage to resist the power of the netherworld realm, but he also managed to resist the terrifying killing power of the sound coming from the heaven-shaking drum. I will knock all of you out of the ancestral devil realm and make you all die again. The primordial fire demon roared and waved his hands. Demonic patterns that exuded an endless demonic aura appeared on his body, then rushed out of his body and formed a demonic formation above his head. In the name of the devil, summon the ancestral realm. Open! The primordial fire demon roared as 2 beams of pitch-black demonic light shot out of his eyes, piercing through the void. The 2 beams of demonic light shot into the demonic formation formed by the demonic patterns above his head. Then, ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the demonic formation that exuded an endless demonic aura. Rumble. A part of the void collapsed as the demonic formation disappeared into the void. After that, a gigantic black hole appeared in the middle of the collapsing heavens and earth. Within the black hole, a torrential amount of demonic chi gushed out. Terrifying demonic cries that made one's scalp go numb came from the black hole. It was as if there were tens of thousands of demons howling inside the black hole. The heaven and earth shook, and the demonic chi surged. Everyone felt a sense of fear that came from the depths of their souls and shrouded their hearts. The demonic hole expanded, and in an instant, it covered a radius of several hundred miles. An unimaginably powerful demonic power enveloped the whole world. The primordial fire demon, with his supreme demonic might, seemed to have really opened a demonic world. The netherworld realm in the sky shook violently, showing signs of being sucked into the demonic hole. No one knew what was at the end of the black hole, or what kind of evil thing there was. However, the boundlessly ancient and evil aura frightened everyone. Dong! 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 Ghost Emperor Fingdu stood in the netherworld realm and beat his war drum. The war drum shook the heavens, emitting an unfathomable power. The sound of the drum shook the world, and actually resisted the devouring of the demonic hole. Seeing this scene, the old turtle revealed an extremely shocked expression. He muttered to himself, this fire demon was imprisoned in the earth fire vein for millions of years, but he still has the strength to open the legendary ancestral demonic realm. Gu Fei didn't know what the ancestral demonic realm was, but he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. The powerful existences of ancient times were truly terrifying. They could shatter heaven and earth with a flip of their hands, and shake mountains and rivers with a stomp of their feet. This was beyond the scope of his understanding. Bang! 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 At this moment, a powerful aura that caused everyone to tremble surged over from the north. Then, a series of heavy footsteps entered everyone's ears. Every time the footsteps rang out, the ground would tremble. All of the cultivators were incomparably shocked. Another unimaginably powerful figure had arrived. How could this be? In this world, is there really an undying battle soul? Sensing this extremely powerful aura, the old turtle was extremely shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. He was a figure of ancient times, so he naturally knew the consequences of Ghost Emperor Fingdu beating the heaven-shaking war drum. However, in this world, were there other powerful ancient existences? Could they really summon an undying battle soul? The old turtle had a skeptical attitude, but at this moment, the doubts in his heart were dispelled. Such an outcome made it difficult for him to remain calm. The heaven-shaking war drum seemed to have really summoned a terrifying and invincible battle soul. Then, an indomitable giant figure appeared in the northern mountains. Like an ancient giant, the sky above his head and the earth below his feet, he strode toward the battlefield. This was an extremely shocking scene. The earth shook violently with every step the giant took. The highest snow-capped mountain in the north was only as tall as the giant's waist. It was hard to imagine how huge that person was. Who is beating the heaven-shaking war drum? A vast voice came from the north and echoed between heaven and earth. There were constantly peerless experts falling from the sky like meteors. The giant's voice shook heaven and earth. Even though he was standing in the old turtle's inner world, Gu Fei still felt the blood in his chest churning. A true demon actually opened the ancestral demon realm. Damn it! The loud voice came again. Then, the giant figure took a step forward and directly crossed thousands of miles, appearing in the battlefield. This was a middle-aged man as tall as an ancient sacred mountain. He arrived in an instant, and then his big hand directly slammed down on the terrifying demon cave that was still expanding. Rumble, the giant hand shrouded down like a huge mountain. A part of heaven and earth collapsed under his hand. The terrifying demon cave that had already expanded to hundreds of miles in radius was directly shattered. The passage to the ancestral demon realm was forcibly cut off by the giant hand. The passage to the terrifying demon realm was actually erased in the void with a flip of the hand. This giant was unparalleled, and his combat strength was even more unparalleled. Yuan-Tian sect, it's you. You're not dead yet. The man seemed to recognize Ghost Emperor Fingdu and directly called out his name. Then, the man looked down, and two rays of divine light shot out from his eyes, piercing towards the primal fire demon below. In front of this giant, the 1,000-zhang tall primal fire demon was like a child. There was no superfluous words. Demons were the mortal enemy of all cultivators in the world. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived, he attacked the primal fire demon. Humph! The primal fire demon coldly snorted and blocked with his right hand. The two rays of divine light of destruction were directly annihilated by the surging sky-burning demon fire. Then, the primal fire demon's demonic body instantly became incomparably tall. His head reached the sky, and his feet stepped on the ground. His entire body was shrouded in demonic fire, and the space around him was distorted. The sky-burning demon fire seemed to be burning the void, causing it to burn. I didn't expect a demon like you to still be alive. I thought you perished together with the fire god, the man said, his voice shaking heaven and earth. My true demon body cannot be destroyed by heaven and earth. How could the fire god kill me? The primal fire demon said disdainfully. In this world, only demons are revered, he shouted, and his voice shook the sky, causing the entire universe to tremble. The rolling sound waves made all the cultivators feel dizzy. As he shouted, his 10,000 zhang tall demonic body emitted all-encompassing sky-burning demon fire. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black sun. The demonic fire wreaked havoc in heaven and earth, condensing into 10 demonic dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew toward Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man in the netherworld realm. At this time, the battle between the demigod and the demigod gradually moved into the distance. The battle between gods and demons wasn't something they could interfere with. The 5 demonic dragons were like 5 meandering mountain ranges. They broke through Ghost Emperor Fingdu's netherworld realm and crazily tried to devour him. Boom! Ghost Emperor Fingdu beat the war drum. The sound waves formed by the shaking war drum shook the 5 flying demonic dragons violently, and they even showed signs of collapsing. The other 5 demonic dragons coiled around the middle-aged man who was as tall as a primordial divine mountain. Every demonic dragon exuded endless sky-burning demonic flames that enveloped the middle-aged man in terrifying demonic flames. Behind Ghost Emperor Fingdu, there were densely packed soul shadows. They were his 100,000 immortal ghost soldiers. Ghost Emperor Fingdu stopped beating the war drum with his hands and pointed forward. The 100,000 ghost soldiers suddenly rushed forward like a tide and punched forward in unison. Boundless ghostly chi surged forward, shaking the entire netherworld realm. Roars echoed like a tide, and a terrifying storm of energy immediately engulfed the 5 demonic dragons. The 100,000 ghost soldiers joined forces and directly scattered the 5 demonic dragons. Then, they quickly gathered toward Ghost Emperor Fingdu and entered his body. When the 100,000 ghost soldiers entered Ghost Emperor Fingdu's body, Ghost Emperor Fingdu's strength reached its peak. Roar! Ghost Emperor Fingdu faced the sky and roared. The entire netherworld realm shook violently due to his roar, and a terrifying pressure spread out from the netherworld realm. Ghost Emperor Fingdu stepped out of his inner world and directly punched the towering primordial fire demon, whose head seemed to touch the sky. In front of the primordial fire demon, he was as small as an ant. However, under Ghost Emperor Fingdu's punch, heaven and earth collapsed. The void in front of the fist directly turned into primal chaos, and the destructive power rushed toward the primordial fire demon. Bam! Amidst the loud noise, the primordial fire demon blocked the terrifying fist energy of Ghost Emperor Fingdu. However, it could no longer maintain the Dharma idol, and its 10,000 zhang demonic body quickly shrank. Bam! 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 The primordial fire demon retreated 3 steps, causing the ground to crack before stopping. This scene was undoubtedly shocking. The primordial fire demon displayed the heavenly demon idol, revealing its 10,000 zhang demonic body, while Ghost Emperor Fingdu's body was the size of a normal person. Comparing the 2 figures, one was like an elephant, and the other was like an ant. However, what was shocking was that the ant was able to shake the elephant. With the 100,000 ghost soldiers entering his body, Ghost Emperor Fingdu seemed to be infused with endless ghost energy. Every move he made could shatter the void, displaying supreme power. At this time, Ghost Emperor Fingdu definitely had the strength to fight against the primordial fire demon. Break for me! An angry roar was heard. Bam! With a bang, the middle-aged man shattered the 5 demonic dragons wrapped around his body and rushed out of the sky full of demonic flames. His body, which was as tall as a divine mountain, was rapidly shrinking. Although the Dharma idol was powerful, maintaining this state for a long time consumed a large amount of yuan qi. 2 fellows who can't die, I will completely destroy your souls and turn you into ashes. The primordial fire demon said angrily, and the demonic flames in his demonic eyes soared several meters away. As he spoke, the primordial fire demon's hands pulled the void in front of him to 2 sides. The void shattered, and a world shrouded in demonic energy appeared in front of everyone. This was the inner world refined by the primordial fire demon. Ancient almighties, regardless of whether they were righteous or demonic, all had the power to open up a part of the void, evolve the primal chaos, and break apart heaven and earth. The primordial fire demon rushed into his true demon world. There, demonic energy surged and a murderous aura soared into the sky. Vaguely, one could see terrifying demonic shadows looming in this part of the world. It was a demonic world. Chilly winds blew, demonic clouds covered the sky, and thunder was deafening. There were even layers of demonic flames surging between the demonic clouds and the sky. It was indescribably evil and terrifying. The world opened by the primordial fire demon was filled with yin qi. Rolling demonic clouds surged violently as if they were about to overwhelm the earth. A murderous aura filled the world. Shrill demonic howls came from that part of the world. It was as if countless demons were howling in everyone's ears, making their scalps go numb. Rumble, accompanied by the sounds of demonic thunder, the dark sky seemed to be torn apart. Rays of blood-colored light appeared. The primordial fire demon stood in that demonic world. In that pitch-black land that seemed to be soaked in blood, the ground shook violently. Then, the ground under the primordial fire demon collapsed. A pitch-black well spewing demonic energy rose from the ground under the primordial fire demon. This was an extremely evil well. It seemed to be connected to an unimaginable world. From the bottom of the well, there was a power that made everyone's heart palpitate. The power and the aura were even more powerful than that of the primordial fire demon. A terrifying demonic nature spread out from the primordial fire demon's inner world. Cultivators with weaker cultivation felt the demonic nature and immediately felt their supernatural power surge. They found it hard to control and became irritated and even confused. It was as if the evilness in their hearts was being lured out by the demonic nature. Crazy ideas that they didn't dare to think or do usually kept surging in their hearts. This was a sign of the appearance of inner demons. Some cultivators with strong minds were immediately alarmed. They sat down cross-legged and fought against the demonic nature with all their might. Even Gu Fei, who was standing in the old turtle's inner world, felt a wave of irritation and tightness in his chest due to the obstruction of the power of the inner world. "What's going on?" Gu Fei exclaimed. Although the ancient demon had opened up his inner world, Gu Fei couldn't clearly see what was inside. However, it was obvious that the evil aura that made one restless and confused came from the demon's inner world. The old turtle was different from Gu Fei. He had a powerful cultivation of the immortal realm and was also a mighty figure of the primordial demon race. His eyes pierced through the layers of mist and looked into the primordial fire demon's inner world. When he saw the demonic well rising from the primordial fire demon's feet, his expression turned ugly. The old turtle seemed to be afraid of the demonic well. That's the aura of the supreme demon ancestor. Although it's very weak, ordinary living beings would be in danger of being possessed by demons, the old turtle said. That demonic well is strange. The old turtle's expression became extremely solemn. What demonic well? Gu Fei asked. He could only see demonic clouds surging in the inner world in front of him. Demonic shadows were faintly discernible. Even the primordial fire demon didn't know where it was. Affected by the demonic aura from the demonic well, demon monarch of 6 paths and the other half-demons became even more ferocious as if they had eaten a divine elixir. The heavenly demon saber emitted an unprecedentedly intense blood-colored saber light and continuously clashed with the chess piece in Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's hand. The saber was actually on par with Demon Lord Yellow Dragon. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man stood outside the primordial fire demon's inner world and quietly observed the situation. The demonic well made them feel threatened. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the demonic well. Then, a pitch-black arm suddenly reached out from the well. It was an arm bone without a trace of flesh and blood. The pitch-black arm bone was like black divine jade, black and shiny. The skeletal arm grabbed the edge of the demonic well. Then, a series of cracking sounds came from the demonic well. A pitch-black skeleton slowly climbed out of the demonic well. Then, it stood beside the well, stretched its waist, and shook its arms. The skeleton was actually moving its body. The sound of bones and joints rubbing against each other was enough to make one's skin crawl. What surprised Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man was that the demonic aura that terrified all living beings came from the black skeleton that climbed out of the demonic well. Chapter 390. The pitch-black skeleton that crawled out of the well slowly flew into the sky and fused with the primordial fire demon's body. The moment the demon bone fused with the primordial fire demon, the entire true demon world began to tremble. Demon runes appeared on the primordial fire demon's body. Roar! The primordial fire demon roared at the sky. The demon domain shook violently as if it would collapse at any moment. Demonic sounds surged out from his inner world and reverberated between heaven and earth. An extremely powerful evil presence emerged from the primordial fire demon's demonic realm. It was a demonic presence that caused the world to change color and all living beings to tremble. The demon bone that crawled out of the well seemed to contain a great demonic energy. In an instant, the primordial fire demon's strength rose to a terrifying realm, making him unimaginably powerful. Whoosh! An especially bright demon rune appeared between the primordial fire demon's brows. It emitted a dazzling demonic light like a demonic eye, emitting a terrifying energy fluctuation. Haha, with the ancestral bone, your time of death has come. The primordial fire demon laughed loudly and stepped out of his inner world. As if teleporting, he instantly closed in on Ghost Emperor Fingdu and threw a punch at him. The demonic realm behind the primordial fire demon vanished into the world as soon as he emerged. There was no sky-burning demonic fire or powerful demonic energy fluctuation. However, the primordial fire demon's fist was infinitely magnified in Ghost Emperor Fingdu's eyes, giving him a feeling that it was difficult to dodge. Ghost Emperor Fingdu was shocked and hurriedly blocked with both hands. Endless ghostly power surged out from his fingers and an underworld appeared in front of him. Bang! The invincible demonic fist directly shattered the 9 hells that were emitting monstrous power fluctuations, and then the fist slammed into Ghost Emperor Fingdu's arms. Crack! The heart-palpitating sound of bones breaking resounded. Ghost Emperor Fingdu was like a meteorite, tearing through the void and flying thousands of meters away. The middle-aged man's expression changed. After the primordial fire demon fused with the demon bone, his strength seemed to have risen to a terrifying level. Immemorial worlds. The middle-aged man uttered a roar, causing a tremendous force to burst out from his hands, causing the entire place to tremble. Following this, countless independent spaces appeared like miniature worlds, devouring the primordial fire demon. Boundless starlight appeared in each of the voids, and the boundless land was vanishing. It was as if each void was a real world. All the cultivators who witnessed the scene were utterly shocked by such a powerful ability. Rumble. It was as if tens of thousands of small worlds were appearing and vanishing. Boundless power of the heavens and the earth was surging, trying to destroy the primordial fire demon trapped in the countless small worlds with the terrifying power of the heavens and the earth. However, the primordial fire demon's body seemed to be impenetrable even when the illusory worlds were destroyed. He roared angrily in the countless small worlds. The demonic sound shook the entire world. The middle-aged man went all out. Endless worlds appeared, and then they were destroyed. The power of endless worlds was displayed to the extreme, but it still couldn't erase that vicious devil. Whoosh! The demonic rune between the eyebrows of the primordial fire demon emitted a brilliant demonic glow that pierced through the world. Bang! With a loud explosion, the world shattered. The middle-aged man was knocked several thousand zhang away. A trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A demonic figure dashed out from the terrifying energy storm. The true demon is immortal, the demon body will last forever. Who in the world can kill me? The primordial fire demon roared with a domineering aura, his voice echoing across the place. The cultivators were astounded. Is there really no one who can kill this demon? Gu Fei said with a trembling voice. The ancient demon was insanely powerful. Even Emperor Fingdu and the ancient great cultivator with 100,000 ghastly soldiers were unable to resist it. He's bluffing. Even the legendary demon ancestor doesn't dare to say he's undefeatable, let alone the 5 elements primordial demon under the demon ancestor. The old tortoise said disdainfully. He was someone from the ancient times, so he naturally knew some of the secrets of the ancient times. Humph! Suddenly, a chilling snort was heard. Then, two terrifying demonic lights pierced through the void and crossed 1,000 li in an instant. They directly broke into the old tortoise's inner world and swept towards the old tortoise and Gu Fei. Hiss! Gu Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. All the pores on his body contracted, and his hair stood on end. An extremely dangerous aura instantly enveloped him, and his body reacted immediately. The two beams of demonic light were so fast that it was difficult for Gu Fei to dodge them. Just as the two beams of demonic light were about to pierce through his body, a stone turtle shell suddenly emerged from the old tortoise's body and collided with the two beams of demonic light. Bang! Although the stone tortoise shell blocked the two terrifying demonic lights, it was knocked back by a great force and collided with Gu Fei and the old tortoise. Just as the stone tortoise shell was about to hit him, Gu Fei felt his collar tighten. Then, he suddenly flew backward as if he was riding on a cloud. In the air, he saw a figure rushing forward with both hands pushed forward. Bang! The old tortoise pressed his hands on the stone tortoise shell that had been knocked back. He wanted to catch the stone tortoise shell, but the force was too strong. Although the old tortoise tried his best, he still slid back more than 100 feet before stopping. His feet left two deep pits on the ground. Plop! With a loud sound, the old tortoise grabbed Gu Fei and threw him hundreds of feet away. He smashed into the small lake in the inner world, splashing water everywhere. Gu Fei's heart was pounding with fear. From the lake to the shore, he circulated his Xian Qi, and the water vapor on his body was immediately evaporated. He felt the aura of death, and at that moment, death was so close to him. The primordial fire demon suddenly attacked him and the old tortoise. Could it be that the primordial fire demon had stopped his conversation with the old tortoise? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. A big shot of this level could not be judged by common sense. The old tortoise and Gu Fei hurriedly retreated into the distance. "I'll kill you!" A loud roar suddenly rang out. The majestic voice seemed to have come from the 9 heavens. Then, a part of the void suddenly collapsed, and an illusory figure directly stepped out from the void. Bang! After walking out of the void, the figure directly collided with the primordial fire demon's fist. The two flew backward and a part of the void was shaken by the powerful force of the explosion. Another old ghost that won't die. After the primordial fire demon stopped retreating, he once again unleashed an endless amount of demonic power. Surrounded by demonic fire, he attacked the vague figure. The faint and illusory figure that had broken through the void gave off an illusory feeling, as if it wasn't a person of flesh and blood. No one could see the person's appearance clearly, not even Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man. However, the person's aura was incomparably powerful, as if he could fight the primordial fire demon head-on. Kill! Kill! Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man roared and charged at the primordial fire demon together. The two waved their hands repeatedly, unleashing rays of destructive divine light towards the primordial fire demon. The 3 grand cultivators fought the primordial fire demon together. Endless power surged out, causing the entire world to tremble violently. Terrifying spatial cracks constantly appeared in the void. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the others all possessed unfathomable divine arts. This battle was earth-shattering, shattering mountains and rivers, causing countless creatures in the northern lands to tremble in fear. The cultivators in the mountains continuously retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Even the old tortoise's expression changed at this level of battle. On the other side of the battlefield, it had already moved to the snowy mountains thousands of miles away. The demon lord, Yellow Dragon, waved the broken flag and fought fiercely with the demonic monarch of 6 paths in the mountains. The chess pieces danced, and a vast power swept out. The demonic monarch of 6 paths soared into the sky, and the snow-capped mountain under his feet instantly turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Swoosh! The blood-red saber light soared thousands of miles, like a peerless demonic saber. It slashed down at Lord Demon Huang Long below, dyeing the world with a layer of blood. The Sky Demon Saber displayed great power. With one slash, it instantly absorbed the spiritual chi of the world within 100 miles, condensing into a dazzling saber light that tore the sky and earth apart. Lord Demon Huang Long waved the broken flag violently. The broken flag fluttered, and mysterious demonic patterns appeared on it, emitting endless power. It directly swept towards the 1,000-foot-long saber light that was slashing down. The broken flag stretched infinitely, and actually wrapped around the 1,000-foot-long saber light that was descending from the sky. The broken flag shook violently, shattering the 1,000-foot-long saber light, and then swept towards the demon monarch of 6 paths in the sky. Swoosh! 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 The blood of the demon monarch of 6 paths danced wildly, and he fiercely slashed down 3 times. 3,000-foot-long saber lights cut through the void, meeting the broken flag that was sweeping up. The world shook, and the color of blood illuminated the world. The 3 saber lights were like 3 destructive demonic lights, and they instantly collided with the broken flag. Boom! 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 Along with the loud noise, the demon monarch of 6 paths used all his strength to slash down 3 times, and only then was he able to block the broken flag that was sweeping up. Although it was only a broken flag, it was still a precious treasure. Although it was incomplete and couldn't display the true power of the demon flag, it seemed to be able to suppress the Sky Demon Saber. The Sky Demon Saber was known as the world's #1 demonic saber. There weren't many treasures that could suppress the Sky Demon Saber, but it was obvious that the broken flag in the Demon Lord Yellow Dragon's hand was one of them. After blocking the attack of the broken flag, the Demon Monarch of 6 paths quickly retreated. The Demon Lord Yellow Dragon waved the broken flag in his hand and soared into the sky, chasing after the Demon Monarch of 6 paths. The two of them were very fast, and in a short while, they disappeared into the mountains. The other pairs of demigods and demonic demons who were fighting also fought in the distance, as if they wanted to stay away from the battlefield between the ancient demon and ghost emperor Fingdu. Old Taoist Ku Rong stepped on the ancient altar that was shrouded in a multicolored light as he chased after a tall devil's shadow and charged deep into the snow mountain. The middle-aged scholar and the other faint devil's shadow vanished into the northern horizon as well. The others also stayed away from the battlefield between the ancient almighties and the ancient demon. The 3 ancient almighties were fighting the primordial fire demon, and they continuously used their divine laws and divine powers. Rays of strong light illuminated the world, and the mighty power formed a terrible destructive storm that wreaked havoc in the world. Mountains collapsed one after another, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. The battle was extremely intense. Rumble, the primordial fire demon opened up his inner world, and a demonic realm enveloped the world. It emitted an endless evil demonic aura, and it tried to devour the 3 ancient almighties. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man fiercely charged into the demonic realm, trying to destroy it. However, inside the demonic realm, there was a demonic well that emitted endless demonic aura, and it emitted an unfathomable force that stopped the demonic realm. Not only were Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the middle-aged man unable to destroy the primordial fire demon's inner world, they were almost trapped inside. They barely managed to break through the void and escape from the demonic realm. During this process, the faint and mysterious figure used a great divine ability to stop the primordial fire demon. Otherwise, Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the others would not have been able to escape from the demonic realm so easily. Although the mysterious figure used a great divine ability to stop the primordial fire demon, he was still at a disadvantage. The 3 ancient almighties fought the primordial fire demon together, but they were only able to maintain a stalemate, which shocked everyone. So powerful! Were all the demons of the ancient times so powerful? Gu Fei said in disbelief. The 3 almighties were still unable to suppress the ancient demon. It was difficult to imagine how powerful and terrifying the ancient demon was. Humph! It's not as terrifying as you think. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the others seem to have suffered unimaginable injuries. Their cultivation base is no longer comparable to their peak, Old Tortoise said. However, at that moment, the sky to the south suddenly began to tremble. Then, like glass, the sky began to shatter. A stalwart figure walked out from the shattered void. As soon as that person appeared, a domineering aura of a powerhouse immediately spread out. The person who broke through the void was a middle-aged man. His long black hair casually draped over his shoulders. He had a bronze-colored face, long eyebrows that reached his temples, and a pair of black, bright eyes that sent chills down one's spine. However, the most shocking thing was the middle-aged man's aura. His unparalleled domineering aura and his disdainful demeanor made him look like a demon overlooking all living beings. This kind of unrivaled and domineering aura shocked everyone present. However, to everyone's astonishment and disbelief, there was a bloody hole in the middle-aged man's chest. His body had been pierced through by someone, causing him to be severely injured. The blood that seeped out from the bloody wound had yet to coagulate. Chapter 391. The middle-aged man who had appeared from the shattered void displayed the aura of a cultivator who looked down on the world. He took a step forward and directly broke through the layers of demonic fire. He appeared directly in front of the primordial fire demon and blasted out a punch. Heaven and earth trembled under his fist. Terrible spatial cracks spread out. A part of the world collapsed under his fist. The shattered world suddenly swallowed up the primordial fire demon with unparalleled demonic power. Every single move he made caused the heavens and the earth to collapse, and he transformed an area of space into chaos. The might of this punch shook the heavens and the earth, and it instantly deterred everyone. Ghost Emperor of Fingdu, the middle-aged man, and the mysterious figure all dodged. Rumble, in the shattered world, there was a shocking sound like a raging sea and a raging tide. The power of destruction surged, squeezed, and rolled. This domineering middle-aged man, with just one punch, knocked the primordial fire demon, who had fused with the demon bone, into the chaotic void. This, how could it be him? In the distant sky, Gu Fei, who was standing in the inner world of the old turtle, could not help but be stunned when he saw this scene. He was no stranger to this middle-aged man. He was the mysterious indestructible body in the mysterious cave under the icy pool of azure waters at Taishan Mountain. It was hard to imagine that the indestructible body, who had existed for countless years and whose flesh was still indestructible, would suddenly appear in the northern land. This made Gu Fei's mind instantly go blank. Why would a person who should have been dead for countless years appear in front of him? No one could answer Gu Fei. He faintly felt that there must be a great secret behind this. Do you know this person? Seeing the expression on Gu Fei's face, it was the old turtle's turn to be surprised. This middle-aged man, whose chest and abdomen had been pierced, seemed to be a terrible warrior. There was no magic, no magic. It was just a punch, but it directly shattered the void. Only a terrible warrior could do this. The indestructible body seemed to have unimaginable power. It was not at the same level as the indestructible body that he had refined into an incarnation. I don't recognize him, but I've seen him before. Didn't he die countless years ago? Gu Fei said, his voice trembling. He couldn't help but think of the yin-yang fish jade pendant he obtained from the indestructible body. The yin-yang fish jade pendant had brought him great opportunities, allowing him to make several breakthroughs on the path of martial arts. It could be said that without the yin-yang fish jade pendant, there would be no Gu Fei today. However, the yin-yang fish jade pendant contained a wisp of the mysterious man's remnant soul. The yin-yang fish jade pendant was not ownerless. Now, the yin-yang jade pendant was in the chaotic zone of Gu Fei's inner world. The mysterious man was in seclusion to reconstruct his body. Absorbing endless primal chaos chi to reconstruct his physical body, the mysterious person in the yin-yang fish jade pendant was likely a world-shaking figure from the ancient times. This person is very terrifying. He has already glimpsed the great Tao of martial arts. Such a person is difficult to deal with. The old tortoise's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. The great Tao of martial arts. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He walked the path of martial arts and cultivated the great Tao of martial arts. When he saw the indestructible body shattering the rift with a single punch, he was filled with hope and yearned for the path of martial arts. The great Tao of martial arts was not weaker than any other great Tao. A peerless cultivator was unparalleled and dominated the world, a figure that stood at the peak of the world. That indestructible body was incomparably domineering. Its fists shattered the void, and it appeared in an incomparably shocking manner, directly smashing the primordial fire demon into the chaotic void. However, despite receiving such a powerful attack, the primordial fire demon was still indestructible. Rumble, the rift shattered by the indestructible body shook violently. The chaotic turbulence emitted a terrifying demonic aura that caused everything in the world to tremble. Pitch-black demonic flames surged in the chaotic rift. The primordial fire demon roared furiously, as if he was in great danger. However, the primal chaos force was unable to destroy him. The chaotic rift was shrinking. The primordial fire demon was about to be sealed inside. Whoosh! Just as the primal chaos void was about to close, a resplendent demonic light pierced through the void like a pitch-black bolt of lightning. Following that, a demonic figure charged out from the primal chaos void that was about to close. Although the primordial fire demon was knocked into the chaotic rift, he was not destroyed by the chaotic force. However, his body was covered in blood, making him look extremely miserable. Roar! The primordial fire demon roared at the sky. Its long, fire-like body danced wildly, and a terrifying demonic aura swept across the sky and earth. The demonic patterns on its body became denser, especially the one in the middle of its eyebrows. It shone with a terrifying demonic light, as if a terrifying demonic eye had opened. Boundless black light completely enveloped the sky. It was the sky-incinerating demon fire that was said to be able to burn the world. It swept in all directions, engulfing everyone within it. The primordial fire demon roared crazily. Its muffled voice soared into the sky and traveled for 1,000 li. It shocked the snowy mountains in the distance, causing violent avalanches and rumbling noises. The mysterious demonic rune on its forehead displayed great power. Rays of terrifying demonic light swept in all directions, piercing through Ghost Emperor Fingdu's group. Several cries of surprise came from the area engulfed by the sky-incinerating demon fire. Ghost Emperor Fingdu's group seemed to be in great danger. Several rays of demonic light shot out from the demon fire. Several mountains 1,000 li away were instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the earth. The cultivators who were watching the battle on the mountain peak were also instantly killed along with the collapse of the mountain peak. The other cultivators were shocked to see this. Countless cultivators then retreated even further away. They did not want to be caught up in the battle. One hand covers the sky. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the demon fire. Following it, a giant golden hand broke through the layers of demon fire and expanded endlessly, shrouding the entire place. The giant golden hand broke through the demon fire and soared into the sky, before descending like 100,000 mountains. The demon fire that filled the sky dissipated like snow under the giant hand, revealing a few figures inside. Rumble, the golden hand descended upon the primordial fire demon, sealing the space around it. Every finger was as large as a mountain, and destructive power surged from the palm. Sky-covering hand. You're the successor of the martial progenitor? The primordial fire demon yelled. The demonic energy in his body surged violently, as if endless demonic energy was gathering between his brows. As he spoke, whoosh! The mysterious demonic mark between his eyebrows shot out a terrifying demonic light that pierced through the huge golden hand that was enveloping him. Wherever the demonic light passed, the rift shattered and the world was torn apart. Bam! The giant golden hand collided with the destructive demonic light, causing the world to shake violently. The destructive demonic light that could even pierce through the rift couldn't penetrate the giant golden hand and shattered under it. Although the two demonic lights didn't penetrate the giant golden hand, the descending momentum of the giant golden hand was hindered. The giant hand paused in the air for a moment before continuing to descend. However, the primordial fire demon took advantage of the moment when the giant golden hand paused to turn into a demonic light and rushed out from under the giant hand. Whoosh! 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 Ghost Emperor Fingdu, the middle-aged man, and the mysterious man shrouded in a layer of mist moved quickly in the air, pressing towards the primordial fire demon from three directions. Ha! Come on, let's attack together. There's nothing to fear. The primordial fire demon's battle intent surged. After fusing with the demonic bone that crawled out of the well, he was extremely powerful. He feared nothing. The giant golden hand disappeared in the void, and the domineering figure of the indestructible body slowly descended from the sky. The aura of an expert that looked down on the world was completely revealed. Boom! 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 At this moment, three loud explosions suddenly came from the east, west, and north. Then, the three voids suddenly shattered, and three incomparably powerful auras came from the shattered voids. Then, three figures stepped out from the void. To be able to travel through the void and move through the void, only people with great magical powers and strength could do that. Three terrifying auras filled the sky. The cultivation of the newcomers was heaven-defying, and they weren't any weaker than Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the indestructible martial body. The ancient battle souls summoned by the sky-shaking war drum finally arrived. The three battle souls stood in the void, emitting endless battle intent and murderous intent. Roar! 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 The three faint and illusory battle souls emitted strong spiritual waves and roared at the sky. Although they didn't really roar, the roar directly affected the minds of all the cultivators, shaking their divine souls. The indestructible battle souls were immortal. There was no doubt that in the past, these three great experts were all warriors who dared to fight with the world. Even if they died, their remnant souls were still immortal. Such figures were very terrifying and difficult to understand. Although they died, they didn't really die. Perhaps one day, they would be able to reappear in the world. How is this possible? The sky-shaking war drum really summoned the supreme experts of the past. The old tortoise was inexplicably shocked, and his eyes widened as he spoke in a trembling voice. He and Gu Fei had already retreated far away, but they were still watching the battlefield in front of them closely. Do you know them? Gu Fei, who was standing next to the old tortoise, asked. He knew that the old tortoise seemed to be a ruthless character in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured by the master of the virtual sky world and sealed in the ultimate formation. I don't have any contact with them, but I've heard of them, the old tortoise said. He actually recognized the three terrifying battle souls that broke the void. At this time, the three indestructible battle souls walked directly in the void. Their faint and illusory figures emitted a powerful and terrifying aura, and the void under their feet cracked. The three supreme experts of the past moved toward the primordial fire demon, who was surrounded by Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the others. They were like three ancient sacred mountains moving, giving people an incomparably powerful and oppressive feeling. Chapter 392. The three undying battle souls tore through the void and arrived at the primordial fire demon. The three ethereal figures exuded a terrifying energy wave. Although they were only remnant souls, they were so powerful that even the primordial fire demon paled. In addition to Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the other three supreme experts, there were already 7 supreme experts gathered in the boundless snowy mountains of the north. They only had one goal, and that was to kill the primordial fire demon that had just escaped. The power of the ancient great beings was difficult to measure. The 7 great unmatched experts' conditions were worrisome. None of them were at their peak. Some of them only had a strand of ruined soul left, some had their bodies pierced through, and some had a large half of their cultivation removed. They were all undying battle souls that had survived countless trials and tribulations. At this time, the east had brightened. A new day was coming and the night was about to pass. In the endless snow mountains, the 7 supreme experts unleashed their auras and pressed toward the primordial fire demon. Boundless energy surged between the heavens and the earth. The power of the 7 supreme experts formed a terrifying domain that sealed off a part of the world and trapped the primordial fire demon within, cutting off all his escape routes. Do you think you can kill me like this? What a joke! The primordial fire demon remained calm in the face of the 7 supreme experts. Whoosh! The mysterious demonic pattern in the center of the primordial fire demon's forehead shot out a demonic light that pierced through one of the ethereal battle souls. He was testing the battle soul. The fighting soul raised his smoke-like right hand, which looked as if it could dissipate in the empty space at any time, and pressed it forward. An unfathomable power seeped out from his palm and the empty space in front of his palm instantly shook violently. A ray of divine light suddenly appeared and surged forward violently. The demonic light was annihilated in a boundless divine light. This indestructible war soul had displayed great combat power. Humph! The primordial fire demon only sneered and opened up his inner world. In the sky, a world filled with surging demonic aura and murderous aura appeared. Without hesitation, the primordial fire demon charged into the inner world and stood above the demonic well at the center of the inner world. He activated his demonic arts and absorbed demonic energy. Endless devil chi gushed out of the well and entered the primordial fire demon's body. It was as if the devil's well was connected to a source of devil's power. The primordial fire demon continued to devour the demonic chi gushing out of the well, and the demonic patterns on its body gradually increased. The demonic pattern in the center of its forehead shone with a demonic light as dazzling as a black sun. He was gathering his strength. The 7 mighty figures had sealed off a part of the world with their supreme power. Even the primordial fire demon, who had fused with the demon bone, could not break through the power of the seal. He wanted to increase his power, and the devil well in his inner world could provide him with an endless supply of devil power, which would greatly increase his power. Everyone saw this and knew primitive fire demon's intentions. Therefore, the indestructible body moved first. He broke through the void and rushed into primitive fire demon's inner world, throwing a palm at him. A vast power surged out from his hand, instantly forming a huge golden hand, which moved towards the primordial fire demon's seal. The energy fluctuations coming from the giant hand made people's hearts palpitate. Rumble, the primordial fire demon's inner world was shaking violently. The imperishable body in the mysterious cave beneath the icy pool of azure lake of Taishian Mountain was so powerful that it shook the entire inner world of primordial fire demon with one palm. Primitive fire demon was one of the 5 elements' original devils. It was an ancestor devil of fire that was born from the 5 elements evil chi in the world at the beginning of the world. It had great magical powers, and even though it had been sealed in the fire veins of the earth by the fire god for countless years, it could not be completely destroyed. His inner world had been refined for countless years and could be said to be extremely stable and strong. But at this moment, it was shaken by the indestructible body. The golden hand grew infinitely larger, covering the world. It seemed that the entire inner world was covered by the giant hand, and primitive fire demon had nowhere to hide. The indestructible body under the icy lake of Azure Mountain used the legendary sky-covering hand. This was a famous martial arts battle technique in ancient times. The giant golden hand covered the sky, and it was indeed worthy of its name. Swoosh! When the giant golden hand was in front of him, a pitch-black skeleton rushed out from the body of the primitive fire demon and faced the giant golden hand directly. The pitch-black skeleton pushed its bony hands forward. Bam! The entire inner world trembled violently. Following that, the gigantic golden hand actually crumbled apart. Rays of golden chi shot out in all directions like golden meteors that filled the sky. The devil ancestral bone displayed a terrifying strength. It directly broke through the heaven-shrouding palm, passed through the energy storm that exploded, and flew towards the indestructible body. There was no soaring demonic aura, no soul ripples, and no terrifying energy ripples. The ancestral devil bone seemed to be a dead object. But in the eyes of the supreme expert, the danger he felt from the ancestral devil bone seemed to be more terrifying than that of the primitive fire demon. The ancestral devil bone was extraordinary. The indestructible body retreated, and the black skeleton chased after it. In an instant, it closed in on the indestructible body, and a pair of bone claws tore at the indestructible body. The crystal-clear bone claws that were like black divine jade seemed to glow with a layer of dark light, but there were no energy ripples. The indestructible body was taken aback, and it blocked with both hands. Bam! The indestructible body's arms clashed with the ancestral devil bone's bone claws, and then flew out of the primitive fire demon's inner world. The ancestral devil bone did not chase after it. Within the primitive fire demon's inner world, the ancestral devil bone seemed to possess unfathomable power. However, the ancestral devil bone did not dare to walk out of the inner world. It seemed to have some misgivings. The ancestral devil bone had crawled out of the demonic well, and the source of its power was most likely the demonic well. The closer it was to the demonic well, the more powerful the ancestral devil bone would be. At this time, the primitive fire demon was already sitting cross-legged above the demonic well. It circulated its demonic arts, and continuously absorbed the demonic power gushing out of the demonic well. The aura coming from its body gradually grew stronger. It had been sealed under the earth-fire vein for thousands of years, and the power of the earth-fire vein had been wearing down its strength day and night, greatly damaging the primitive fire demon's vitality. It wanted to refine the power of the demonic well to increase its strength, and then kill the powerful enemies outside. After the indestructible body was blasted out of the primitive fire demon's inner world by the ancestral devil bone, an illusory battle soul emitted a terrifying energy ripple, and tried to rush into the demonic domain. However, the demon bone stubbornly defended the inner world and forced the fighting soul shadow to retreat. The powerful fighting soul returned empty-handed. Eternal world. Shatter spacetime. The mysterious middle-aged man once again displayed his great divine power. As he shouted, countless small worlds appeared in the void. The countless small worlds continued to appear and then be destroyed, forming a terrifying destructive force that surged towards the primitive fire demon's inner world. The destruction of worlds and the shattering of spacetime. This was a terrifying power. The mysterious middle-aged man exerted his full strength, and even a perfect grand world was obliterated by this power. Rumble, when the destructive world and the destructive spacetime collided with the primitive fire demon's inner world, the terrifying destructive force directly shattered a corner of the demonic domain. It was as if two worlds were colliding. The demonic domain was collapsing, and the void was gradually turning into chaos. The chaos turbulence caused thousands of spatial cracks to appear in the vast heaven and earth. One hand to cover the sky. The indestructible body also struck out a heaven-covering palm. The golden palm covered the sky and the earth, and expanded infinitely. With boundless power, it struck down at the demonic domain. The power of a supreme martial artist was extremely powerful, and it shook the heavens and earth. The demonic domain shook violently under the mountain-like palm, as if it could collapse at any time. Almost at the same time, Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the other four supreme martial artists struck at the same time. They struck out terrifying god rules and powerful divine powers at the demonic domain. The seven supreme martial artists wanted to destroy the primordial fire demon's inner world. If the 7 supreme martial artists could really destroy the primordial fire demon's inner world, then even if the primordial fire demon didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. The 7 supreme martial artists had experienced the great changes of heaven and earth in the Archean age, and their strength was no longer the same as before. However, when the 7 of them joined forces, they could definitely turn a part of the heaven and earth into chaos. Boundless power surged, and the primordial fire demon's inner world shook violently. The demonic domain was shaking, and the pitch-black ground constantly cracked with bottomless cracks. The mountains were collapsing, and the pitch-black lake water rushed into the sky with countless black bones. It was as if doomsday had arrived. This was an extremely shocking scene. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded, and their minds went blank. The means of the 7 ancient supreme martial artists had exceeded the scope of everyone's imagination. Even the legendary immortals and deities did not have such a frightening cultivation. Needless to say, the cultivation of the ancient supreme martial artists had long surpassed the immortals and reached an unimaginable level. They had the strength to kill immortals and immortals. Just as the demonic domain was about to be destroyed by the 7 supreme martial artists, the demonic well under the primordial fire demon suddenly shook. Then, the demonic domain that was about to collapse froze. The frightening power that could shatter time and space could no longer move the demonic zone in the slightest. The sky-encompassing palm, martial arts technique was sent flying into the sky when it landed on the demonic zone. The attacks of the other supreme martial artists were also ineffective. The primordial fire demon's inner world became extremely stable and sturdy in an instant. All the attacks could no longer move the demonic domain. That demonic well only trembled slightly, yet it was able to dissolve the attacks of the 7 almighties. Everyone was astonished by this. Chapter 393. The 7 grand cultivators continued to attack with terrifying divine abilities and magical arts. The destructive power shrouded the entire demon domain, but it could no longer shake the terrifying demon domain that was filled with demon chi and demon roars. The demonic well in the primordial fire demon's inner world contained an unfathomable demonic power. It stabilized the demonic domain that was on the verge of collapse. No matter how hard the 7 supreme experts attacked, they couldn't break the domain. Everyone was shocked, and the 7 grand cultivators were inexplicably furious. The 7 of them working together was enough to break a part of the void in the great world, let alone the primordial fire demon's inner world. That demon well. In the distant sky, the old turtle was extremely nervous. He almost rushed forward several times, but he held back in the end. Although he had the powerful cultivation of a quasi-immortal, it was not enough in front of those ancient grand cultivators. With his current state, it was difficult for him to intervene in a battle of that level. Even the old turtle, a demon clan grand cultivator from the ancient era, knew many ancient secrets, but he did not know the origin of the evil and terrifying demon well in the primordial fire demon's inner world. The power displayed by the demon well was shocking. It constantly spewed out rolling demon chi, and a trace of the most ancient, most terrifying, and purest demon essence spread out from the demon well. It was an unimaginably evil aura, as if it had existed before the heavens and earth were created. It was the source of all evil in the heavens and earth, causing everything in the heavens and earth to tremble in fear. When everyone felt the demon essence, they felt a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if there was something terrifying lurking in the demon well that made everything in the heavens and earth tremble in fear. Standing in the old turtle's inner world, Gu Fei was also frightened. The demon essence from the demon domain in front of him seemed to be very similar to the demon essence that enveloped the entire northern demon domain. Gu Fei vaguely felt that there might be some kind of connection between the two. The demonic energy could turn a person into a demon and trigger the inner demons in a cultivator's heart. Even though Gu Fei was at the 6th sky of the ascended realm, he still felt restless and terrifying thoughts kept appearing in his mind. He felt an indescribable threat, an indescribable danger. That demonic nature was eroding his mind, corroding his mind, making him feel like a great catastrophe was about to befall him. Rumble, up in the sky, outside the demonic realm, 7 powerful beings unleashed their own abilities, unleashing endless destructive power that completely drowned out the demonic realm. If it weren't for the evil, terrifying, and mysterious well, the primordial fire demon's inner world would have been destroyed by the 7 powerful beings. Even if a supreme expert of this level hid in his inner world, he would still be able to blast his inner world out of the void. Rumble, a part of the void suddenly shattered, and a world filled with ghostly aura appeared. Seeing that it was difficult to destroy the primordial fire demon's demonic realm, Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew opened his inner world, and the netherworld realm expanded between heaven and earth. It was an endless space with ghostly shadows colliding and ghostly cries. Amidst the endless ghostly aura, there seemed to be countless skeletons and ghostly shadows. At the center of the netherworld realm, surrounded by mountains, there seemed to be a netherworld blood sea rolling and surging. In the center of the blood sea, there was a towering pitch-black altar. The altar exuded an ancient and gloomy aura, surrounded by ghostly aura, making one's heart palpitate. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew rushed into the netherworld realm, flying toward the faintly discernible blood sea, and then landed on the altar that was surrounded by ghostly aura. At this time, the other 6 supreme experts also knew that it was difficult to break the primordial fire demon's inner world. Therefore, someone directly opened his inner world and stood in it, controlling a part of the heaven and earth to collide with the demonic realm. 2 inner worlds appeared between heaven and earth one after another, covering the void within a radius of 1,000 miles. The 2 inner worlds emitted endless power of heaven and earth, colliding with the demonic realm and suppressing it. The 2 supreme experts stood in the inner worlds, unleashing endless power of heaven and earth, crushing forward. It was a battle between the inner worlds. The mighty power of heaven and earth was unparalleled. The 2 inner worlds shrouded in all directions, pressing down on the demonic realm at the same time. The demonic realm was finally shaken. As for the 3 illusory undying battle souls and the undying body, they didn't have inner worlds. They could only display great magical abilities, magical techniques, and battle skills, bombarding the demonic realm continuously. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew didn't control the inner worlds to attack the demonic realm. He landed on the sacrificial altar in the Sea of Blood, where there was an ancient war drum. It was unknown what the war drum was made of. The surface of the drum was covered with pitch-black scales, which seemed to be the leather armor of some beast. The body of the drum was made of wood. The wood was black and yellow in color, and it was full of wormholes, as if it was about to rot. It was a very ordinary drum, less than 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters in height. However, it gave off an ancient aura. It was definitely a very ancient war drum. Dong! The ancient war drum emitted a terrifying sound that shook the world. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to be able to penetrate the 3 realms and 6 paths, ignoring the barrier of the void, and reach everyone's ears. Ghost Emperor Plentiful Dew beat the ancient war drum once again. A tragic and stirring aura immediately spread out from that part of the netherworld realm. Aside from the sound of the drums, everyone could faintly hear the cries of countless people shouting and killing. When the sound of the drum resounded, the surging ghostly energy that shrouded the netherworld realm immediately dissipated, revealing a sea of blood in the endless mountain range below. The sea of blood surged, and the waves of blood surged. The blood-like waves of blood rushed high into the sky, emitting an endless and terrifying aura. Among the waves of blood, one could see eerie white bones. The sky-shaking war drum could shake a perfect heaven and earth, and it could also shake an inner world refined by a supreme almighty. The war drum rumbled, and the terrifying invisible sound waves that shook the heaven and earth, under the control of Ghost Emperor Fingdu, all spread towards the demon domain. Rumble, the invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum directly spread into the demonic realm. The demonic realm immediately surged with demonic energy, shook violently, and collapsed mountains. The primordial fire demon, who was sitting cross-legged above the demonic well and constantly absorbing and devouring the demonic energy, could no longer remain calm. The killing power of the sky-shaking war drum made him feel threatened. Endless demonic energy gushed out of the demonic well and entered the body of the primordial fire demon. The primordial fire demon was completely shrouded by the demonic energy. The demonic energy of the demonic well seemed to be endless. The vast demonic energy emitted a terrifying demonic aura, which was continuously absorbed by the primordial fire demon's body. His aura grew stronger, and the fluctuations of his power became more intense. The primordial fire demon was sealed under the earth fire vein by the ancient fire god for countless years. The fire of the earth continuously consumed the true demonic energy of this terrifying ancient demon day and night. This kind of terrifying ancient demon that was born at the beginning of the world was very difficult to destroy. Just as the primordial fire demon said, his demonic body had existed since time immemorial, and heaven and earth couldn't bury him. This wasn't a lie. To kill this ancient demon, a special method was needed. Dong! The sound of the sky-shaking war drum ignored the obstruction of the power of heaven and earth and directly penetrated into the demonic realm. The invisible killing power of the sound immediately shattered a small part of the world. The primordial fire demon, who was sitting cross-legged above the demonic well, seemed to have received a great impact. His demonic body shook violently, and the thick demonic energy around him almost scattered. Kill! Kill! The two supreme experts controlled their inner worlds and kept colliding into the demonic realm. This was a battle between three inner worlds. The indestructible body and the three battle souls hurriedly retreated to the side. Rumble, in the two inner worlds, the mountains and rivers were constantly collapsing, turning into the most primitive state of chaos. With this kind of unfathomable power, the demon realm was shaken. The edge of the demonic realm was also collapsing. The pitch-black earth kept cracking, and the towering mountains and the demonic clouds kept collapsing. The three inner worlds were violently colliding and squeezing. In addition to the invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum, even the demonic well and the primordial fire demon's inner world couldn't dissolve such a huge force. The heaven and earth shook, and the pitch-black earth cracked again. The edge of the demonic realm kept collapsing. Demonic chi surged, and dust rose into the sky. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the pitch-black demonic chi above the demonic well. Then, a 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow appeared in the demonic realm, its head reaching the sky and its feet on the ground. At the same time, the demonic well, which exuded a terrifying demonic nature, was also shaking. Endless demonic power gushed out from the demonic well. The mysterious power that spread out was trying to freeze the entire demonic realm. However, the earth was still cracking, and the demonic soil rose high into the sky. It was as if doomsday had arrived. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow was just an illusory shadow, but it exuded a terrifying wave that made everything in the world tremble. It was as if a peerless great demon king had awakened. The two mountain-like hands of the demonic shadow smashed toward the two inner worlds that kept colliding outside the demonic realm. Endless demonic chi and rolling demonic clouds surged in front of his hands. Rumble, the two illusory demonic hands exuded a powerful force that shook the void. Under the cover of the demonic hands, cracks in the space kept appearing. Bang! Bang! Like two primordial demonic mountains, the two incomparably huge demonic hands directly collided with the two inner worlds that were colliding with the two almighties. The two inner worlds suddenly shook violently. The mountains and earth kept collapsing, and the mountains were razed to the ground. Destructive energy waves spread out, and the void collapsed, turning into chaos. Chapter 394. Rumble, heaven and earth were collapsing, and the dust turned into chaos. The two huge demonic palms directly shook two small worlds. It was an extremely shocking scene. Inside the primordial fire demon's world, the 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow appeared and displayed a terrifying magical ability. The inner worlds of the two supreme experts were repelled by the two demonic palms. The two small worlds suffered different degrees of damage, and each had a small area of the void shattered. The two supreme experts were shocked, and hurriedly controlled their inner worlds to retreat. The rumbling sounds were incessant, as if two worlds were moving. The demonic hand that was as large as a mountain gradually dimmed after blocking the two small worlds that were crashing towards it. In the end, it dissipated between heaven and earth. Dong! 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 Ghost Emperor Fingdu stood on the altar of the netherworld realm, beating the sky-shaking war drum. The invisible killing power of the sound spread out from the netherworld realm, directly penetrating the primordial fire demon's inner world. The 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow's illusory body trembled 3 times, and the demonic chi surged. The figure condensed from endless demonic energy was unexpectedly collapsing. Dong! Another earth-shaking drum sound came from the netherworld realm, directly attacking the 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow that was collapsing in the demonic domain. The invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum instantly shattered the 10,000-meter-tall demonic shadow, and a tall demonic body rushed out from the surging demonic chi. What a good origin heaven sect, what a good sky-shaking war drum. The primordial fire demon stood in the demonic domain, his whole body burning with demonic fire, and his long hair that looked like it could burn the heavens danced crazily. Dong! 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 The sound of the drum that shook the heavens and the earth was continuously transmitted from the netherworld realm, directly into the demon realm, and headed toward the primordial fire demon. This was the invisible killing power of the sky-shaking war drum, and it was even more terrifying than the various great magical abilities, techniques, and battle skills of the great existences. The entire demon area was shaking and ripples visible to the naked eye spread out. The primal fire demon's body shook violently and he stumbled backward. Demon blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The demonic well in the demonic domain shook repeatedly, emitting a boundless evil and fiendish aura, completely dispelling the killing power of the sound that spread into the demonic domain. That evil devil well seemed to be able to contend against the legendary ancient divine item, the sky-shaking war drum. It was extraordinary. The vast and unfathomable power emanating from the devil well actually caused the devil domain to gradually calm down. The primordial fire demon's inner world was already extremely stable and sturdy. Now that the demonic well was in the inner world, not even the 7 supreme experts could break it apart. However, only Ghost Emperor Fingdu's sky-shaking war drum could shake the impregnable demon domain. Dong! 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 The sound of the sky-shaking war drum reverberated between the heaven and earth, completely ignoring the barrier of the heaven and earth power of the inner world, and reverberated throughout the inner world. Gu Fei stood in Old Tortoise's inner world. When he heard the sound of the drum, he could not help but feel his blood boil, and his fighting spirit soared. Feeling the bitterness and desolation in the sound of the drum, Gu Fei had the urge to cry. The killing power of the sound continued to spread into the demonic domain. Several mountain peaks turned into dust in an instant, drifting in the void. Primordial fire demon had already retreated into the depths of the inner world. The demonic well was shaking. Circles of ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the demonic well. The unfathomable power dissolved the terrifying killing power of the sound into nothingness. This had already turned into a confrontation between two antiques. The sky-shaking war drum and the power emanating from the demonic well collided and cancelled each other out. These two antiques, one righteous and the other evil, the sky-shaking war drum could shake the heavens and the earth, but the demonic well was mysterious and unfathomable, and similarly possessed unfathomable power. The other 6 supreme experts actually felt as if they couldn't interfere. The two forces collided and gradually increased in strength. Two terrifying auras that made even the common people tremble spread between heaven and earth. The sky-shaking war drum and the demonic well seemed to be evenly matched, and neither could suppress the other. With the existence of the demonic well, the other 6 supreme experts did not dare to rush into primordial fire demon's inner world, because no one could see through the demonic well. The drum rumbled, and the demonic well shook. Just as the 2 great forces, one righteous and one evil, rose to an unimaginable level, suddenly, Gu Fei felt a fluctuation in the chaotic zone of his inner world. Gu Fei hurriedly sat cross-legged in Old Tortoise's inner world, and then immersed his mind into it. His consciousness swept toward the chaotic zone where the fluctuation was coming from. There. Gu Fei was shocked. In the chaotic zone in that direction, there was a jade pendant that exuded yin and yang qi floating in the chaotic qi. That jade pendant was the yin-yang fish jade pendant that Gu Fei had obtained from the indestructible body in the mysterious cave under the icy pool of azure lake in Taishan Mountain. There was a remnant soul in the jade pendant. Old Tortoise was puzzled by Gu Fei's sudden action, but Old Tortoise did not disturb Gu Fei. He just glanced at Gu Fei, and then turned his attention to the battle ahead. Rumble, in the chaotic zone of Gu Fei's inner world, there was a strange sound like muffled thunder. The chaotic qi surged violently and gathered toward the floating jade pendant that exuded yin and yang qi. A Tai Chi yin and yang diagram appeared on the jade pendant, and the endless gathered chaotic qi was refined and absorbed by the diagram. The divine diagram gradually expanded, and the chaotic zone was boiling. The 2 black and white Tai Chi eyes on the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram were like 2 black holes, madly swallowing the chaotic qi that gathered from all directions. Gu Fei was shocked to the extreme. He felt a momentum that surpassed the spiritual level surging out from the divine diagram. This momentum made him feel endless pressure, as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were pressing down on him. The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram that was madly swallowing the chaotic qi rapidly expanded, and the yin and yang qi that surged out from the diagram repelled the surrounding chaotic qi. The divine diagram covered the sky and covered the chaotic world. I heard the heaven-shaking drum, and I felt the aura of my old enemy. A faintly discernible voice came from the chaotic zone into Gu Fei's inner world. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he could not help but be secretly shocked. It was obvious that the mysterious deity in the jade pendant had awakened from his seclusion. Chaotic body refinement, reshape the flesh, return of the true self. The slowly rotating Tai Chi yin and yang diagram suddenly stopped after crazily swallowing a large amount of chaotic qi. Then, a loud shout came from the divine diagram. Chaotic body refinement, reshape the flesh, return of the true self. This shout not only penetrated the chaotic zone, but also traveled from the chaotic zone into Gu Fei's inner world. It also ignored the barrier between heaven and earth and traveled from Gu Fei's inner world to the outside world. Chaotic body refinement, reshape the flesh, return of the true self. This loud shout resounded between heaven and earth, reaching everyone's ears. The cultivators with lower cultivation levels did not feel anything, but the 7 supreme experts and the primordial fire demon were indescribably shocked. An ancient almighty had reshaped the flesh, successfully reversed life and death, reformed his spirit, and was about to return to the earth. The moment the voice rang out, the old turtle, who was standing beside Gu Fei, almost dropped his jaw to the ground. He looked at Gu Fei in disbelief. The old turtle's expression changed several times. He sensed that the voice that traveled between heaven and earth, and almost drowned out the sound of the war drums, seemed to have come from Gu Fei. Then, a vertical purple mark appeared on Gu Fei's forehead, as if a closed divine eye that emitted purple light had appeared on his forehead. Whoosh! A beam of black and white light shot out from the vertical purple mark on Gu Fei's forehead. Then, a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram appeared in the sky above the demon's realm. Boom! The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram expanded infinitely, enveloping the world and the several inner worlds below. Then, it began to slowly rotate, emitting boundless yin and yang qi. Everyone was shocked. Even the 7 supreme experts and the primordial fire demon standing in the demon's realm paled. This. The old turtle seemed to be dumbfounded. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the extremely shocking scene in the sky. The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram was too mysterious. In the virtual sky world's absolute formation and the city of death, the old turtle had seen the power of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. The remnant soul in the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was a ruthless character. In the old tortoise's opinion, that person's strength was comparable to the perverted freak who had captured him and trapped him in the ultimate formation back then. Just a remnant soul was able to absorb the power of the absolute formation. In the city of death, it even displayed a terrifying power that was comparable to heaven-defying. There's going to be a good show to watch. The old turtle muttered to himself and stared blankly ahead. At this time, Gu Fei's divine sense had withdrawn from his inner world. He stood up from the ground and stood beside the old turtle. Did that person really reconstruct his physical body? Gu Fei looked up at the distant sky and murmured to himself. The yin-yang jade pendant had rushed out of his inner world, which made Gu Fei feel a little disappointed. After all, it was the yin-yang jade pendant that made him embark on the path of a powerhouse. If it weren't for that, he might still be a piece of trash who was cultivating painstakingly on the mountain and bullied by others. I sense the presence of my old enemy. Where's the devil ancestor? A loud voice came from the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram that shrouded this part of the world. It echoed between heaven and earth and clearly reached everyone's ears. Chapter 395. The Tai Chi yin and yang diagram emitted endless yin and yang qi that shrouded heaven and earth. A majestic figure walked out from between the 2 huge black and white yin and yang eyes. Has the demon ancestor fallen? The mysterious expert said. He stood under the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, and his eyes shot out 2 beams of divine light that swept across the primordial fire demon's inner world. Finally, his gaze fell on the demonic well. The mysterious expert that walked out of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram was 9 feet tall. His whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and his long black hair draped over his chest and back. His resolute face looked as if it had been carved by a knife, and his deep and cold eyes were blooming with a chilling light at this moment. Yin and yang qi swirled around him. As the yin and yang qi interacted with each other, the void where he stood seemed to be a world of chaos. The primordial fire demon in the demon realm felt like he was facing a great enemy. He felt great pressure from the white-robed middle-aged man. As soon as the man appeared, he called out the demon ancestor by name. He couldn't help but think of a terrifying madman in the past. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the other 6 supreme experts also retreated at this time, no longer attacking the primordial fire demon. The terrifying power of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram froze the entire world. Even the supreme expert standing in the inner world felt an endless pressure. The people outside the inner world felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on their bodies. If the 3 indestructible fighting souls and the indestructible body had great divine powers and great strength, they would have long been suppressed by the terrifying pressure from the sky. Ghost Emperor Fingdu had already stopped. In the netherworld realm, there was no longer the sound of the war drums that shook the heavens and earth. The world was silent. At this time, dawn had broken in the east, and a ray of sunlight peeked out from the horizon. A new day had arrived. In the northern lands, in the endless snowy mountains, a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram shrouded the world, emitting endless yin and yang qi. All the cultivators and all the living beings trembled. In the past, Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the others were invincible experts who could move unhindered in the world. Even in the ancient times, there were few who could rival them. They had already vaguely guessed the identity of the mysterious expert who walked out of the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. Could it be that legendary thing? He succeeded. Is the final battle about to begin? Looking up at the Taiji diagram in the sky, the expressions of the 7 supreme experts all changed. They were mumbling to themselves, no one knew what they were talking about. However, there was no doubt that what they were talking about were ancient secrets. Even the old monsters of the Tinglong continent might not know about these secrets. Humph. Even if the fiend ancestor is really dead, I will dig up his grave and destroy his bones. The middle-aged man standing under the Taiji yin-yang diagram danced in the wind. He took a step forward and directly shattered the void, appearing in the demonic domain below. Courting death. Primordial fire demon roared and pressed forward with his right hand. Boundless sky-burning demon fire condensed into a mountain-sized demon hand that grabbed at the middle-aged man. Rumble, a terrifying energy ripple emitted from the demon hand, shaking the demonic domain. Boundless demonic aura surged violently, as if doomsday had arrived. This demonic domain was Primordial Fire Demon's inner world. Not only did he gather a vast amount of demonic aura, but he also mobilized the force of the heavens and earth, increasing its power by at least a few times. This was the benefit of controlling an inner world. A cultivator's strength could be increased infinitely in the inner world, allowing him to launch a stronger attack than outside the inner world. The middle-aged man sneered and pointed his finger forward in a seemingly casual manner. A ball of black and white light emerged from the tip of his finger and flew forward. The ball of black and white light instantly expanded and shrouded the heavens and earth after it flew out from the middle-aged man's fingertip. Rumble. The void enveloped by the ball of black and white light shattered and turned into chaos. This middle-aged man displayed great battle prowess. With a single finger, he shattered a part of the void, causing it to turn into primal chaos under his finger. Bang! The demon hand, which was the size of a small mountain, exploded in an instant. Boundless sky-burning demon fire swept out in all directions. Even the void was violently distorted from the heat. Primordial fire demon's fire-wreathed body was flung thousands of zhang away, smashing through a mountain before coming to a stop. He roared angrily as he soared into the sky from the shattered rocks. This was his world, his inner world. In this demonic domain, he was the ruler. He was infuriated that a place he had complete control over was repelled by someone. Roar! Primordial fire demon roared angrily at the sky. The black fire-like demon fire danced wildly. Then, the black grew to thousands of zhang long. Each strand was like a demonic dragon, emitting terrifying demon fire that coiled around the middle-aged man. Boom! The middle-aged man slapped with his palm. Yin and yang chi surged forward, directly shattering the demon, entangling him and sending primordial fire demon flying again. The force of the heavens and earth and the inner world could not do anything to the middle-aged man. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the others found this outcome hard to accept. This mysterious middle-aged man was too powerful. Roar! Primordial fire demon roared again and again. He charged over from afar and stood on the demonic well. His terrifying demon body was stained with blood. 10 directions annihilated, only demons shall survive. With a roar, demon chi surged out from primordial fire demon's body and exploded. In an instant, the terrifying sky-burning demon fire covered every inch of the void in this demonic domain. Rumble. The entire demonic domain shook violently. It was pitch black inside, and all that could be seen was the pitch-black demon fire that burned and twisted the void. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't see into the pitch-black world. Boom! The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky was still revolving slowly. Yin and yang chi were constantly emitted from the 2 black and white Tai Chi eyes. The yin and yang chi were the power evolved when chaos gave birth to Tai Chi, and Tai Chi gave birth to yin and yang. The mighty power of yin and yang from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram froze the entire world. No one could rush out under the cover of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. The inner worlds of Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the other two supreme experts were also frozen in the void. A demonic domain and two hazy worlds covered a radius of 1,000 miles. They were three small worlds. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the pitch-black demonic domain. There was a vast demon power fluctuation there, as if it had turned into chaos. Bang! An extremely dull sound rang out from the void that was filled with terrifying demonic flames. As the sound rang out, the demonic domain immediately trembled violently. At the edge of the primordial fire demon's inner world, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared, as if an ancient giant was knocking on that part of the world. Bang! Another violent tremor. More spatial cracks appeared on the periphery of the demonic domain. They were densely packed, like a spider web. It was as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. The demon fire in the inner world seeped out from the cracked void and burned out from the demonic domain. Under the scorching heat of the demon fire, even the void of the perfect grand heaven and earth of the great world produced ripples. It was as if a part of the world had been shaken. The power of the primordial fire demon's inner world began to surge out from the dense spatial cracks. Not good. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the other 6 supreme experts were shocked when they saw this. Their expressions changed. Ghost Emperor Fingdu and the other 2 immediately withdrew their inner worlds. After that, the 7 supreme experts broke through the void and rushed into it. In the next moment, a certain part of the void 1,000 kilometers away shook violently, and a part of the void suddenly shattered like glass. 7 figures walked out from the shattered void. Escaping into the void and then performing a great teleportation was the legendary instant teleportation. However, only experts with great power and great divine ability could perform instant teleportation. The yin-yang diagram of Tai Chi suppressed the surroundings and froze a part of the world. Even the 7 supreme experts could only use teleportation to rush out of the envelopment of the diagram. Bang! Within the demon domain that was surging with demon flames, another huge tremor rang out. Then, as if something had been shattered, the demon domain actually collapsed. Ah! A hair-raising roar of despair came from the gradually collapsing part of the world. Endless demon light burst out and the whole world surged with monstrous flames. The flames were as black as ink, plunging the whole sky into darkness. Boom! The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram shook continuously. The 2 Tai Chi eyes surged out monstrous yin and yang chi, suppressing down like 100,000 mountains. The terrifying power of yin and yang suppressed the endless demon fire that exploded below under the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. Even so, the ground and mountains within 1,000 miles all collapsed in an instant. The area within 1,000 miles became a dead zone. The cultivators who witnessed this scene all exclaimed. The important figures present were even more shocked. A part of the inner world was actually collapsing before their eyes. The mysterious person who walked out from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was too freakishly powerful. He could be said to be a world-shaking expert. Needless to say, the person who caused all of this was definitely that mysterious person. No one knew what was happening in the primordial fire demon's inner world. However, everything that was happening before their eyes was real. Chapter 396. High up in the sky, the devil flames surged and surged violently. Moreover, although the pitch-black devil flames emitted a black light, it was still dazzling and glaring. It burned more and more intensely, almost to the point where people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. If it wasn't for the mysterious and unfathomable Tai Chi yin-yang diagram revealing its extraordinary might in freezing the heavens and the earth here, then the 5,000 kilometers north would probably have been destroyed by the devil territory that exploded. Even so, the land within a radius of thousands of miles melted like ice and snow. Thousands of feet of soil were shaved off, and the ground sank for thousands of feet. A huge pit appeared in the endless snow mountains. Rumble, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram shook continuously, emitting layers of yin and yang qi. The two black and white yin-yang eyes were like two bottomless abysses, madly devouring the exploding boundless demonic fire. Roar! A demonic roar came from the boundless demonic fire. Then, the surging demonic fire condensed into a 10,000 zhang tall demonic shadow. The demonic shadow's head reached the sky, and its feet stood on the ground. Its 10,000 zhang tall demonic body exuded an extremely terrifying demonic aura. It swung its mountain-like fist at the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram in the sky. There was no more terrifying attack than a powerful enemy's counterattack before death. Although the primordial fire demon had been sealed under the earth's fire vein for countless years, and his vitality was greatly damaged, he could still be called an unparalleled expert. His inner world had been destroyed, which was equivalent to destroying half of his Tao foundation. He could no longer compete with the white-robed middle-aged man who walked out of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. However, his counterattack before death was also extremely ferocious and terrifying. It almost shattered the entire void. Endless pitch-black demonic fire surged up along with the demonic shadow's fist. Bam! The diagram shook violently, and the yin and yang qi surged. The Tai Chi yin-yang diagram was actually blasted into the sky by the demonic shadow. The desperate attack had successfully shaken the diagram. Humph! A cold snort came from the demonic fire. Then, strands of alternating black and white yin and yang qi shot out from the demonic shadow's body. The 10,000 feet tall demonic shadow was immediately riddled with holes and gradually faded away. The terrifying demonic shadow was collapsing, and once again turned into pitch-black demonic fire. Rumble, the divine diagram that enveloped the entire world revolved slowly, suppressing down once more. The two Tai Chi yin-yang eyes once again devoured the terrifying sky-burning demon fire crazily. At that moment, a black light broke through the layers of demonic flames like a black bolt of lightning. Within the black light, one could vaguely see a demonic well. A big hand with black and white qi curling around it reached out from the demonic flames, wanting to intercept the black demonic light. However, the black demonic light instantly went far away, evading the hand. Its speed was simply indescribable. "You want to leave? It's not that easy. Stop him. We must destroy that demonic well." The group of supreme experts roared and chased after the black demonic light. The speed of the 7 great unparalleled powerhouses was also extremely fast. In an instant, they were far away. The imperishable body that came from the cave under the icy pool of azure waters of Taishian Mountain directly shattered the void, constantly using the void teleportation technique to pursue. The other unparalleled powerhouses also displayed their respective magical powers. The nameless middle-aged man strolled in the void, traveling hundreds of miles with each step. His speed was not any slower than the imperishable body's teleportation. As for Ghost Emperor Fingdu, he directly turned into a hazy ghost shadow, like a ghost. He silently crossed the void and chased after the demonic light in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the demonic light that wrapped around the demonic well and the figures of the 7 great unparalleled powerhouses disappeared in the morning light. At that moment, the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram displayed an unfathomable power. The endless demonic flames that enveloped thousands of miles were all swallowed by the divine diagram in an instant. A majestic figure appeared under the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, standing in the void. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and he gave people a strange feeling, as if they were dreaming. Everything that happened before gave people a feeling of unreality. However, the shattered land and crumbled mountains were so real that they couldn't be more real in front of everyone's eyes. After the divine diagram in the sky engulfed the demonic flames, it quickly shrank and turned into a black and white divine light that entered the mysterious man's body. He glanced in the direction that the demonic well had flown in, then directly disappeared into the void. No one could clearly see how he left, not even the old tortoise. After the white-robed middle-aged man who walked out of the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram disappeared, there was silence in the mountains. After a long time, someone woke up from the shock. At that moment, the demigods who had fought somewhere else appeared out of nowhere and chased in the direction that the demonic well had disappeared. In the western sky, a peaceful Buddha's light surged, as if the immortals and Buddhas had descended, filling the world with peace. The Buddha's light instantly went far away. Gu Fei vaguely saw the figure of a little monk in the Buddha's light. This Buddha's powerhouse, who even the old tortoise was a bit afraid of, also headed in the direction that the demonic well had disappeared. Gu Fei felt that the demonic light had disappeared in the north. That direction was where the far north demon region was. The demonic light might have some kind of connection with the far north demon region. Let's go take a look too. Who knows, we might be able to fish in troubled waters. Ha! The old tortoise laughed out loud. Then, he wrapped Gu Fei with the inner world energy and flew north. At that moment, the endless snow mountain was in an uproar. Countless cultivators walked out of the mountains. Rays of sword light shot into the sky and flew south, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Those were the cultivators of the Guangqing Immortal sect riding on the rays of sword light to leave the north and return to the central plains. Then, a giant golden talisman that looked like a golden cloud carried dozens of cultivators and flew south. Those were the cultivators of the Shangqing sect. They had also retreated. Rumble. Amidst the sound, an ancient altar rose from the mountains. The altar emitted a dazzling glow, and on it stood more than a dozen cultivators with fluttering sleeves. They looked like immortals among the cultivators. One of them wore a purple and gold Taoist crown and a purple Taoist robe. His long beard hung down to his chest. It was the Taishan sect leader, Taoist Shantian. Old Taoist Ku Rong had already chased after the demonic light that had disappeared into the northern sky, but he had left this ancient altar behind. The altar, which was surrounded by rays of light, shot into the sky from the mountains. It then carried the cultivators of the Taishan sect and flew south. The people of the Taishan sect were also about to leave the north and return to the central plains. Tonight's battle could be said to have shocked the world and made the gods weep. So many cultivators who had surpassed demigods and even immortals had appeared. A battle of this level had nothing to do with the cultivators of the royal void realm. It was difficult for them to intervene. Even demigods and demons would find it difficult to protect themselves, let alone the cultivators of the royal void realm. The three great Taoist sects had to preserve their strength. Therefore, the cultivators of the sects had chosen to leave the north and return to the central plains. Other forces had also begun to leave the north. Chapter 397. In the depths of the northern snowy mountains, rainbow-like rays of light streaked across the sky in the morning, heading north. In addition to demigods, many peerless experts also chased in the direction where the demonic well disappeared. The power of heaven and earth in the old turtle's body wrapped around Gu Fei as they flew high up in the sky. There was no ray of light, not even a fluctuation of magic power. They simply soared into the sky and flew. With the old turtle's strength as a quasi-immortal, he quickly left those peerless experts far behind, and the endless snowy mountains quickly moved backward. Soon, the old turtle and Gu Fei rushed out of the endless snowy mountains. A bottomless abyss lay in front of them like an insurmountable barrier. Over there, immortal aura was faintly discernible, and multicolored lights flickered. Endless spiritual energy rushed toward them, invigorating their spirits. This was a rare immortal aura, but no one was willing to refine the immortal aura here. Although this place was like a fairyland, like a holy land for cultivators, this was actually just an illusion. There was absolutely no sign of cultivators in the vicinity. This was because the immortal aura here was very chaotic, extremely chaotic. For some reason, once this extremely chaotic immortal aura entered a cultivator's body, it would cause their magic power to boil. In less severe cases, they would suffer from qi deviation and destroy their hard-earned Tao foundation. In more severe cases, they would explode and die. This was known as one of the most evil places in the Tinglong continent, the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. The Abyss of Immortals and Demons was separated from the Northern Demon region by the difficulty of Immortal and Mortal. It was precisely because of the existence of the Abyss of Immortals and Demons that the countless demons in the Northern Demon region could not come out. Otherwise, the Northern Demon region would become a paradise for countless demons. Swoosh! The old turtle and Gu Fei descended from the sky and landed on a mountain peak beside the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. There was no snow near the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. Perhaps even cold air was unwilling to approach this place. Although the chaotic immortal aura could not be refined, it made the area around the Abyss of Immortals and Demons green. The trees were lush and verdant, and bees were flying on unknown flowers from time to time. This place. The old tortoise could not help but turn pale when it sensed the extremely violent and chaotic fluctuation of spiritual qi in front of it. There was no one else on the mountain peak except for Gu Fei and the old turtle. Gu Fei looked around and found many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Obviously, some people were blocked by the vast immortal aura of the abyss and could not advance. What, even you can't go through? Gu Fei asked. If even the old tortoise couldn't pass through the Abyss of Immortals and Demons, it was even more impossible for the others. It was old tortoise's first time coming to this place, but he could faintly feel that something was wrong. This place was very strange, as if there was an inexplicable danger, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. Old tortoise did not speak. After pondering for a while, he reached out and picked up a 500-kilogram boulder next to him. He then swung it forward, and the boulder immediately flew forward. That 1,000-gene boulder that smashed into the Abyss of Immortals and Demons only made a chi sound before it turned into dust and drifted down from the sky. The extremely chaotic and violent immortal chi in front of them possessed an unimaginable destructive power. In an instant, it turned a huge boulder that weighed 1,000 kilograms into dust. Seeing this scene, the old turtle's expression changed. At this time, a vast energy fluctuation came from the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. Auspicious Buddhist lights flashed in the chaotic immortal aura. Gu Fei and the old turtle were shocked. Gu Fei, who knew what kind of place the Abyss of Immortals and Demons was so shocked that he forgot to close his mouth. There was actually someone flying above the chaotic immortal aura of the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. It was hard to believe that any magical technique or divine ability would be ineffective in the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. The chaotic immortal aura formed an unfathomable power. This power could imprison everything and make all magical techniques ineffective. Even an immortal would find it difficult to fly above the Abyss of Immortals and Demons. In the abyss ahead, the immortal aura surged violently. A figure wrapped in a Buddhist light rushed out of the surging immortal aura. Swoosh! The Buddhist light illuminated the sky. It was as if heavenly flowers were falling and golden lotuses were emerging. A figure emitting a boundless Buddhist light rushed out of the Abyss of Immortals and Demons like a heavenly Buddha. Within the Buddhist light, a young monk with white teeth and pink lips, dressed in a white monk robe, flew over with a somewhat panicked expression. He held an alms bowl in his hand and flew over. This little monk was the almighty Buddhist who came out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord. At this time, this almighty Buddhist who was comparable to an immortal seemed to be in a sorry state. His monk robe was torn and his face was pale as if he had seen a ghost. There was a very conspicuous bloodstain on the corner of the little monk's mouth. He looked tired as if he had suffered a serious injury. Waha! Little bald donkey, you have such a day. This is really karma. The old turtle let out a strange cry and rushed towards the little monk from the Abyss of Immortals and Demons with a murderous aura. Old turtle! Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. This old turtle brought him to this place to take revenge on the little monk. There were many powerful cultivators nearby. If he ran into the Beitang clan or the Dongfang clan, he would be out of luck. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This little monk who came out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord really had an unfathomable ability. He was able to fly above the abyss of immortals and demons that was said to be impossible for mortals and immortals. If it was an ordinary cultivator, once they flew into the abyss of immortals and demons, they would be imprisoned by the unfathomable power within the abyss, falling from the sky and smashing to death in the bottomless abyss, not even knowing how they died. The little monk, whose body was emitting a peaceful Buddhist glow, turned even paler when he saw the old tortoise. Without saying a word, he flew toward the west. Humph. Want to escape? It won't be that easy. The old turtle shouted and then opened his inner world. He opened his inner world, and the power of the heavens and earth surged out, enveloping the little monk who was fleeing. A terrifying power spread between heaven and earth. The old tortoise was like a peerless demon as he displayed great power. Endless Buddhist light collapsed and dissipated in his internal world. Swish! The little monk left behind an afterimage and narrowly escaped the devouring power of the old turtle's inner world. He didn't even look back as he continued to escape. The little monk seemed to have been seriously injured in the abyss of immortals and demons and didn't dare to fight the old turtle. Little bald donkey, weren't you very awe-inspiring? You chased me from the west earth to the north. Now that you see me, you want to run. Waha! The old turtle felt great and happy. He could finally vent the grievances he had endured for the past few months. Ever since he broke the seal of the tomb of the Buddha Lord and provoked this little monk, he hadn't had a day of peace. He was chased from the west earth to the north by the little monk. Over the past few months, old tortoise had been living the most aggrieved days of his life. Now, the old turtle was taking revenge. How could he let the little monk go so easily? He didn't even care about the demonic well that had flown into the far north demon region. Old turtle, come back. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak and shouted at the old turtle. His voice echoed through the mountains and lingered for a long time. However, the old turtle turned a deaf ear and continued to chase after the little monk. The two sub-immortal experts flew through the sky at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the western sky one after the other. This old turtle is outrageous. Gu Fei cursed in a low voice. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't want to stay on the mountain peak and be so conspicuous. Behind him, there were flashes of light. The peerless experts were gradually approaching. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and rushed down the mountain. However, when he was halfway down the mountain, a figure stopped him. It was a young cultivator dressed in black, and it was someone he knew. Brother Gu, why are you in such a hurry? The elders of my sect want to invite you to Guangqing Immortal sect as a guest. I hope you won't refuse. The newcomer said with a smile. The aura he exuded was like an unsheathed divine sword, showing off its sharpness. Guangqing Immortal sect's Ren Wuming. Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract when he saw the young man. This person was the most outstanding disciple of Guangqing Immortal sect. Back in the virtual sky world, in order to collect the 9-colored longevity grass, Gu Fei had a brief fight with this most outstanding disciple of Guangqing Immortal sect. Ren Wuming was defeated by Gu Fei. Go to Guangqing Immortal sect as a guest. Gu Fei looked at Ren Wuming meaningfully and said with a smile. Ren Wuming wasn't a match for him that day. Today, Gu Fei's cultivation level had improved greatly, so Ren Wuming was even less of a match for him. That's right. Brother Gu, you should come with me to avoid making things difficult for me. Ren Wuming said calmly, and the aura he exuded became even stronger. His whole body was like a divine sword. Powerful sword aura surged out of his body, causing the sword aura on the mountainside to surge, and the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. Hee hee. Do you think you can invite me? Gu Fei said with a smile, but in his heart, he was thinking that unless Ren Wuming's cultivation level was in the royal void realm, he would be defeated by me again today. Hearing this, Ren Wuming's expression immediately turned cold. He said coldly, I can't ask you to move, but my sword can. After the battle that day, I've been thinking about you, Brother Gu, all the time. Ren Wuming's gaze, which was as cold as the edge of a sword, stared fiercely at Gu Fei's face. In his eyes, there was anger, unwillingness, and hatred. One should know that his master, Lu Ruhai, had died in the hands of the old tortoise. The old tortoise had a close relationship with Gu Fei. It was obvious that the most outstanding descendant of the Guangqing celestial sect's younger generation had a grudge against Gu Fei. Ha! I'm not a woman. Why are you thinking about me? Do you have gay fetishes? Gu Fei laughed. Ren Wuming's expression suddenly became a bit unsightly. He said coldly, the three great Dao schools are like brothers. Gu Fei, don't force me to fight. Chapter 398. As if a white cloud floated up from the foot of the mountain, a graceful figure with peerless beauty approached quickly and arrived in front of them in an instant. Her face was like jade, her body was slender, and her waist was slender. She wore a white dress that fluttered naturally, giving her an otherworldly temperament. When Gu Fei saw this woman, he couldn't help but be stunned. This young, beautiful woman was like a fairy, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. She had an otherworldly beauty. Like the lotus in the Jasper Lake or the snow lotus on the snow mountain, she gave people a feeling that she didn't eat the food of the mortal world. In this world, there was no shortage of beautiful women, but it was very difficult to find a beauty with an otherworldly temperament like this. However, what made Gu Fei's mind ripple wasn't this beautiful woman's peerless appearance and otherworldly temperament, but it was because he had an unforgettable and profound experience with this woman. This woman was Guangqing sect's junior sister, Li Mengyao. Junior sister, why are you here? When Ren Wuming saw Li Mengyao, he couldn't help but frown. Especially when he saw the strange expression on Gu Fei's face, Ren Wuming felt even more disgusted. Are you really Gu Fei? Li Mengyao said with a trembling voice. Looking at the familiar yet strange face in front of her, Li Mengyao couldn't stay calm anymore. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. Then, he said to Li Mengyao in a panic, Junior sister Li, long time no see. How have you been? He really didn't know what to say. He felt a little guilty towards Li Mengyao, although what happened in the virtual sky world wasn't his fault. I'm very good. Li Mengyao said absent-mindedly and cursed herself in her heart. What's wrong with me? Didn't I say I'll kill this guy when I see him again? Not long ago, Li Mengyao hated Gu Fei very much. But in recent years, she didn't know when she started to feel that she didn't hate Gu Fei anymore. She even faintly hoped to see Gu Fei again. Towards the man who took their virginity, perhaps all women would remember that moment unforgettable. Even in death, they would never forget it. Although Li Mengyao was a cultivator, she was also an inexperienced woman. She didn't know when it started, but Gu Fei's shadow had been deeply imprinted in her heart. Little junior sister, step down. Ren Wuming could not help but shout in a low voice when he saw that there seemed to be something amiss between Li Mengyao and Gu Fei. Big senior brother. Li Mengyao suddenly woke up from her stupor. She couldn't help but blush, revealing a shy look of a girl. Li Mengyao's expression caused Gu Fei's eyes to brighten. When he recalled the lingering scene with Li Mengyao in the nameless valley in the virtual sky world, a trace of indescribable feelings emerged in his heart. Unconsciously, Gu Fei felt that his heart was beating faster than usual, and the speed at which his qi and blood circulated was also faster than usual. What was going on with him? Gu Fei had never experienced something like this before. Even on Taishan Mountain, when he was with Zhao Ziru of Purple Bamboo Peak, he had never felt this way. Brother Gu, please come with me. Ren Wuming stared at Gu Fei coldly and said in a deep voice. The sword aura from his body fluctuated even more violently. Gu Fei snorted coldly. Ren Wuming's voice woke him up from that wonderful feeling, which made him very angry. He looked at Ren Wuming with a sharp gaze. You're not my opponent. If you and I weren't from the Dao sect, I wouldn't have said so much to you. I would have directly knocked you down. Gu Fei didn't give any face to Ren Wuming. There were always people who overestimated themselves and didn't know what was good for them. In Gu Fei's opinion, Ren Wuming was such a person. The best way to deal with such people was to ruthlessly trample them under your feet. Only then would they learn to be a little more obedient. Then I'm sorry. Ren Wuming's expression darkened. Then, a clang was heard and a bright sword aura shot out from him, piercing towards Gu Fei in front of him. A gust of cold sword aura immediately spread out on the mountainside. The surrounding temperature was quickly lowered by this powerful sword aura, making people feel cold as if they were standing in the cold wind. Li Mengyao. Don't! Li Mengyao exclaimed. She wanted to stop him, but how could Ren Wuming listen to her? He had long wanted to have another showdown with Gu Fei. Ever since he was defeated by Gu Fei in the virtual sky world, Ren Wuming had been cultivating crazily after he returned to Guangqing Immortal sect. He even broke into the forbidden cultivation area of Guangqing Immortal sect alone. In the dangerous sword grave, he cultivated in closed-door meditation for a year and mastered a rare sword technique in Guangqing Immortal sect. Ren Wuming, whose cultivation level had greatly improved, was even more eager to fight with Gu Fei to wash away his shame. Today was undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Ren Wuming no longer hesitated and directly attacked with his sword. The bright sword aura seemed to tear the void and instantly shot towards Gu Fei's chest, wanting to pierce through him. I told you, you're not my opponent. Not that day, not today. Gu Fei said coldly. Then he directly slapped the sword aura with his right hand. There was no dazzling light or strong fluctuation of primordial qi. It was just like a casual slap. However, it was this casual slap that caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Gu Fei's right hand came into contact with the dazzling sword light. However, the sword aura that could cut jade and gold not only couldn't cut Gu Fei's palm, but it was also slapped away by Gu Fei. Ren Wuming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body shook violently and he took 3 steps back. His face turned pale in an instant. He pointed his sword at the air and the sword light that had been sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back to him like a rainbow. Seeing this scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was too shocking. He actually used his flesh and blood to resist the flying sword of a sword cultivator. It should be known that the disciples of the Guangqing Celestial sect walked the path of the sword celestial. The flying sword could be said to be their life. Day and night, it was refined by the sword qi in their body, and it was closely related to their aura. The path of the sword celestial, if cultivated successfully, with a sword in hand, it would have the power to break through all kinds of techniques. It was much more powerful than the treasures of martial cultivators. The skills of a sword cultivator were all on the flying sword. However, today, there was someone who used his flesh and blood to shake the flying sword of the most outstanding disciple of the Guangqing Celestial sect. It was really unbelievable. 1 sword into 7 stars. Ren Wuming let out a loud roar, and his right hand pointed at the sword light in front of him. Then, the sword light immediately grew to 100 feet. In the midst of the violent vibrations, the sword light turned into 7 sword lights. The 7 brilliant sword lights emitted a strong sword aura. The space around them seemed to be torn apart. The rocks around them were affected by the sword aura and instantly turned into dust. Go! As Ren Wuming shouted, the 7 streaks of frightening sword light turned into 7 meteors that shot towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! 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 The 7 sword lights were all 10 zhang long. They were like 7 heavenly swords. When they arrived in front of Gu Fei, they suddenly flew apart and surrounded Gu Fei. Not only that, but the 7 rays of sword light also vibrated. Then, the 7 rays turned into 14 rays, and the 14 rays turned into 28 rays. In an instant, the endless rays of sword light turned into a storm of swords, engulfing Gu Fei. Eldest senior brother. You! Li Mengyao was shocked. She knew that Ren Wuming was risking his life and using the ultimate move that he had recently learned in the Guangqing Celestial Sect's forbidden area, the Sword Tomb. The endless sword lights covered the sky and covered the earth. It was everywhere. Gu Fei couldn't avoid it at all and was trapped by the endless sword aura in an instant. Within the sword lights, there seemed to be countless stars appearing. It seemed to form a mysterious sword formation and guided the power of the stars. At this moment, Ren Wuming's spiritual power was surging. He had already used the power of the sword origin in his body to the extreme. His face was already red. Green veins were popping on his forehead. Ren Wuming's master, Lu Ruhai, was known as the Northern Dipper Taoist in the cultivation world. This name was named after the sword art that he practiced. One sword turning into 7 stars and then the Northern Dipper sword formation. It used the power of the stars in the sky and turned it into endless sword aura to kill the opponent. Ren Wuming had received Lu Ruhai's teachings. The ultimate move that he used was the Northern Dipper stars sword formation. If this sword art was cultivated to the extreme, it could even use the Northern Dipper stars as a guide to activate the Great Heavenly Cycle stars sword formation. Its power was so great that it could even kill a real deity. This sword art was one of the most powerful mysterious techniques in the Guangqing Celestial Sect. However, it was a pity that Ren Wuming only knew a little about this profound sword art. He hadn't even reached a higher level, so it was difficult for him to truly display the power of the Northern Dipper sword formation. Boom! A loud sound shook the mountains. Then, a huge golden hand broke through the endless sword lights and came out from the endless sword aura. Under the huge hand, countless sword lights were shattered. The heaven and earth were shaken and the void shook violently. The huge golden hand emitted a terrifying power of destruction and went straight for Ren Wuming. Yuan qi that was as heavy as a mountain and as vast as the sea rippled on the waist of the mountain. Have mercy! Seeing this shocking scene, Li Mengyao couldn't help but turn pale with fright. She quickly shouted and flew in front of Ren Wuming to block him. The Northern Dipper sword formation was broken. Countless sword lights shattered and turned into specks of starlight, floating in the void. A majestic figure walked out from the starlight. In Gu Fei's hand, there was a 3 feet long bright sword light that was twisting like a spirit snake. Chapter 399. The Big Dipper sword formation was broken, and the flying sword was caught by Gu Fei. Ren Wuming suffered a great impact. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his blue robe. He staggered a few steps back and his expression suddenly became weary. He muttered to himself in a daze, "How could this be? How could this be? Could it be? I'm really not as good as Gu Fei." Ren Wuming's voice was full of sorrow. His face was full of disappointment, and his eyes were full of unwillingness and grief. Several years of crazy cultivation had been exchanged for an instant of defeat. He couldn't accept it. He didn't even dare to face this reality. The eldest senior brother of the Guangqing Celestial Sect, the most outstanding descendant of the younger generation of the sect, was simply a joke in the eyes of Ren Wuming. He could defeat him easily. Eldest senior brother. Li Mengyao couldn't help but be shocked when she saw Ren Wuming's dazed appearance. She knew that this blow was a bit cruel for Ren Wuming. All the disciples in the sect knew that ever since Ren Wuming came back from the virtual sky world, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He cultivated alone in the forbidden area of the sect. In the virtual sky world, Ren Wuming was defeated by Gu Fei. Many people in the 3 great Dao schools saw it. After the people of the three great Tao schools returned from the virtual sky world, the news spread. Gu Fei's identity was not difficult to find out. Therefore, everyone knew that the most outstanding descendant of the Guangqing celestial sect had been defeated by a disciple of the Taishan sect who was once called a cripple. This made the young cultivators of the Guangqing celestial sect feel ashamed. When they went down the mountain and met the disciples of the Taishan sect, they didn't have any good expressions. Some impulsive disciples even had conflicts with the disciples of the Taishan sect. As for the small fights between the disciples of the two sects, the higher-ups of the Guangqing celestial sect and the Taishan sect both turned a blind eye and did not interfere. I said, "You are no match for me." Gu Fei strode forward, his whole body surging with primordial qi. With every step he took, the ground trembled, as if an ancient giant was moving. In Gu Fei's right hand, there was a 3-foot light that was twisting and struggling like a spiritual snake. This light was Ren Wuming's natal flying sword. "I'm no match for you. I'm no match for you." Ren Wuming's body swayed continuously. His face was deathly pale as he muttered to himself. In the end, he actually sat down on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. Gu Fei. Li Mengyao's expression was complicated as she looked at the young man who was approaching her step by step. Somehow, she started to panic. Gu Fei arrived in front of Li Mengyao and stopped. He looked at Li Mengyao and the aura on his body began to fade. His face was no longer cold and he remained silent. After a while, Gu Fei's right hand suddenly surged with a vast wave of yuan qi, and a 5-colored aura suddenly enveloped the 3-feet-long flying sword in his hand. Then, under Li Mengyao's astonished gaze, the 3-feet-long flying sword that was radiating a sharp sword aura gradually turned into a simple and unadorned long sword. This scene had already exceeded Li Mengyao's imagination. One must know that Ren Wuming's cultivation base, she was very clear. After coming out of the Forbidden Grounds, Ren Wuming's cultivation base had already broken through to the 6th sky of the Ascended Realm. His flying sword had already been refined to the point that it was like a part of his body. However, this extremely powerful flying sword was shaken by someone's flesh and blood. It was hard to imagine. Could it be that Gu Fei's hand was even tougher than the flying sword? This long sword seemed to be an antique. Gu Fei did not erase the mark that belonged to Ren Wuming on this long sword. He only used his own strength to temporarily suppress this flying sword. Gu Fei did not say anything, but passed the long sword in his hand to Li Mengyao, then turned around and walked down the mountain. Li Mengyao also did not say anything. After receiving the long sword from Gu Fei, she kept staring at Gu Fei. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She only watched as Gu Fei left. The relationship between Gu Fei and Li Mengyao was a little strange. They were not lovers, nor were they Tao companions, but they had more intimate contact than lovers. The two of them met under this kind of situation, but for a moment, they did not know what to do. They did not know how to face each other. Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the forest at the foot of the mountain, but Li Mengyao was still like a fool. She held the long sword with both her hands, and looked in the direction where Gu Fei disappeared. Roar! Suddenly, a shrill roar came from the side, pulling Li Mengyao back from her thoughts. She was shocked, and just as she was about to turn around, a strong gust of wind swept past her. Then, her hand shook, and the long sword was taken away by someone. Swoosh! A green figure rushed past Li Mengyao's side, and madly rushed down the mountain. That person was Guangqing Celestial Sect's Big Shixiao, Ren Wuming. Big Shixiao. Li Mengyao was shocked, and quickly chased after him. With Ren Wuming's current situation, she felt a little uneasy. The two of them were like the wind and lightning, and very quickly, they disappeared down the mountain. After Li Mengyao and Ren Wuming left, a figure walked out from behind a rock somewhere on the mountainside. This person had a graceful figure, wore a light blue dress, and had a jade-like face. If it was not Beitang Yu, who else could it be? Beitang Yu, an expert of the Beitang family's older generation, with a cultivation base of the 8th heaven of Ascended Realm. She was known as the descendant of the Beitang family who had the most hope of breaking through to the void-controlling realm in the past 100 years. Although she was already 70 or 80 years old, Beitang Yu's appearance still looked like a 24 or 25-year-old young girl. Gu Fei has actually become so powerful to be able to easily defeat the number one of the Guangqing celestial sect's younger generation. Could it be? Beitang Yu's expression changed, and no one knew what she was thinking. She pondered for a moment, and then said, "Transcending mortality realm cultivators are already unable to kill this kid. Looks like I have to ask the elders of the clan to take action. The Beitang clan would not allow the enemies of the clan to grow. Since it was a threat, then it would be better to kill it in the cradle. Otherwise, when the enemy grew up, it would bring unimaginable damage to the Beitang clan." After Beitang Yu made up her mind, she turned and left. Ever since Gu Fei came down from the mountain, he felt that something was wrong. After his cultivation broke through to the 6th sky of the transcending mortality realm, his spiritual sense became more sensitive. He could faintly feel that someone was spying on him in the dark. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly used the 8 desolation steps, traversing through the forest near the abyss of immortals and demons. He tried his best to conceal his aura. As a cultivator, the physical body was the source of power. Gu Fei's control over his physical body could be said to have reached the peak of perfection. Under the state of concealing his aura, all his yuan qi was absorbed into his muscles, bones, blood, and qi, not a single strand of it leaked out. Even if Gu Fei was only left with the most basic of physical strength, he had the strength to fight against a 6th sky of the transcending mortality realm cultivator. A step spanning 100 meters, Gu Fei was moving quickly in the mountains. This was the result of his physical strength. He did not use his yuan qi, but he was already able to move at such speed. Gu Fei was not running aimlessly near the abyss of immortals and demons. He was moving in the opposite direction of the ancient stone bridge that spanned across the abyss of immortals and demons. Needless to say, the big shots of the northern lands were either passing through the ancient stone bridge that spanned across the abyss of immortals and demons to enter the extreme north demon domain, or activating the transmission array in the northern lands to enter the extreme north demon domain. So far, Gu Fei had only seen one person who could fly above the abyss of immortals and demons. That person was the mysterious little monk who walked out from the tomb of the Buddha Lord. Gu Fei's senses were very accurate. There was indeed someone spying on him in the dark. An old woman with white hair and a face full of wrinkles appeared at the foot of a mountain, intercepting Gu Fei. "Who are you?" Gu Fei stopped. He had no choice but to stop, because he felt a dangerous aura from the other party. This old woman revealed her killing intent towards him. The old woman bent her waist, like an old woman with one foot in the grave. Her expression was cold. Although she was standing there quietly, it made Gu Fei feel a strong sense of oppression. "A dead person does not need to know my name." The old woman paused for a moment and then continued, "Not to mention, you do not have the qualifications to know who I am." "You want to kill me?" Gu Fei said in a cold voice. He was secretly startled. This old woman was an expert from which family? He did not have many enemies, only the Beitang family and Dongfang family wanted his life. Could it be, this old woman came from the Dongfang family or the Beitang family? Gu Fei thought of this possibility. It seemed that this was the only possibility that made sense. Humph. Killing you is as easy as pinching an ant. My grandnephew is really making trouble. The old woman said, shaking her head disapprovingly. Then, she took a step forward with the might of thunder and lightning. Her right hand that was as skinny as a chicken's claw directly grabbed towards Gu Fei. This move of the old woman seemed ordinary, like a casual grab. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, it was a completely different matter. The old woman's skinny fingers, in Gu Fei's eyes, were endless. It was as if the sky and earth in front of him were covered by the old woman's fingers. A peerless expert. Gu Fei was shocked. He used the 8 desolation steps and turned around to escape. It was difficult for him to fight against an expert of this level. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage in his original position. He rushed out from the encirclement of the old woman's fingers. In the next moment, he appeared 400 or 500 feet away. The 8 desolation steps was mysterious and unfathomable. As Gu Fei's cultivation increased, this movement technique also gradually displayed its formidable power, as if it was limitless. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The earth shook and dust flew everywhere. The place where Gu Fei was standing a moment ago had a huge handprint. The handprint was imprinted into the ground, it was bottomless. Chapter 400. Gu Fei did not dare to stay any longer. He took another step forward and his body turned into a phantom, moving extremely fast in the void, leaving behind a series of afterimages that seemed real yet illusory. Humph! In front of me, you better resign yourself to fate. That old woman took a step forward, as though she had teleported, directly appearing above Gu Fei, and then stomped her foot down. Rumble, a terrifying power surged under her foot, causing the void to tremble. The old woman's right foot was expanding infinitely, stomping down on Gu Fei below. An extremely dangerous aura instantly shrouded Gu Fei, causing all the pores on Gu Fei's body to explode. This was the body's perception of danger, making the most direct response. Gu Fei was taken aback, and quickly dodged to the side. Boom! That huge foot directly stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. A portion of the ground immediately crumbled, forming cracks that spread out in all directions. The vast and mighty airwave almost flipped Gu Fei over. Gu Fei was horrified. A peerless expert was indeed powerful. With just a lift of their hand, they seemed to be able to attract the chi of heaven and earth, displaying a great power. A peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm was not something a transcending mortality realm cultivator could compare to. The difference between the two was an entire realm, and the difference in strength was like the clouds and mud. In terms of the level of comprehension towards heaven and earth, a transcending mortality realm cultivator could not be compared to a peerless expert of the Imperial Void Realm. Although Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably strong, the gap between the realms was like a chasm that could not be crossed. Even with tyrannical strength, it was hard to make up for this gap. Gu Fei executed the 8 desolate steps, and quickly dodged to the distance. However, that old woman was really too powerful. She moved in the void, and her speed seemed to be even faster than Gu Fei. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures, one running wildly on the ground, and the other chasing in the sky. That old woman, with every step she took in the void, a vast and mighty wave of energy surged under her feet, rushing towards Gu Fei. Boom! 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 The forest below continued to crumble. Dust surged and debris swirled in the air. It was as if they had been struck by meteorites from beyond the heavens. The loud noises shook the mountains. The 8 desolation steps were mysterious and unpredictable. Gu Fei would always rush out from the energy storms in the sky at the critical moment. As the chase continued, the two of them quickly rushed out for over 10 kilometers. Things had already developed to this point beyond the old woman's expectations. She had never imagined that Gu Fei would be able to last so long against her. In her opinion, for a peerless expert of the void-resisting realm to annihilate a transcending mortality realm cultivator, it would be as easy as flipping a palm, as easy as pinching an ant to death. However, the ant she wanted to kill was unusually tenacious. Preposterous. The old woman was a little angry from embarrassment. Among the peerless experts, she was also a veteran, a famous expert. Taking action against a transcending mortality realm cultivator was already a big deal. The old woman took a step in the void, then, a vast wave of spiritual energy surged out from her old body. Then, rays of green light rushed out from her body, like divine ropes, entangling towards Gu Fei below. There were a total of 18 divine ropes that emitted green light, as if they were alive, extremely agile. Swoosh! 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 The 18 divine ropes, each 10 feet long, moved quickly in the void, sealing the sky and trapping the earth. In an instant, they trapped Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The treasures of a peerless expert were indeed extraordinary. The divine ropes cut off all his escape routes, making him a fish in the net, unable to escape. Roar! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as his right hand struck forward. A blinding aura, like a surging river, surged forward. He wanted to knock away the entangling green divine ropes. However, the treasures refined by a peerless expert were extraordinary, possessing great power. The 18 divine ropes did not budge under the impact of the boundless palm force, and continued to entangle Gu Fei. Rays of light flickered, and spiritual energy surged. The 18 divine ropes converged from all directions, instantly entangling Gu Fei like a rice dumpling. The treasures of a peerless expert were hard to dodge. Bang! Gu Fei lost his balance and fell to the ground like a piece of wood. He was horrified, and his heart felt like a great disaster was about to befall him. However, he did not despair. On the contrary, the more desperate the situation was, the more his desire to live became. He didn't want to die. The old woman descended from the sky and stood next to Gu Fei. She said with a regretful expression, "Little boy, I have to admit that you are the one with the most potential among the younger generation that I have ever seen. Killing you is a bit of a pity." Ha! If you think it's a pity, then don't kill me. Gu Fei struggled to roll his body so that he was lying on his back, and then he struggled to sit up from the ground. The 18 divine ropes shrunk to the size of a finger. It looked like they were refined from 18 incomparably tough vines, tightly wrapping around Gu Fei. The 18 divine ropes caused Gu Fei's bones to emit crackling sounds, as if they were about to shatter. This is truly astonishing. You can actually withstand my heaven-binding rope. You should know that even a peerless expert would have their tendons and bones broken after being bound by my heaven-binding rope. But you... The old woman seemed extremely shocked. You treated me like this, aren't you afraid that my big brother will come for you? Gu Fei didn't show any fear. On the contrary, he was strangely calm. He didn't seem like someone facing a life or death situation. Your big brother. The old woman couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, "You're talking about the great expert of the demon race that came with you, right?" The old woman smiled. "At this time, who do you think will come to save you? Who will be able to save you? If I kill you, who will know that I killed you?" The old woman seemed to be very happy, and the wrinkles on her face deepened. "Ha! Is that so?" Gu Fei laughed, but his heart was extremely anxious. He was gathering the power of the second energy source. The power of the world gathered between his eyebrows and was bound in his sea of consciousness. He wanted to give this old woman a fatal blow, but now wasn't the time. He didn't have enough power. "Since I'm going to die, can you let me know why I'm going to die?" Gu Fei said with a face of despair. He was stalling for time, and the power of the world in his inner world was constantly being guided out. The vertical purple mark between his eyebrows began to appear on his skin. Of course, under Gu Fei's control, the vertical mark wasn't very obvious. If one didn't look carefully, it would be absolutely difficult to notice. Gu Fei's inner world's power had already merged with his body to a certain extent. It was equivalent to his second energy source. When he used the power of the world in his inner world, even a peerless void-controlling expert wouldn't be able to notice it. This was because only a powerful cultivator who had cultivated the inner world would be able to open the second energy source and derive all kinds of divine abilities and magical arts of the second energy source. Even a demigod powerhouse would have a hard time sensing the energy fluctuations of the second energy source in his inner world, let alone a void-controlling cultivator. The old woman didn't know that Gu Fei was gathering power. She couldn't sense the movement of the power of the world in Gu Fei's inner world, so she thought that he was really desperate. "It's a pity that I can't tell you," the old woman said. She didn't want Gu Fei to die knowing at all. She was being too careful. She had to do this because Gu Fei had a close relationship with the old tortoise. This was something that all the peerless experts who came to the northern lands had seen with their own eyes. The powerful figure of the demon clan who was with Gu Fei was difficult to deal with. When he fought with the little monk, he displayed great divine abilities. It was obvious that he was much more powerful than a demigod. Even the super forces that had existed for countless years in the world of cultivation wouldn't be willing to provoke such a figure. "Accept your fate." The old woman raised her skinny right hand and pointed forward with her index finger. A spot of green light began to appear on her fingertip, and a powerful wave of magical power spread out. "You." Gu Fei's expression changed greatly when he saw this. Then, his expression suddenly changed from fear to joy. He excitedly looked behind the old woman and cried out, "Old tortoise, big brother old tortoise, save me." "What?" The old woman turned pale with fright. She quickly turned around, but there was nothing behind her. There wasn't even a shadow. This time, the old woman was really shocked. She was like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on. She was so startled that she almost jumped up from the ground. Just as she turned around to look, a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation came from behind her. She wanted to turn around, but it was too late. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the old woman felt a chill on her neck. A purple light flashed before her eyes. Then, she saw her own body. Her head fell from her neck. The old woman's horrified expression froze on her wrinkled face. Although the process of her head falling to the ground was very short, the old woman still saw the flash of purple light on Gu Fei's forehead. "Ha! You want to kill me? Then you must be prepared to be killed." Gu Fei laughed and laid on the ground. At this moment, he felt incomparably tired, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked out. His expression also became weary. The old woman's life force was exuberant. Although her head had been chopped off, she still hadn't died. She could still speak in a hoarse voice. The expected scene of blood gushing out did not happen. In fact, not even a single drop of blood flowed out. The headless, skinny body did not collapse. However, what happened next completely shocked Gu Fei. The old woman's headless body actually bent down and fumbled around to pick up the head on the ground, then reattached it to her neck. This. Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that cultivators of the void-controlling realm had already cultivated to the Tao soul stage, and their life force was incomparably vigorous. As long as their Tao soul was not destroyed, they could not be considered dead. Sure enough, the position of the old woman's Sifu Dantian on her abdomen began to emit a bright green light. A vast life force surged out from the Zifu Dantian and enveloped her entire body. Endless life force surged. In the wound on the old woman's neck, bright red flesh was surging. There were actually signs of recovery. Chapter 401. The life force of a peerless master of the void-controlling realm was extremely strong. Their whole body's essence, qi, and spirit were all gathered together. As long as the nascent soul in their dantian did not dissipate, they could not be considered dead and could not be killed by ordinary methods. Gu Fei took the old woman by surprise. He condensed the power of the inner world between his eyebrows and turned it into a purple blade of light. He instantly cut off the head of the mysterious old woman. However, the old woman did not die. Not only did her headless body not fall, she even picked up the head that had fallen to the ground and reattached it. This scene made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. He saw a vast life force surging out from the dantian of the old woman's abdomen. A mass of green light enveloped the old woman. In the green light, the life force surged. The strong life force actually made the old woman's head show signs of reattaching her neck. It was too shocking. Gu Fei had never seen such a strange and shocking scene. He was stunned for a moment and then suddenly became alert. If this old woman could really reattach her head, he would have no way to live. Gu Fei's whole body was firmly tied up by 18 green divine ropes. He could not move his hands and feet. He was extremely anxious. His forehead was covered with soybean-sized beads of sweat. He struggled to sit up from the ground again. Then, he desperately used his mind to communicate with the inner world and opened the door of the inner world. A purple vertical mark, which looked like a vertical eye, appeared in the middle of his forehead. A purple divine light was flowing around the mark, while the power of the inner heaven and earth surged out from the opened mud-pill palace and flowed to every corner of his body. Under the replenishment of the second source of power, Gu Fei immediately felt refreshed. His fatigue seemed to disappear in an instant. His body's yuan qi surged and a five-colored light began to emit from his body. The power of the inner world was the second source of power for Gu Fei. The power of his body, under the stimulation of the power of the inner world, burst out again. The warrior's yuan qi and the power of the inner world perfectly combined. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a part of the world and had the power to control everything. The vast yuan qi of warriors and the power of the inner world gushed out from his inner world, converging towards the vertical scar between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The purple vertical mark began to flicker with rays of purple divine light. A powerful energy fluctuation spread out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. As the purple light flickered, one could vaguely see a small, hazy world within the purple vertical scar. This purple vertical scar seemed to be a gateway to that small world. Swoosh! The purple mark, which had gathered an endless amount of yuan qi, suddenly shot out a bright purple divine light. It tore through the void, and like a purple divine sword, it pierced towards the old woman's abdomen. The purple palace dantian was the foundation of a cultivator. It could also be said that it was the foundation for a cultivator to achieve the Tao. It was the source of a cultivator's power. It was where the Tao core of a cultivator of the transcending mortality realm was located. It was also where the nascent soul of a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm resided. Destroying the purple palace dantian was equivalent to destroying the foundation of a cultivator to achieve the Tao. Even if one was lucky enough to survive, more than half of one's cultivation would be wasted. The purple divine light pierced the old woman's body in an instant. The old woman also knew how powerful it was. She hurriedly pressed her hands against her head and dodged to the side. Swoosh! Blood splattered. The purple divine light flew past the old woman's body. Although it did not penetrate the old woman's purple palace dantian, it still left a bloody wound on the old woman's body. The old woman's huge life force surged towards her neck. After the other parts of her body were injured, blood began to spurt out. The physical body of a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm was not strong. Although the old woman had the powerful cultivation of the void-controlling realm, her physical body was still far from the strength of Gu Fei's. Martial cultivators cultivated their Tao energy and practiced magical arts. Their violet mansion and dantian were their roots. Whether it was a cultivator, a devil cultivator, or a demon cultivator, very few people were willing to spend a large amount of time to temper their physical body, which was considered to be a stinky bag. Martial artists, from the beginning to the end, used their physical body as the source of power. They tempered their precious body day and night, causing their precious body to gradually transform and become more powerful. One punch could shake the heaven and earth and break all kinds of magical arts. Martial artists achieved the Tao with strength and used strength to shake the world. No matter how many magical arts you used or how many magical arts you used, I only need one punch to break them. The reason why martial arts had completely declined and the reason why true martial artists were extinct in the Tinglong continent was because it was too difficult to achieve success in the path of martial arts. Gu Fei was undoubtedly an exception. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. The vertical purple mark between his eyebrows flickered repeatedly, emitting rays of dazzling purple divine light that pierced towards the old woman. Waves of powerful martial qi surged out from Gu Fei's body, shaking the heaven and earth. Gu Fei crazily operated his xian qi to stimulate the strength of his physical body. At the same time, he tried his best to guide the power of the heaven and earth in his inner body. The power of the heaven and earth lingered around his body, making the void around Gu Fei blurry. Swish! 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 The purple divine light shot out horizontally and vertically. There was only one target, and that was the purple palace dantian in the old woman's abdomen. However, although the old woman's head was chopped off by the power of the heaven and earth in Gu Fei's inner body, she could still move quickly. The petite figure shrouded in the green light dodged the purple divine light. However, the divine light that was like purple lightning also left several bloody marks on her body. At this time, the life origin qi in the old woman's purple palace dantian became even more vigorous. It wouldn't be long before she could completely reattach her head and recover. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but become anxious. He was firmly tied up by the 18 divine chains, and it was basically impossible for him to escape. As long as the old woman recovered, there would only be one ending for him, and that was death. Gu Fei didn't want to die. He was still young, and under a lucky coincidence, he had cultivated his own inner world. It could be said that he was 1,000 miles away. Preposterous. Gu Fei stopped. He was very angry. It was difficult to kill a peerless master. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill the old woman. The vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows no longer emitted purple divine light. Instead, the power of heaven and earth spread out from the vertical mark like water ripples. Gu Fei's surroundings seemed to have become a world of their own, and the space around him became hazy. It was as if a small world independent of the big world was about to appear. Gu Fei's inner world actually showed signs of appearing inside his body. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. It should be known that the old turtle and the little monk who walked out of the Buddha Lord's tomb were both able to manifest their inner worlds in reality. If he could manifest an inner world outside his body, he could enter it at any time and anywhere. Inside his inner world, he would be the god who controlled everything. The power of the heaven and earth constantly surged out from between his eyebrows. However, Gu Fei found that his inner world could not truly appear outside his body. The surroundings were just some illusory images. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt his body loosened. The 18 divine chains that were wrapped around him were like spirit snakes that had been pinched at their weak points. They softly fell from his body. The 18 divine chains that were emitting powerful fluctuations of light dissipated and gradually turned into 18 green vines that were less than a foot long and looked like willow branches. How? How could this be? Gu Fei stood up, and a thunderous explosion immediately came from all the bones in his body. He was inexplicably surprised. Why did the 18 divine chains loosen up and even return to their original forms? However, at this time, there was no time for him to think about it. The old woman's head was about to completely reattach to her neck. Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly put away the 18 vines on the ground and took a step forward, directly approaching the old woman. As for the old woman, she had already sensed it after the magic treasure lost its effect. She did not wait for Gu Fei to approach her and retreated. At the same time, she held her head with one hand and pulled out a green jade hairpin from her hair with the other. Then, she threw it at Gu Fei. The green jade hairpin that was thrown into the air emitted a vast fluctuation of magic power. It emitted a bright light and turned into a shocking rainbow, flying towards Gu Fei. The magic treasure refined by a void-controlling realm cultivator was incomparably powerful and could release a terrifying power. The green jade hairpin was very fast. In an instant, it broke through the void and pierced into the hazy world around Gu Fei. However, a scene that made the old woman dumbfounded appeared. After the green jade hairpin shot into the hazy world around Gu Fei, it immediately lost contact with her. The old woman was surprised to find that she could not sense the existence of the green jade hairpin anymore. The green jade hairpin shot into the void around Gu Fei. The light suddenly dissipated and it instantly changed back to its original form. Ha! Are you giving me a magic treasure? Then I'll gladly accept it. Gu Fei picked up the falling green jade hairpin and put it into his magic treasure pouch. He had vaguely guessed why the 18 divine chains and the green jade hairpin had changed back to their original forms. His body was shrouded by the power of his inner world. Although his inner world could not truly appear, the mighty power of his inner world had already made the void he was in independent from the outside world. In other words, the void he was in could be said to have become his inner world. When other people's magic treasures rushed into this hazy void, it was the same as entering his inner world. The inner world was different from the outside world. It had its own rules and was independent from the outside world. All the magic treasures that entered Gu Fei's inner world would be restricted by the rules of the heaven and earth of this world. In Gu Fei's inner world, treasures that could unleash earth-shattering power would instantly lose their effects as the laws of the world changed after entering Gu Fei's inner world. They could not even unleash any power and would revert to their original form. Without the restraints on his body, Gu Fei regained his freedom. His body movement was like the wind and lightning, and his desolation steps were mysterious and unpredictable. He moved like a phantom. In a flash, he appeared beside the old woman and punched at her head, which was tightly pressed by her hands. Chapter 402. The space around Gu Fei was hazy, giving off a surreal feeling. The world energy within him was vast and mighty, but it was like a world that was independent of the heavens and earth. There was no power or aura being emitted from it. Although they could see it with their eyes, they couldn't capture anything with their divine sense. It was like he was standing outside of the heaven and earth, outside of the three realms, not within the five elements. Although the old lady's divine sense was extremely powerful, it was still difficult for her to sense Gu Fei's presence. She could only use her eyes to catch Gu Fei's figure. Because of this, she only reacted when Gu Fei was right in front of her. Gu Fei's physique was incomparably strong. His movements were like thunder and lightning, swift and violent to the extreme. Each and every one of his moves contained great power. He actually sent the old lady's head flying with a single punch. Even a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm would have a change of expression when a cultivator got close to them, especially a cultivator at the sixth heavenly layer of the ascended realm. Close combat was the strength of a cultivator, but it was the weakness of other cultivators. Roar! The old woman's head let out an unwilling roar as it flew 1,000 feet away and smashed into a patch of grass. Just a little bit more, and she would be able to regrow her flesh and blood and reattach her head. However, Gu Fei didn't give her this chance, ruthlessly crushing her last hope. Just a little bit more, if she was given a little more time, the ending would have been rewritten. Burning a vast amount of life force, consuming an endless amount of essence, chi, and spirit, only to end up with such an ending. This made the old lady go crazy with anger. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. After he blasted away the head that was pressed on the old woman's neck with a punch, he didn't have any pity in his heart. He opened his left hand, and his 5 fingers were like 5 pieces of divine iron that were coiled with a multicolored glow, grabbing towards the old woman's dantian that was emitting a misty azure light. As long as her dantian was destroyed, the old lady's body would be completely crippled. No matter how strong her life force was, how vast her essence, spirit, and chi were, it would be difficult to restore her body. What a cruel and merciless child. The old lady's hoarse voice came from her abdomen. She wanted to dodge, but without a head, her body couldn't be as nimble as before. Die. Gu Fei's face was as cold as ice, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. When facing an enemy, one must kill them mercilessly. He had no mercy, nor would he show mercy. The 5 fingers of his left hand emitted a resplendent light and pierced through the flesh of the old woman's abdomen. Her clothes were instantly shredded, revealing the wrinkled flesh of the old woman's abdomen. Just when Gu Fei's left hand was about to penetrate the old woman's abdomen, the old woman's headless body suddenly trembled violently. Then, a dazzling green light shot out from her dantian. And at this crucial moment, Gu Fei's left hand had already entered the old woman's dantian. Then, with a shake of his arm, a vast amount of origin energy suddenly exploded in his hand. Boom! Boom! The old lady's dantian was smashed into pieces by the explosive chi from Gu Fei's hand. A bloody mist floated in the mountains. You damn little bastard, even if I kill you 10,000 times, it won't be enough to dispel the hatred in my heart. A loud shout came from the sky and echoed in the mountains. High up in the sky, a dazzling green light emitted a vast and mighty magical power fluctuation. It was like a green sun, floating in the sky. Within the green light, one could vaguely see the figure of a small person the size of a fist. The hoarse voice came from that small person. The destruction of her body and the destruction of her cauldron almost caused the old lady to go berserk. Gu Fei raised his head and looked up. His eyes shot out 2 rays of light that were as sharp as the edge of a knife. He coldly stared at the green light in the sky and said, "Is this the Dantian soul?" Die! The ancient voice resounded throughout the world. The ball of azure light in the sky suddenly exploded with a resplendent azure light, as if an azure sun had suddenly exploded. The endless divine light was like the light of destruction. Everything that was touched by the divine light disappeared like ice and snow. Rumble. The heaven and earth shook. Like a raging sea, a huge wave of magical power suddenly exploded, directly shaking the heaven and earth. A peerless master of the void-controlling realm, even if his body was destroyed and only his Dantian soul was left, he could still use power and great magical power. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a great danger. The vertical mark between his eyebrows, which had not closed since it was opened, flashed with rays of purple divine light. It was a killing light that was condensed from the power of heaven and earth. Like a tide, the power of heaven and earth surged out. The vertical mark between Gu Fei's eyebrows was connected to the chaotic area in the Naiwan Palace. Vaguely, an ancient cauldron could be seen vaguely in the blurry world. At this moment, the energy of the world around Gu Fei's body began to boil. It was as if his whole person had disappeared between heaven and earth. The endless green divine light shone down, the terrifying light of destruction that could destroy everything, instantly annihilated Gu Fei. Ha! Die! The old woman laughed crazily. Her hoarse voice traveled far and echoed in the mountains. However, her laughter did not last for long. Soon, she could not laugh anymore. She felt that her magical power was enveloped by a black hole. The endless green divine light, like a tide, surged towards one direction. That direction was where Gu Fei was. The terrifying green light that emitted the power of destruction, as if it was sucked into a bottomless abyss, broke away from the old woman's control. What shocked the old woman was that the magical power that was being devoured had actually lost contact with her. It should be known that a peerless master of the royal void realm had incomparably strong essence, spirit, and chi. They gathered in the dantian of the Zifu and turned into endless magical power to nourish the nascent soul and nascent soul. It could be said that the magical power of the whole body was integrated into one, solidified like divine iron, difficult to destroy. However, at this moment, the old woman felt that the magical power in her body was like a river without a dam, the water was flowing away. How? How is this possible? The old woman was shocked. Her body had been destroyed, and her Zifu nascent soul had lost its host body. It was already very dangerous. When the nascent soul traveled, if it met some cultivators with ulterior motives, it would be in danger of having its soul destroyed. Especially demonic cultivators, if they saw this kind of nascent soul, they would directly devour it. The nascent soul and nascent soul condense the lifetime power of a peerless master of the royal void realm. For any cultivator, it was a great tonic, even more beneficial than the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. At this time, the northern land was full of masters. Who knew how many peerless masters had come? Once the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul were discovered, it would bring disaster to the old woman. Roar! You little bastard! The old woman roared again and again. The little nascent soul kept emitting a vast amount of magical power, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. I don't believe that I can't kill you. As the old woman's aged voice echoed between heaven and earth, the endless green divine light immediately retreated like the tide. On the ground, Gu Fei's figure appeared. He stood in a hazy void, without any energy fluctuations. The ground within a radius of 1,000 feet around him was turned into dust. When the wind blew, the dust was lifted into the air and drifted away with the wind. The ground within a radius of 1,000 feet was shaved off half a foot out of thin air. In the hazy void, Gu Fei knelt on one knee. His hair was messy and there seemed to be the shadow of a giant cauldron around him, enveloping him. The power of heaven and earth in his body had been compressed to a radius of less than 3 feet around him. The shadow of a huge cauldron was faintly discernible in the void. Although it did not show its true splendor, the ancient and vicissitude aura it exuded was vast and mighty. It was the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei realized that the reason why he couldn't directly open his inner world in the void like the old tortoise and the little monk had to do with the mountain and river cauldron that was suppressing his inner world. The mountain and river cauldron was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain. It could suppress the mountains and rivers on the earth, making it difficult to move. Gu Fei's inner world was suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron in the chaos. If he wanted to move his inner world, he must first have the ability to move the mountain and river cauldron. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, if he wanted to move the mountain and river cauldron, it would be impossible unless a miracle happened. The sun rose from the west. Boundless magic power was surging and boundless green light was gathering. A green palm the size of a small mountain was condensed in the void. The green palm was formed by the old woman's nascent soul and possessed unfathomable power. When the nascent soul was formed, it could cover thousands of miles. The next moment, the green palm appeared in the sky above Gu Fei and fiercely grabbed at Gu Fei. The speed at which the hand grabbed it was extremely fast, as if it was teleporting. Gu Fei stood up from the ground and wanted to use the desolate steps to dodge to the side. However, the momentum of the hand was too fast, making it difficult for him to dodge. Rumble, like a moving mountain, the green palm emitted a vast and mighty magical power. In an instant, it completely covered the void where Gu Fei was. 5 green fingers, like huge divine pillars, pressed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was suddenly shocked. The big hand covered all directions and the void seemed to solidify, making him feel as if there were mountains crashing towards him from all directions. The void that was enveloped by the inner world energy was immediately compressed to less than a foot away from his body. The endless pressure seemed to want to tear him apart. Gu Fei's entire body emitted bone-chilling cracking sounds as his bones trembled and rubbed against each other. The cultivators of the void-controlling realm were extremely powerful. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed, leaving only their nascent soul, they could still use all kinds of magical powers and spells. The big hand formed by the nascent soul seemed to have materialized. The power of the inner world around Gu Fei could no longer be like before. It was unable to continuously devour the mighty power into the inner world and turn it into the most primitive spiritual qi. Chapter 403. The primordial spirit transformed into a huge cyan hand and grabbed Gu Fei. The void around them trembled. An endless amount of mana surged out from the huge hand, wanting to tear Gu Fei into pieces. The old woman was furious. Gu Fei destroyed her Dharma body, causing her to lose her body cauldron. Her Tao foundation could be said to be half crippled. Even if she found a body cauldron with a high-quality root tool, she didn't know how many years it would take for her to recover to her peak. Moreover, the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm could not be like demigods, who could see through life and death. Their lifespans could be said to be endless. The lifespans of the peerless experts of the void-controlling realm were also limited. The cultivators of the void-controlling realm had a limit of 1,000 years. If they could not break through to the demigod realm before the age of 1,000, they would return to dust and all their efforts would be in vain. This old woman's Dharma body and body were destroyed by Gu Fei, and her body cauldron was broken. As a result, no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be difficult for her to have the chance to break through to the demigod realm. If she didn't want to die, she would have to enter the plentiful city ghost palace and use the power of the 3 souls and 7 spirits to condense a ghost body and walk on the supreme ghost path. In the sky, the mana was vast and mighty. The old woman almost went berserk and almost went crazy. She crazily used the primordial spirit hand to squeeze Gu Fei in her hand. At the same time, she used force to shake Gu Fei's soul. She wanted to expel it and use the soul punishment to torture Gu Fei to death. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. Under the wave of the old woman's divine will attack, his soul was shaken and there were signs of his soul leaving his body. Rumble! The faintly discernible ancient cauldron in the void around her suddenly trembled slightly. The old woman immediately cried out in alarm, as if she had suffered a great impact. Her divine sense retreated like the tide. Little bastard, what is that? The old woman's voice was filled with a horrified fluctuation. It was as if the old woman had seen something that made her extremely frightened. The mountain and river cauldron did not truly appear outside of Gu Fei's body. It was only a blurry shadow. However, even so, it still made the old woman, who was only left with the purple mansion down nascent soul, feel a great threat. There was something strange about this kid's body. His fleshly body was incomparably powerful, and there seemed to be some strange treasure inside of him. The fist-sized cyan imp in the hand was like a miniature version of the old woman. At this moment, the little person's face was filled with fear. 2 rays of light shot out from her eyes as she tried to examine Gu Fei's body. However, to her surprise, her gaze couldn't penetrate the ancient cauldron that appeared around Gu Fei. It was just a projection, but it was already able to block out divine thoughts and spiritual sense. What kind of treasure was this? Could it be a legendary sacred object? At this time, the power of the inner heaven and earth outside of Gu Fei's body was once again compressed. It was barely able to block the big hand less than half a foot away from his body. This was already the limit. The hazy cauldron enveloped Gu Fei's body, emitting a vast and unfathomable power. Although the mountain and river cauldron was unable to truly appear, even if it was an illusion, it was still able to block the big hand. If it wasn't for the mountain and river cauldron suppressing the inner heaven and earth, forming an illusory shadow outside of Gu Fei's body and stabilizing the extremely compressed void around Gu Fei's body, Gu Fei's tendons and bones would have long since been crushed by the big primordial spirit hand. Even so, Gu Fei was still in great danger. Although the big primordial spirit hand couldn't break the ancient cauldron's illusion, the great pressure still made Gu Fei suffer a terrible impact. Traces of blood seeped out of the 7 orifices of his head. Cultivation. What Gu Fei lacked was cultivation. If he could truly open up the inner heaven and earth and the outside world, he would be able to control the mountain and river cauldron. Even if it was an immortal, he would dare to compete with it. Although Gu Fei had a treasure on him, he couldn't use it. Wah! Gu Fei roared and desperately activated his Xian Qi. He spread the essence of the heavenly weapon that had been refined into his blood and qi throughout his body, protecting his vital parts. His skin suddenly turned a deep purple. A huge and obscure sword qi seeped out of his body and pushed the big hand a few inches away. Then, he used all his strength to guide the inner heaven and earth energy to resist the pressure from all directions. Gu Fei, who was only at the 6th sky of the ascended realm, was held tightly by the big primordial spirit hand. A peerless expert of the void-controlling realm was simply too strong. The illusionary primordial spirit sealed the void, causing Gu Fei to feel the threat of death. Gu Fei circulated all the energy in his body, using his divine sense to guide the power of heaven and earth in his body. This consumed a large amount of mental energy. The rapid circulation of essence in his body consumed a cultivator's quintessence. All the muscles and bones in his body trembled, releasing the energy contained in his body. His physical strength was also being consumed quickly. Gu Fei felt as if his entire body was being burned by divine fire. His blood, flesh, bones, and tendons seemed to be on fire. Because of the large amount of mental energy consumed, his head became dizzy, as if he could lose consciousness at any time and fall into endless darkness. Sword Qi. Treasured cauldron. This little bastard, I didn't expect him to have 2 saint artifacts. Within the big hand that was surrounded by green light, the fist-sized little person's small eyes shone with a blazing light. With the old woman's eyesight, she could naturally see that the big cauldron around Gu Fei and the obscure sword Qi on his body were extraordinary. One must know that a peerless expert of the void-controlling realm could kill a cultivator of the ascended realm effortlessly. It was as easy as crushing an ant. However, Gu Fei was able to last until now under the old woman's attack. He was still like an incomparably hard tortoise shell, unable to break through the protective cauldron around him. Moreover, the ancient cauldron was only a blurry shadow. It wasn't a real object with a material form. Even so, the ancient and vicissitude aura that the blurry shadow of the ancient cauldron exuded made the old woman's heart palpitate. It was as if it was a divine cauldron that had existed since the beginning of the world. Rumble, the heavens and the earth were shaking. This part of the world was illuminated by the green divine light emitted by the big green hand. It was as if there was a green sun hanging high in the sky, reflecting the real sun in the sky. It was a rare spectacle. However, no one was able to witness this spectacle. In the vicinity of the abyss of immortals and demons, there were no cultivators. Although the mountains were filled with flowers and trees, there were very few people. Little bastard, obediently accept your death. Be quick, or else you will be tortured. The old woman's aged voice was incomparably cold. The big hand that was formed by the primordial spirit kept tightening. The 5 fingers that were as thick as stone pillars were condensed, like 5 godly metals. It was so tight that the bones in Gu Fei's body emitted strange cracking sounds. It was as if the bones in his body were going to break and fall apart at any time. Roar! You old bastard, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, the one who will die will be you. Gu Fei's mouth was constantly overflowing with blood as he roared in a stern voice. Even with the protection of the mysterious divine weapon and the projection of the mountain and river cauldron in his inner world, he was still injured because his cultivation level was too low compared to the opponent's. Even with the powerful treasures on his body, he was still injured. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones felt as if they were being torn apart by a tremendous force that was pressing down on him from all directions. Cracks appeared on his bones and internal organs under the impact of the boundless power. He circulated the power in his body with all his strength. He could not hold on for much longer. Even now, he felt a sense of exhaustion in his heart, as if he was about to collapse. I can't die. I can't die. Gu Fei roared in his heart. His will was as firm as a rock, unshakable. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to live. No matter what, he had to live. At any time, no matter what danger he encountered, he would not despair. He knew very well that if he was affected by despair, then what awaited him would be death. Just as Gu Fei's consciousness was about to fall into endless darkness, a demonic cloud suddenly appeared in the southern mountains, rushing towards the old woman and Gu Fei like a galloping horse. Crap! The old woman's primordial spirit immediately let out a cry of alarm. Then, the primordial spirit hand immediately dissipated, and the endless mana retreated like the tide. Gu Fei, who was grabbed by the primordial spirit hand, immediately fell from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, he smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly into the air. A human-shaped pit appeared. The magic power was vast and mighty. The fist-sized purple palace-down nascent soul that was surrounded by the green divine light seemed to be very frightened. Without thinking, it flew towards the east and no longer cared about killing Gu Fei. Ha! I didn't expect to meet a nascent soul cultivator here. The heavens are really helping me. The demonic cloud was very fast, and in an instant, it had already surged close. Within the demonic cloud, an incomparably arrogant and vicious laughter came out. It was the most dangerous for a Zifu Dao nascent soul to leave his body. If he met a cultivator with strength similar to his own, he would be in danger of being devoured by the other party. No one would reject such a good thing. Devouring the Zifu Dao nascent soul of a peerless expert of the void controlling stage was at least worth decades of hard work, or even hundreds of years of hard work. Since he could refine a Zifu Dao nascent soul and increase his own cultivation base, why not? As long as no one found out, who would know that he had devoured someone else's Zifu Dao nascent soul? In the cultivation world, the act of devouring a primordial spirit or nascent soul was a taboo in the cultivation world. People of the righteous path would definitely not dare to devour someone else's primordial spirit or nascent soul in public. However, this taboo, in the eyes of the people of the Devil Dao, was a huge joke. The people of the Devil Dao did not care about the taboo. Not to mention the people of the Devil Dao, even if it was the people of the righteous Dao, when they saw a Zifu Dao nascent soul, they would be envious and tempted. The old woman's nascent soul flew in the air like a green cloud. In an instant, it was 1,000 miles. It was extremely fast, and in an instant, it was already in the eastern horizon. It was about to disappear into the horizon. The Zifu Dao nascent soul was not a physical body. After leaving the physical body cauldron, the speed at which it flew had reached an unimaginable level. It was not an easy task to catch the old woman's nascent soul. Great demonic soul capture. The rolling demonic cloud covered the sky and chased after the old woman's nascent soul. Within the demonic cloud, a cold voice came out. Chapter 404. The northern reaches stirred up a storm. The appearance of the ancient godly palace and the appearance of the true devil shocked heaven and earth. Everyone who wasn't dead, was on the verge of death, and wasn't completely dead leapt out to fight for the sake of the ancient godly palace and the true devil. No one knew how many strong cultivators came from the northern region. Those people, whether in the open or in the dark, used tricks or relied on their own strength, they were all competing and fighting. On the surface, the battle between the forces of the righteous path and the forces of the demonic path was the fiercest. Although the forces of the righteous path and the forces of the demonic path were fighting each other, there were also open and secret battles within the two camps. The northern reaches, which had always been a land of bitter cold, was now bustling with activity. Occasionally, battles would break out in the mountains. The older generation would fight each other, and the younger generation would compete with the younger generation. All of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He didn't want to care about the battle between the righteous path and the demonic path, and he didn't want to get involved in the endless open and secret battles. However, trouble always came to him. It could be said that Gu Fei's days in the past few years were probably the most unlucky days of his life. First, he was trapped in the virtual sky world. Then, after suffering untold hardships, he came out of the virtual sky world and found himself in the Devil's Nest on the Tinglong continent, the northernmost Devil territory. After coming out of the northernmost Devil territory, he was almost seriously injured by the older generation of the Beitang clan and the Dongfang clan in the northern region. And now, just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was targeted by an old woman, which put him in a desperate situation. However, Gu Fei's luck was not bad. When he was about to die, a strong cultivator of the demonic path suddenly appeared nearby and scared away the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul. Not only that, the strong cultivator of the demonic path was extremely powerful and had great devil power. He wanted to use the great demonic soul capturing technique to take back the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul. The pitch-black hand emitted an endless suction force. The demonic hand was as big as a small mountain. It was like a bottomless devil's cave. Even the clouds in the sky were being sucked toward the hand. The cyan divine light that was wrapped around the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul immediately stopped in the void, as if it was being sucked in by the demonic hand. Roar! Amidst the flickering azure light, the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul roared again and again. She wanted to break free from the great suction force behind her. Endless azure divine light illuminated the entire world. She was going all out. She had no choice but to go all out. This was because she knew that if she were to fall into the hands of a demonic path powerhouse, she would suffer a terrifying fate. If the physical body of the Dharmakaya was destroyed, the Tao Foundation would only be half destroyed. If he could find a good furnace and be reborn, there would still be a chance for him to start over. If they were devoured by a demonic cultivator, there would only be one outcome. Their soul would be destroyed and they would completely disappear from the world. A vast amount of magic power surged high up in the sky. The pitch-black hand covered the sky and the earth, grabbing towards the ball of dazzling green light that was like a green sun. The old woman, who was left with only her nascent soul and nascent soul, was unable to contend against the demonic cultivator in the demonic cloud. This also showed that the demonic cultivator who controlled the demonic cloud and intercepted the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul was indeed very powerful. Such a great demon was definitely a terrifying devil path expert second only to the half-devil. Chu Gu, don't kill me. Just as the pitch-black demonic hand was about to grab the green light, a loud shout came from the west. Then, with a hum sound, the sound of a sword soared up to the sky, and an unparalleled sword chi rushed from the west. Whoosh! A golden sword light soared thousands of feet into the sky. It was like a golden divine sword that was thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky. The unparalleled sword chi caused the world to lose its color. It was as if the sword was going to split the world in half. The pitch-black demonic hand that was about to grab the old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul was immediately cut in half by the golden sword light, dissipating in the void. Thank you for saving me, Elder Xianyuan. The old woman's nascent soul and nascent soul immediately broke free, and turned into a green light without looking back. Like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring, it instantly flew far away. Her old but panicked voice came from afar. Guangqing Sword Immortal. The tumbling demonic cloud was intercepted by the golden sword chi. A cry of surprise came from within the demonic cloud. It seemed that the demonic cultivator was very surprised. Is it Guangqing old monster Xianyuan? Another voice came from within the demonic cloud. Chu Gu. The same old voice came from the west. In the west, a figure stepped on a golden flying sword, flying through the sky. A strand of sword chi that was fierce and ghastly to the extreme fluctuated along with the arrival of that person, and it filled every inch of space in the heavens and the earth. It caused everyone to feel as if numerous sharp swords were pressed against every inch of their skin, causing their hairs to stand on end and their hearts to palpitate without end. This person stopped when he was less than 100 zhang away from the demonic cloud. This person was wearing a thin white robe. Although he had white hair, from his appearance, this person was a young man, and a very handsome one at that. His eyes were like cold stars, his eyebrows were like swords, and his white hair was casually draped over his shoulders and back. He stood on the sword, his clothes fluttering in the wind, giving people a feeling of elegance. Before they even started fighting, the two people's auras began to compete with each other. Two powerful auras collided in the sky, and the power that spread out caused the world to tremble. Gu Fei, who had just crawled out of the human-shaped pit on the ground, had a dirty face and disheveled hair. His body was covered in dust. The two experts who were facing off in the sky were much more powerful than the old woman. In front of the two guys in the sky, the old woman was like an ignorant child facing an adult in the prime of his life. There was no comparison at all. This was also why the old woman's nascent soul were immediately scared away when they sensed the aura of the demonic cultivator in the demonic cloud. She didn't even kill Gu Fei, who destroyed her body cauldron. The two great pressures that descended from the sky were like two huge mountains that pressed down on Gu Fei's body, causing him to almost be unable to straighten his back. This kind of person was too terrifying. Chu Gu, you actually dared to destroy the body of a righteous cultivator and devour the nascent soul. Do you really think no one can stop you? The white-haired young man on the golden sword stared at the surging demonic cloud in front of him and said indifferently, Jin Jianbai, it really is you. Old monster Xianyuan, you're still alive. A cold voice came from the demonic cloud, its tone extremely cold. Chu Gu. Gu Fei, who had just climbed out of the human-shaped pit and was enduring the tremendous pressure from the sky, was shocked again. He groaned in his heart. Why did he encounter this demon again? How unlucky. He and Chu Gu had an unforgettable history. In the far north demon region, the forces of the Six Paths Demon Palace had chased him for thousands of miles under Chu Ji's orders. Chu Gu wanted to kill Gu Fei while he was still in the cradle. He knew very well that if Gu Fei was allowed to grow, he would be a great threat to the Six Paths Demon Palace. Since it was a threat, he had to nip it in the bud. However, although Chu Gu sensed Gu Fei's presence, he didn't recognize Gu Fei. This was because after Gu Fei opened his second source of power, his aura had changed greatly. And Chu Ji's attention was completely on old monster Xianyuan. At this moment, Chu Gu didn't have the time to pay attention to the little cultivator on the ground. In the eyes of Chu Gu and the white-haired young man, a cultivator at the sixth heaven of the ascended mortality realm was merely an ant. They could kill a large number of them with a wave of their hands. This wasn't an exaggeration. The difference between the ascended mortality realm and the ascended void realm was a huge leap. It was impossible to compare the two. The ascended void realm allowed one to comprehend the heavens and earth, condense the nascent soul, and create the nascent soul. They could produce great power and divine abilities. Such cultivators had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. They could be called peerless experts. If you don't die, how can I die? The white-haired young man standing on the golden sword was still calm and transcendent. It was as if he wasn't in the mortal world, but an immortal descending from the heavens. Ha! If you can't become an immortal, you'll become a demon. It's no secret that your lifespan is coming to an end. Why don't you join the Six Paths Demon Palace? It's better to cultivate the ghost Dao and become a wandering ghost. These words came from within the demonic clouds. I was already disheartened and thought that the immortal Dao was hopeless. However, a peerless figure appeared a few days ago and enlightened me greatly. The immortal Dao isn't ethereal, and becoming a god isn't a legend. I don't want to die. As for becoming a demon and cultivating the ghost Tao, I have no interest. The white-haired young man's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Could it be that you've already obtained the legendary longevity grass? The demonic cloud suddenly surged violently, and an endless amount of demonic energy surged out. Chu Ji's words reverberated in the sky and the mountains. How did you know? The white-haired young man could no longer maintain his composure. The reason why he had personally come to the northern lands was for the longevity grass. The white-haired young man's aura surged, and an endless amount of sword chi rushed out of his body. Ripples appeared in the void around him, and even the demonic cloud in front of him was forced back. Within the demonic clouds, an indistinct and tall demonic shadow appeared. Chu Gu was right. His lifespan was coming to an end, but his cultivation had been shackled at the peak of the 9th level of the void-controlling realm. For hundreds of years, he hadn't advanced an inch. To take that last step was very, very difficult. If he couldn't become a demigod, he wouldn't be able to completely break away from his mortal body. When the time came, he would return to dust, and his body would return to dust. No matter how amazing he was, it would all be for naught. The power of reincarnation in the world, how many people could truly jump out of it? There were countless cultivators in the world, and there was no lack of big figures in every era. But to become an immortal and become a god, it was like 10,000 people crossing a single log bridge. Although it couldn't be said that no one could reach the other side, it was very few. You are looking for a little guy named Gu Fei. In the demonic cloud, Chu Gu once again threw out words that moved the white-haired young man. Chapter 405. It's really you. A loud roar came from the demonic clouds. Then, demonic chi soared into the sky, and a terrifying evil aura spread out. The roar shook the heavens and the earth. Endless demonic chi condensed into a pitch-black demonic hand, like a demonic mountain, and grabbed down from the sky. Its target was Gu Fei, who was trying to sneak away. Boom! The heavens and the earth were shaken. The demonic chi covered the sky, as if the night had suddenly fallen. The heavens and the earth seemed to have turned into a terrifying demonic realm. Chu Gu, you bastard! Gu Fei roared. Bang! His body emitted a dazzling 5-colored aura. Without thinking, he turned into a 5-colored divine rainbow and rushed forward. Gu Fei knew that if he did not use the inner world energy, it would be difficult to avoid the detection of Chu Gu and old monster Xianyuan from the Guangqing Immortal sect. He's Gu Fei. A cry of surprise could be heard from the sky. Following that, a cold sword chi suddenly exploded. A golden light illuminated the dark heaven and earth, dispersing the boundless demonic chi. That was a terrifying golden sword chi. It was like a golden divine light, piercing through the void. Old monster Xianyuan already knew that the person below was the person he was looking for. Chu Gu, you're courting death. Along with the roar, the golden sword light soared thousands of zhang. It actually shattered the demonic hand that shrouded down from the sky. Old monster Xianyuan would never let Gu Fei die in the hands of Chu Gu. The mountain-like demonic hand did not really strike down. Even so, the airwave that came down from the sky still sent Gu Fei flying. Preposterous. How did that guy become so powerful? Gu Fei was shocked. The strength that Chu Gu had displayed was too terrifying. He was definitely an expert in the Imperial Void Realm. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky. The terrifying power was like a destructive storm, vast and mighty in the sky, emitting a frightening fluctuation that caused even the heavens and earth to tremble. Needless to say, Chu Gu was engaged in a fierce battle with the white-haired youth. Endless demon chi enveloped the heavens and the earth, and the golden sword light crisscrossed the sky, constantly breaking through the layers of demon qi and attacking the demonic figure in the center of the demon qi. Let's fight, let's fight. It's best if that Xianyuan old monster kills Chu Gu. Stumbling forward, Gu Fei used his protective aura to block the dust and stones flying at him. In the battle with the old woman just now, he had almost died and his vitality was greatly damaged. He had no choice but to pluck a long life grass leaf, throw it into his mouth, chew it, and swallow it. The longevity grass could extend a person's lifespan by 200 years. It was easy to imagine how much life essence it contained. Although it was only a leaf, it had an unimaginable effect. As Gu Fei rushed forward, his body's vitality rapidly circulated, refining the life essence of the longevity grass in his abdomen. The moment that the leaf of the longevity grass was swallowed by Gu Fei, a huge amount of essence immediately rose from Gu Fei's abdomen. Like a ball of warm water, it spread from his abdomen and then spread throughout his body. It did not pass through his meridians or dantian, but directly spread through his muscles, bones, and flesh, and then integrated into his body's qi and blood. Gu Fei's body seemed to be infused with an unimaginable amount of life essence, and his vitality suddenly became incomparably exuberant. His muscles, bones, and flesh were all glowing. That's right, all his muscles, bones, and flesh were being nourished by the green life essence. At this moment, Gu Fei felt as though he had 9 lives, and his vitality was exuberant to an unimaginable level. Pang! As Gu Fei ran quickly through the mountains, the 5 elements essence qi that emanated from his body suddenly exploded. With the infusion of endless life essence, the 5-colored aura around his body was like a 5-colored flame, instantly enveloping his figure and rushing straight into the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not dare to stop. With one step, he traveled 100 meters. As though he was teleporting, he used the 8 desolation steps with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled 1,000 meters. Where are the people of Guangqing sect? In the sky, the voice of the white-haired youth, old monster Xianyuan, came from the sky. He was using the sound technique to transmit his voice. His voice spread far and wide, reverberating in the mountains within 100 miles. He is gathering the people of Guangqing Immortal sect. When Gu Fei heard this voice, he was instantly shocked. He quickly tried to restrain the surging aura on his body. The longevity grass on his body could not be taken by the people of Guangqing Immortal sect. Even if the people of Guangqing Immortal sect got it, there might be a few more demigods in Guangqing Immortal sect. However, he was shocked to find that he could not control the life essence qi that was surging in his body. The life essence qi was too huge. In a short period of time, he could not even suppress it, let alone refine it. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. It was just a leaf, but it contained a huge amount of life essence qi. No wonder using the longevity grass to refine pills could go against the heavens and allow people who were at the end of their lifespan to live for another 200 years. It was like taking 200 years of lifespan from the hands of the heavens and earth. The longevity grass was a spiritual herb of the heavens and earth. It could be said that it broke the laws of the heavens and earth. It was a spiritual herb that defied the heavens and earth. At this moment, Gu Fei's entire body was surging with life essence qi. His tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and organs were all bathed in the life essence qi. His body that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times was gradually devouring this huge amount of life essence qi and was undergoing a transformation. Gu Fei knew that he had to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. However, at this time, where could he find a place to cultivate in seclusion and refine the life essence qi in his body without any distractions? Inside Gu Fei's body, his life essence was boiling. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels glowed with divine light. His bones were even more dazzling, and his skin was overflowing with colors. He could feel that his body was about to transform once more. Swish! 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 As old monster Xuanyuan's voice spread over 100 miles, there were immediately a few bright rays of light that rushed out from afar like divine rainbows and then flew over. The rays of light had not arrived yet, but a few powerful auras had already arrived. A vast wave of sword chi surged in the mountain. The rays of light were sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was hundreds of meters long and emitted an unparalleled sword chi. They were cultivators of the void-controlling realm. In the cultivation world, cultivators of the sword were recognized as terrifying cultivators with unparalleled battle strength. Among cultivators of the same level, the battle strength of sword cultivators was generally much stronger than that of other cultivators. When Gu Fei saw the rays of sword chi rushing over from afar, he couldn't help but secretly complain. He used the 8 desolate steps and came to a forest, then he sat down cross-legged under a big tree. The longevity grass could not be handed over so easily. Gu Fei wanted to open his inner world and transplant the longevity grass into it. In this way, unless a cultivator like the mysterious figure that came out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram came, no one would be able to take anything from Gu Fei's inner world, not even a grain of sand. The life essence chi in his body surged. Gu Fei felt as if his body was burning. His skin was cracking, but no blood seeped out. He could feel that his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were all showing signs of collapsing. Cracks began to appear on his jade-like bones, as if they were delicate porcelain that was about to explode. His flesh and bones were all showing signs of reassembling. This was a true metamorphosis. After destruction and reconstruction, the reborn body would be a precious body. Only when one's life essence chi reached an unimaginable level would one's physical body be able to break apart and reform at the same time without worrying about one's life. In this cycle of destruction and rebirth, one's physical body would become flawless and immaculate, ultimately becoming an indestructible body. Of all times, Gu Fei couldn't calm his mind. He tried to use his divine sense to guide the power of the heaven and earth to surge out from between his eyebrows. Swoosh! The void in front of Gu Fei suddenly shattered, revealing a passage that was only about a foot in diameter. He had successfully opened the passage to his inner world. It was difficult for his inner world to appear in the void, but it was still possible to open a temporary passage that connected his inner world to the outside world. However, with his current cultivation, this passage to the outside world would not last long. Nevertheless, it was enough for Gu Fei to put the thing that he wanted to put in his inner world into his inner world. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard in the nearby sky. It was as if many meteors were flying across the sky. Gu Fei knew that the people from the Guangqing Celestial sect had arrived. He hurriedly tore off the storage bag on his waist and threw it into his inner world. Then, the vertical purple mark between his eyebrows closed, and the passage to the outside world immediately disappeared in the void. It's that demon Chu Gu, he's fighting with Xianyuan martial ancestor. He really doesn't know what's good for him. These words came from the sky. The experts from the Guangqing Celestial sect who were flying nearby on their swords couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the rolling demon chi and the cold sword chi in front of them. Old monster Xianyuan, are you trying to win by outnumbering me? The demon chi surged, and 1,000 zhang tall demonic shadow appeared in the void. Then, like an ancient giant, 2 demonic fists the size of small mountains continuously bombarded the white-haired young man. Chu Gu condensed the heavenly demon form, displaying a great demonic power. Every punch shook the sky and the earth. It was like a huge mountain, smashing toward the 1,000 zhang tall golden sword light that old monster Xianyuan had transformed into. I alone am enough to kill you. Old monster Xianyuan shouted angrily. The 1,000 zhang tall sword light condensed into a solid form, like a golden heavenly sword. The sword chi rushed up, causing the sky and the earth to lose their color. It continuously shattered the demonic fists of the giant demonic shadow, and it even slashed toward Chu Ji's real body in the demonic shadow. Old monster Xianyuan was a famous figure of the Guangqing Celestial sect. His cultivation had reached the peak of the ninth heaven of the void-controlling realm. He combined his body with the sword, turning into a sword. The sword was him, and he was the sword. The unparalleled sword light was terrifying, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. Chapter 406. Hearing old monster Xuanyuan's call, there were 4 experts from Guangqing celestial sect nearby. 2 of them were old men. One was short and fat with white eyebrows, and the other was tall and skinny with white hair. The other 2 were tall and black-faced middle-aged man, and the other was a young man like old monster Xuanyuan. In the world of cultivation, the most untrustworthy thing was one's appearance. Some of the experts who were successful in cultivation were white-haired old men, but there were also those who could stay young forever, looking like young boys and girls. A young man might be an old monster. After hearing old monster Xuanyuan's order, the 4 people immediately obeyed and flew toward the forest where Gu Fei was hiding on their swords. At this time, Gu Fei's life essence was surging. He couldn't hide his breath even if he wanted to, so he couldn't avoid the senses of those peerless experts. The peerless experts of the emptiness realm had a strong spiritual sense. They could sense the movement within 100 miles with just a thought. Under their senses, the vigorous life essence on Gu Fei's body was as eye-catching as a lamp in the dark night. Swish! 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 4 streaks of sword light instantly appeared above the tree where Gu Fei was. Gu Fei sat under the tree motionlessly. His body was trembling slightly, and a huge life essence was still surging out of his abdomen. The life essence contained in the leaf of the longevity grass was still not completely refined. I was too careless. Gu Fei was secretly anxious. He regretted eating the leaf of the longevity grass. The extremely huge life essence in his body almost made his body explode. If he wasn't a warrior whose body was comparable to a spiritual treasure, but an ordinary transcending mortality cultivator, he might really break his tendons and bones because of the surging life essence in his body. Even so, Gu Fei felt that his body was swelling like a ball. The life essence in his body couldn't leak out. The vast sword chi spread down from the sky. Then, the sword lights flashed in the forest, and 4 brilliant sword lights broke through the sky. Then, the 4 sword lights disappeared, and 4 figures appeared in the sword lights. Ah! The short and fat old man with white eyebrows was shocked when he saw Gu Fei's appearance. The life essence in Gu Fei's body was too vigorous. Could he have eaten the longevity grass? Another tall and thin old man with white hair seemed to have thought of something and said with uncertainty. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. However, they did not know what the medicinal effect of the longevity grass was. Nevertheless, when they saw Gu Fei's tightly closed eyes, drenched in sweat, and a trace of pain on his face, they could vaguely guess that Gu Fei had consumed some kind of spiritual herb. Otherwise, the life aura on his body would not be so vigorous. Qing Yangzi, take him away. The short and fat old man with white eyebrows said to the dark-skinned young man. This wasn't a good place. It was full of uncertainties. Old monster Xuanyuan was still fighting with the great demon Chu Gu, and the others could find their way here. Yes. Martial uncle. The dark-skinned young man, Qing Yangzi, immediately accepted the order and walked forward, reaching out to grab Gu Fei's shoulder. However, when Qing Yangzi's fair and slender palm, which seemed to be covered in a layer of white light, landed on Gu Fei's shoulder, Qing Yangzi's expression changed immediately. Bang! With a loud sound, Qing Yangzi's palm on Gu Fei's shoulder bounced off. Qing Yangzi felt a sudden burst of power from Gu Fei's shoulder. Not only did it knock his palm away, but it also went along his palm and hit his chest. If he was hit by that power, even if Qing Yangzi had the powerful cultivation of the void-controlling realm, his corporeal body would still suffer some injuries. A sword cultivator's entire life's energy and abilities were all focused on the sword in their hands. Their corporeal body couldn't even be compared to Gu Fei's. This was also the reason why cultivators and divine arts practitioners didn't dare to let real martial artists get close to them. Once a martial artist got close to them, it would be extremely dangerous. Qin Yangzi's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retreated, trying to neutralize the power that came crashing towards him. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Yangzi actually retreated more than 10 feet before he could neutralize the huge power that came crashing towards his chest. What's going on? The short and fat old man with white eyebrows frowned and asked. One must know that Qin Yangzi had the cultivation of the void-controlling realm, but he was actually repelled by a transcending mortality realm cultivator. This was simply something that no one would believe even if they were to say it out. Everyone was incomparably shocked. It was truly unbelievable that a transcending mortality realm cultivator could repel a peerless void-controlling realm expert. Humph. I'll do it. The old man patted his magical treasure pouch. A ray of light immediately rushed out from the magical treasure pouch. Within the ray of light, there was a white jade bottle. Withdraw. The old man pinched his spiritual art and pointed at the jade bottle. The jade bottle immediately enlarged, and at the same time, a huge suction force gushed out from the mouth of the bottle, sweeping towards Gu Fei. In the distance, there were waves of terrifying energy waves that were like the raging tides of the sea. Two powerful auras were vast and mighty between heaven and earth. Loud noises came continuously, shaking the mountains. Old monster Xianyuan and the great demon Chu Gu were still fighting, and it seemed to have reached the climax. The short and fat old man didn't want to hesitate. He immediately took out his magical treasure, wanting to keep Gu Fei into the jade bottle. The jade bottle turned into the size of a small mountain. The mouth of the bottle was like a bottomless black hole. The huge suction force instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Returning bottle. The tall and thin old man and the other two were shocked. They were from the same sect as the short and fat old man, so they naturally knew about this magical treasure. Don't take his life. The tall and thin old man hurriedly said. However, he did not stop the short and fat old man, allowing him to do as he pleased. Got it. The short and fat old man replied. The jade bottle that was the size of a small mountain emitted rays of light, as if it was surrounded by strands of immortal qi. On the surface of the crystal-clear jade bottle, mysterious runes vaguely appeared. I didn't expect Martial Uncle to have refined this ancient artifact. The dark-skinned young man, Qin Yangzi, looked at the white jade bottle in the sky and said in surprise. An ancient aura was emitted from the talisman, which emitted a shocking energy ripple. The mouth of the bottle emitted a terrifying suction force, which formed a whirlwind that dragged Gu Fei's body. Although Gu Fei's eyes were tightly shut and he was circulating his mysterious art with all his might in an attempt to refine the boundless life essence in his body as soon as possible, he was still aware of everything that was happening in the outside world. Gu Fei could feel a strong force binding him tightly, trying to pull him up. At this moment, he could not move at all and was extremely anxious. However, just as Gu Fei was about to be pulled into the jade bottle, a crisp sword chime suddenly came from Gu Fei's body. The sword chime was like the cry of a crane. Although it was not loud, it echoed in the forest. Everyone in the forest could feel a vague fluctuation of sword qi. Gu Fei only felt that the life essence of the mystical weapon in his body was vibrating, as if his blood and qi were burning. His flesh and blood emitted waves of sword qi, which actually resisted the suction force of the jade bottle. The four peerless experts were all famous figures of the Guangqing celestial sect. Their sword Dao cultivation was unfathomable. When they felt the vague sword qi coming from Gu Fei's body, their expressions immediately changed. That sword qi actually caused the Dao nascent souls in their Zifu to tremble. The cultivation method of the Guangqing celestial sect was the Dao of sword immortals, and the Dao nascent souls formed were also different. That was the sword nascent soul, a sword nascent soul formed by endless sword essence. The dantian of the Zifu was filled with endless sword essence. That sword essence could be turned into a sword, and it could also be spread around the body. At this level, their body was the sword. The natal flying sword had already been completely melted into the body, becoming a part of the sword essence in the body. Feeling the sword qi on Gu Fei's body, the sword essence in the body of Qin Yangzi and the others were actually affected. The Zifu nascent soul seemed to be a little afraid of the aura on Gu Fei's body. How could this be? The short and fat old man with white eyebrows swayed. The sword essence in his body actually showed signs of losing control, and the circulation of his magic power suddenly stopped. The short and fat old man immediately lost control of the jade bottle in the sky, which had become the size of a small mountain. The jade bottle quickly shrank, turning into an ancient jade bottle that was half a foot long and had no luster. The old man seemed to be very nervous about the jade bottle. He hurriedly reached out to catch the jade bottle that fell from the sky, and then carefully put it into his magic treasure bag. At this time, the obscure sword qi on Gu Fei's body also gradually retreated, and then completely hid into his body. There was no longer a trace of sword qi coming out. The mysterious sword was a treasure-level divine weapon. There was no doubt about it. Even if it was a broken sword with only the hilt left, it still had unfathomable power. His body. Qin Yangzi's expression changed several times. The gaze that he looked at Gu Fei gradually became hot, as if he was looking at a treasure. You sensed it too. The black-faced man who had been silent all this time also spoke up. The extremely vigorous life essence energy surged within Gu Fei's body, tempering his body. He could even clearly feel that his body was collapsing, and he could feel that his flesh and blood were being reborn. His sparkling and translucent bones were covered in cracks. Endless pain, along with his sensitive nerves, was transmitted to his brain. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones were cracking, but at the same time, they were being reborn. Only after destruction could a treasure body reach grand completion. This was the true meaning of destruction and reconstruction. Cracks began to appear on Gu Fei's skin, as if an exquisite porcelain had been shattered. Within the cracks, one could see the bright red flesh and blood. One could even see the blood flowing. However, no blood essence seeped out from the cracks. This. Chapter 407. Gu Fei's situation seemed a little terrifying, a little creepy. His skin was cracking, but there was no blood flowing out. His essence blood seemed to be tightly bound within his flesh. His skin was as translucent as jade, flowing with a faint luster. Every inch of his skin, every inch of his flesh, was surging with life essence. After consuming the longevity grass leaf, Gu Fei began his first real physical transformation. This physical transformation could be said to be incomparably important, but it had come so suddenly that Gu Fei did not know what to do. He could only desperately refine the vast sea of life essence in his body, fusing it into his flesh, tendons, and bones. He could no longer care so much. Life essence surged, and his entire body's yuan qi was vast. The vast life essence contained in the longevity grass leaf seemed to ignite his flesh, tendons, and even his yuan qi. His entire body, inside and out, surged with life essence that was like a divine green flame. The yuan qi that Gu Fei had refined into his flesh, tendons, and bones had gradually reached a limit that he could bear. If his physical body did not undergo a transformation to become even stronger, Gu Fei would be in danger of his body exploding from the surging yuan qi. Even if his body did not explode, his tendons, and flesh would suffer unimaginable damage, and he would no longer be able to cultivate the great Tao. Kacha! 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 There was suddenly a chilling bone-cracking sound coming from Gu Fei's body. It was as if there was an invisible hand inside his body that was breaking and crushing his bones one by one. What's going on? The white-browed, pudgy old man said in shock. What was happening to Gu Fei had already exceeded the scope of his imagination. No one would train themselves to death while cultivating. However, Gu Fei's physical body seemed to be collapsing. For martial cultivators, this was equivalent to destroying one's own Tao foundation. No one would do this unless they were crazy. However, the four peerless experts of the Guangqing Immortal sect had already noticed that Gu Fei was not a cultivator. Qin Yangzi and the others had never seen or heard of the martial art he was practicing. Is he going to die? The black-faced man's face turned even darker. If Gu Fei died, it would be a huge matter that would shake the three great Tao sects. Humph. This kid is very strange. His vitality is so vigorous that it's simply unimaginable. Even if he wants to die, I'm afraid he won't be able to. The tall and skinny old man said with a grave expression. The people of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the Green Spirit Peak are all freaks, they're all lunatics. The dark-skinned youth, Qin Yangzi, looked at Gu Fei, who was shrouded in a dark green aura. We'd better find a way to get him out of here. If the people of the Supreme Mystery Sect and the Shangqing sect find out that he's here, we'll be in trouble. The white-browed, pudgy old man said in a low voice. In the distance, there was an earth-shaking roar. The demonic aura covered the sky, and the golden sword light was thousands of feet wide. The first son of the demon monarch, Chu Gu, was ferocious. He was fighting against the Guangqing Immortal sect Xianyuan, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine that Chu Ji's cultivation had recovered so quickly. That day, Dan Qingzi, who had just broken through to the Yushu realm, was able to fight him for 300 rounds without being at a disadvantage. But now, this demon could actually fight someone at the peak of the 9th level of the Yushu realm. It was really shocking. It should be known that a peerless expert who had just broken through to the Yushu realm was not at the same level as those old monsters who were at the 9th level of the Yushu realm. Chu Gu, don't think that I won't dare to kill you. High up in the sky, the golden sword light, thousands of feet long, swept away the heavy demonic aura, and went for the sky demon form. The void trembled under the sword light. Wherever the sword light passed, ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. If the power of the golden light was to be a level higher, it might really be able to cut the void. Kill me if you can, haha. The huge demon shadow laughed to the sky, but the voice came from the demon shadow's abdomen, where Chu Ji's real body was. The sky demon form was just a form, condensed by endless demonic aura. It was faint and illusory, without real flesh and blood. It could also be said that it was a clone formed by Chu Ji's primordial spirit. However, even if it was a shadow, it was related to Chu Ji's primordial spirit. It could also use some kind of magical power of the primordial spirit demon infant, and it had a lot of advantages when fighting against Xianyuan. Boom! The huge demon fish directly hit the opposite golden sword light. The demonic aura was turbulent, directly shaking the heaven and earth, and violently collided with the golden sword light. The sword light was blown away, and the huge demon shadow also flew back. Without the sky demon saber, Chu Gu could only use the secret skill of the primordial spirit to fight against the Guangqing celestial sword, which was said to be able to break all kinds of magical power and divine sense. Chu Gu, you can go to hell now. Xianyuan shouted. Then, endless golden sword light appeared between the heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth, and quickly flew in all directions. At this moment, the cold sword chi rushed up, and an unprecedentedly powerful wave of sword essence surged out from the body of the white-haired young man. Xuanyuan's whole body emitted brilliant golden light, as if he had turned into a heavenly sword, showing the momentum of an expert who looked down on the world. Sword formation. Chu Gu cried out in surprise. He found that the thousands of golden sword light, like golden divine swords, broke the endless demonic aura, and surrounded his sky demon form. The thousands of golden sword light formed a mysterious sword formation. Xianyuan stood in the middle of the formation, and the endless essence of heaven and earth gathered from all directions the moment the sword formation was formed. A terrible force was gathering, which was so powerful that even Chu Ji's face changed color. The Guangxing celestial sword is indeed extraordinary. Forgive me for not keeping you company. The huge demon's shadow quickly shrank and disappeared into Chu Ji's body. He wanted to rush out of the sword formation, because Xianyuan was very fierce. However, he was shocked to find that there seemed to be an invisible wall blocking him from all directions. The sword formation exuded an unfathomable force that trapped him in the eye of the sword formation. This time, Chu Gu was really a bit anxious. He was really too rash. Old monsters at the peak of the void-controlling realm were not easy to deal with. Especially this Xianyuan from the Guangxing celestial sect. With a sword in hand, even a demigod would be frightened, and he did not have the sky demon saber. Chu Gu, today will be the anniversary of your death next year. Xianyuan old monster began to operate the sword formation, and thousands of golden sword light emitted endless sword aura, which obliterated the center of the formation. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth from all directions was constantly sucked in by the sword formation, and the power of the sword formation increased rapidly. The terrifying sword aura surged towards Chu Gu, who was in the center of the formation, like a terrible storm. The dense demonic aura around Chu Gu was immediately dispersed, and his figure appeared. At this time, there were a few powerful auras coming in this direction. Obviously, some experts were attracted by the fight here. Because of the appearance of the Deity Palace and the true demons, the northern region suddenly became the most eye-catching region on the soaring dragon continent. Countless experts had entered the northern region. Even the demons of the northern devil region appeared in the northern region. It was obvious that the northern region was an extremely complicated and chaotic region. Swoosh! 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 The escaping light streaked across the sky like a meteor, passing over the mountains, and soon came close. When they saw the sword formation that was formed by thousands of golden sword light, they were all shocked. The people who came retracted the escaping light and appeared in the void. They were 3 sage-like cultivators who were standing on magic tools. Sword formation. Is that the expert from the Guangxing celestial sect here? The demon trapped in the sword formation seems to be the first son of the demon lord, Chu Gu. The 3 cultivators were unwilling to go forward. The terrifying sword aura in front of them had already made them shiver, as if they were being pointed at by countless divine weapons, and all the pores on their bodies were open. Gu Fei is here. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sword formation and spread far and wide. That voice reverberated in the mountains for a long time. Gu Fei is here, Gu Fei is here, the mountains echoed, and the voice traveled hundreds of miles. Seeing that he could not break out of the sword formation, Chu Gu shouted with his sound technique and spread the news that Gu Fei was here. Chu Gu, you deserve to die. Seeing this, old monster Xianyuan was furious and could no longer keep calm. He waved his hands again and again. Rumble. The speed of the sword formation suddenly sped up, as if thousands of mountains were moving at the same time. This part of the world was shaken by the power of the sword formation. In the eye of the formation, sword light shot out, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The power of the sword formation was so great that it could cut the void. Chu Gu was suddenly in danger. Xianyuan wanted to use the power of the sword formation to kill Chu Gu as soon as possible, but for some reason, he sensed that his disciples and grand-disciples hadn't taken Chu Gu away from the distant forest. Getting Gu Fei was equivalent to getting 3 life-prolonging grass. However, Chu Ji's shout made old monster Xuanyuan's plan to take Gu Fei away secretly fail. This made old monster Xianyuan mad. He repeatedly stimulated the sword spirit in his body and operated the sword formation. Thousands of golden sword light hovered and danced in the void. This part of the world seemed to be covered by a golden glow. Even the sun in the sky lost its brilliance at this moment. Gu Fei. Who is Gu Fei? Where is Gu Fei? The three peerless experts who were watching the battle in the distant skies showed three different expressions when they heard Chu Ji's shout. Some were confused, some were shocked, and some were overjoyed. Chapter 408. Chu Gu seemed to know the secrets of the three great Daoist sects. He knew that the old monsters of the three great Daoist sects were looking for a disciple called Gu Fei, and this Gu Fei was the brat who had fought with him on the demon dragon ship in the fallen god sea. That day, Chu Gu had gone to the divine demon island to steal the blood of the divine demon from the descendants of the divine demon. Although he had successfully infiltrated the divine demon forbidden land and stolen the blood, he had been discovered by the descendants of the divine demon clan and chased after him. The descendants of the divine demon clan on the divine demon island were said to have an ancestor. They were neither gods nor demons, but they were both gods and demons at the same time. The divine demon clan possessed both divinity and demonic nature. They were existences that existed between gods and demons, possessing the power of both. However, they were not truly gods or demons. For millions of years, no demonic faction had dared to extend their hands to the divine demon island in the fallen god sea. This was because there were many unknown secrets on the island. There was a powerful and unfathomable force guarding the island. Legend had it that the souls of the divine demon clan were sleeping on the island. One day, the ancient divine demon clan would return to the human world. Chu Gu had been bold enough to steal the divine blood of the descendants of the divine demon clan. He had poked a hornet's nest and was chased to the sea. In the end, the descendants of the divine demon clan summoned their ancestral souls. Not only did they take back the divine blood, but they also destroyed Chu Ji's Dantian and devoured his Yuan divinity demon infant. If he hadn't cultivated a second primordial spirit and escaped, his soul would have long been destroyed. Chu Gu had consumed the blood of the divine demon clan. Although the blood in his body had been extracted by the ancestral souls of the descendants of the divine demon clan, his flesh and bones were still stained with a trace of the blood. A trace of the divine demon blood had allowed Chu Gu to cultivate an incomparably powerful demonic body. Seeing that he could fight with the Guangqing immortal sect's old monster Xinyuan, it was very likely that he had already condensed a Yuan divinity demon infant. The Tao Foundation had been destroyed, but he could rebuild it. The secret technique of the Six Paths Demon Palace was truly unimaginable. But now, Chu Gu was trapped in the eye of the sword formation by old monster Xinyuan, and was in great danger. Endless spiritual essence of heaven and earth gathered, and the power of the sword formation continued to increase. Rays of golden sword light, like divine swords, slashed at Chu Gu, who was in the eye of the array. Wherever the sword light passed, the void collapsed and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Tens of thousands of golden sword lights were densely packed together, enveloping the heaven and earth. Sword chi soared into the sky, causing the heaven and earth to lose their color. This was the terror of a sword cultivator at the ninth heavenly layer of the imperial void. The sword formation sealed off all directions, and endless sword chi surged toward the formation eye. It was a destructive storm formed by endless sword light, and it was so terrifying that even the void seemed to be shattered. Chu Gu felt the threat of death. Old monster Xinyuan was more terrifying than he had imagined. He actually had the ability to kill him. However, Chu Gu knew it too late. In all directions, up, down, left, and right, all he could see was sword chi and sword light. He felt as if he was standing in an ocean of swords, and it seemed as if he would be completely crushed by the waves at any moment. Countless terrifying sword lights that pierced and slashed at him were all either dodged or blocked by him. However, Chu Gu knew very well that this situation could not last long. The power of the sword formation was getting stronger and stronger, and he was already feeling extremely strained. Roar! Gu Fei is here. Chu Gu could not care so much at this time. He used his sound technique and transmitted his voice far away. He wanted to distract old monster Xinyuan, and then the sword formation would reveal a flaw so that he could escape from the sword formation. Chu Gu had captured a Taoist disciple in the northern lands, and from him, he learned that the reason why the three great Taoist sects had mobilized so many people to enter the northern lands was because of Gu Fei. As for Gu Fei, he had the immortal herb that even those old monsters coveted, the longevity grass. Others did not know what the longevity grass was, but it did not mean that Chu Gu did not know. According to the ancient records, the longevity grass was a kind of heaven and earth spirit that defied the natural order. Birth, old age, sickness, and death were predetermined by the heavens, but the longevity grass could increase the lifespan of a person who was at the end of his lifespan by another 200 years. It could be said that it defied the heavens and broke the laws of heaven and earth. Chu Gu, go to hell. Old monster Xianyuan did not want others to know that he had found Gu Fei, so Chu Jiyi's shout made him mad. He repeatedly urged the sword energy in his body to control the sword formation and kill Chu Gu, who was trapped in the eye of the formation. Old monster Xuanyuan's lifespan was coming to an end, and the longevity grass was his only hope. However, Chu Jiyi's demonic arts had reached the peak of perfection, and his body had been tempered by the blood of fiend gods and demons, making him even more powerful. Xianyuan couldn't kill Chu Gu in such a short time. Ha! Chu Gu laughed. He patted his magic treasure pouch, and a black light suddenly flew out. A powerful wave of demonic energy immediately spread out. Within the black light, there was a small black bell. As soon as the bell flew out of the magic treasure pouch, it quickly enlarged and enveloped Chu Gu. Swoosh! 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 Countless golden sword lights tore the void and slashed at Chu Gu. Clang! 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 The demonic bell blocked the golden sword lights that came from all directions. The terrifying sword chi that could split the void actually couldn't leave a mark on the demonic bell. It was obvious that the demonic bell was extraordinary. It was definitely a great treasure. Damn it! Old monster Xianyuan stood in the middle of the sword formation on the golden sword lights. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He continuously exerted his power and used the power of the sword formation to attract the essence of heaven and earth. The essence of heaven and earth gathered from all directions and merged into the sword formation to increase its power. The huge sword formation covered the sky. Countless sword lights danced and circled in the sky, forming a mysterious formation that sealed off a part of the world. The center of the formation became a dangerous place, a land of death. Countless sword lights slashed at the eye of the formation, and the vast sound of the bell did not stop for a moment. However, even though the power of the sword formation was increasing, it was still difficult to break the demonic bell that enveloped Chu Gu in a short period of time. In the forest, the four peerless masters of the Guangqing celestial sect also encountered a problem. Even an ancient treasure like the returning bottle couldn't take Gu Fei away. How could they take Gu Fei away? Chu Jiyi's voice was so close to them that it was like a roar in their ears. They knew that people who heard the voice would definitely gather here immediately. If they didn't take Gu Fei away, it would be difficult to hide it from the masters of the Taishan sect and the Shangqing sect. Swoosh! 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 Two streaks of light flew over from afar. The sound of the streaks of light breaking through the air could already be heard. The short, fat old man with white eyebrows was so anxious that his forehead was full of sweat. As for the dark-skinned young man, Qing Yangzi, he was rubbing his hands anxiously. The tall, skinny old man and the dark-skinned man were staring at Gu Fei, who was sitting under the tree with his body surging with vitality. Kacha! 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 Within Gu Fei's body, there was a bone-chilling sound of bones breaking. His head, face, limbs, and the skin that was exposed outside his clothes were constantly cracking and then healing. This situation seemed to be a never-ending cycle. Traces of yellow and black liquid with a faint smell of blood began to seep out of Gu Fei's pores. He was refining his body. His flesh and bones were breaking, but at the same time, they were being reborn. During this process, the impurities in his body were being refined. Gu Fei's body was transforming in the direction of a flawless treasure body. This process brought endless pain. This kind of pain, even the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, was not even a fraction of it. His entire body was breaking apart, but under the effect of the vast vitality, it was being reborn and reformed. This kind of pain that could neither die nor be reborn was even more terrifying than falling into the 18th level of hell. Gu Fei could no longer think. Right now, he only felt one thing, and that was pain. The never-ending pain. Moreover, it wasn't just a certain part of his body that was hurting, but every inch of his skin and every bone in his body was hurting. The pain was so painful that he almost had a mental breakdown. It was so painful that he simply wanted to die. However, he still kept his eyes closed and his teeth tightly clenched. He didn't even know that his teeth had been clenched so tightly that a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The endless pain made his 5 senses useless. He didn't know what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he didn't want to know anything. He just wanted the transformation of his body to end as soon as possible. He wanted to cry out. He wanted to vent. He wanted to find someone to fight with his life. He even wanted to kill someone. He wanted to use all kinds of methods to reduce the pain in his body. However, he endured it all. Gu Fei knew that he was facing a huge opportunity. He faintly felt that as long as he could endure it, he would welcome a new life. However, the 4 experts of the Guangqing Immortal sect in the forest were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The situation was already very urgent. The 2 flowing lights in the distance were about to arrive in the blink of an eye. The short and fat old man with white eyebrows suddenly walked forward with a determined expression. Then, he waved his right sleeve and opened it wide. A strong suction force came from the sleeve and rolled towards Gu Fei, who was sitting under the big tree. A shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei's body, which was as steady as a rock, was actually pulled up by the suction force from the old man's sleeve. Then, he was sucked into the big sleeve of the old man. When the other 3 saw this, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How could it be so easy? They couldn't believe it. Just a moment ago, even the ancient treasure, the returning bottle, couldn't suck Gu Fei into the bottle. How could an ordinary heaven and earth sleeve technique suck Gu Fei into the sleeve? Qin Yangzi and the black-faced burly man were not the only ones who were confused. Even the short and fat old man who had kept Gu Fei in his sleeve was baffled. "Let's go!" The short and fat old man lightly shouted. Then, his whole body emitted an extremely sharp sword light. He soared into the sky and flew towards the south. Chapter 409. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 streaks of light flew over from afar and arrived above the forest. 3 cultivators standing on magic tools were inside the streaks of light. "Where do you think you're going?" One of the cultivators took out a red gourd and slapped the bottom of the gourd. A nearly transparent flame immediately shot out from the gourd and flew toward Qin Yangzi and the others like a rocket. "It's the true fire of destruction. You guys go first." One of the streaks of light stopped, and a black-faced burly man appeared in the void. "Sword out!" The black-faced burly man yelled, and a gray sword ray immediately shot out from his body. "Sword shield!" The black-faced burly man formed a sword seal with his hand, and the gray sword ray immediately shone brightly, emitting an extremely sharp fluctuation of sword chi. Hum! The gray sword ray spun in front of the black-faced burly man, and the sword chi formed a light shield that completely sealed off the space in front of the black-faced burly man. The nearly transparent flame that shot out was immediately blocked by the vast and mighty sword chi. The sword chi was sharp, but it gave off a heavy feeling. The true fire of destruction collided with the gray sword shield and instantly exploded, covering a radius of 100 jang. Wisps of nearly colorless flame pounced on the sword shield. Sizzle, the almost colorless flame seemed to be all-pervasive and possessed great power. Its temperature did not seem to be high, but in an instant, it managed to burn away most of the blurry sword chi. Earth Elemental Sword Chi. The cultivator who took out the red gourd exclaimed. Then, the true fire of destruction quickly retreated and returned to the red gourd. Dongfang Haoyan, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to provoke a conflict between our two clans? The black-faced burly man retracted his sword ray and stood in the air as he spoke sternly. Ha! Brotherly, you're being too serious. How could my Dongfang clan become enemies with your Guangqing celestial sect? Dongfang Haoyan was dressed in a light blue robe, his sleeves fluttering in the wind. His 3-foot-long black beard hung down to his chest. He was a middle-aged cultivator with the demeanor of an immortal. Even though he was a cultivator, and his body was emanating powerful waves of magic power, he was not a Daoist priest. He was not wearing a Daoist robe, and he did not have a Daoist crown on his head. Dongfang Haoyan's long hair was tied behind his head with a light blue ribbon, giving him an elegant and concise look. Humph. Then why did you attack? Moreover, you used the Nirvana True Fire right from the start. The black-faced man said sternly. A pair of eyes that were as bright as stars shot out 2 rays of sword-like light as he stared at the other party's face. The other cultivator who chased after Dongfang Haoyan drove his magic tool, wanting to go around the black-faced man and chase after the 3 streaks of light. Fellow Daoist, please wait. Although the dark-faced man had intercepted Dongfang Haoyan, he didn't dare neglect the streak of light behind him. Pang! A vast amount of sword chi emanated from the dark-faced man's body, like thousands of gray divine swords. They spread out and sealed off this part of the world. Swoosh! The sword chi pierced through the air, creating countless whistling sounds. The dark-faced man cultivated earth sword chi, and he seemed to have attracted the power of the earth. The sword chi seemed to be everywhere, like a large net that intercepted the streak of light. Li Buwei, what is the meaning of this? The streak of light was forced back by the endless sword chi. When the light dissipated, an old woman wearing a light blue Daoist robe and a purple gold Daoist crown appeared in the light. The dark-faced man, Li Buwei, was startled when he heard this, and then said with a serious expression, Fellow Daoist Chi, I should be the one asking this. What is the meaning of you chasing us? He, fellow Daoist Li, let us pass. You can't stop us by yourself. The middle-aged man, Dongfang Haoyan, said with a smile. I am looking for a disciple of the green spirit peak of the Taishian sect called Gu Fei. I suspect that you have taken him away. The old woman with white eyebrows and a wrinkled face said coldly. Although she was very old, so old that she didn't even have a few teeth left, no one dared to underestimate her because she was an old monster of the same generation as Xianyuan Old Monster and the others. Taishian Daoist Qi was a famous figure of the Taishian sect who had been famous for nearly 1,000 years. She was one of the few great masters of the Yushu realm in the world. If it weren't for Gu Fei, she would not have left her place of cultivation and come to the north. For cultivators at the peak of the Yushu realm like Xianyuan Old Monster and Daoist Qi, the longevity grass was like a second life. It was the hope of becoming a demigod. As long as they took one more step, they would truly embark on the path of immortality. Their lifespan could be said to be endless. At this time, these old monsters who were near the end of their lifespans could no longer care so much. If a god stood in their way, they would slay a god. If a Buddha stood in their way, they would slay a Buddha. If a devil stood in their way, they would slay a devil. That old monster Xianyuan wanted the longevity grass for himself. Among the 3 great Daoist sects, there were many old monsters who had this idea. Everyone wanted to extend their lifespans and reach the demigod realm. Fellow Daoist, you must be joking. The three great Daoist sects are like brothers. How could we take away a disciple of the Taishan sect? Moreover, everyone saw with their own eyes that the disciple named Gu Fei left with that powerful demonic cultivator. Even if we had the courage, we would not dare to provoke that powerful demonic cultivator. Li Buwei, the dark-faced man, said. Although the demonic cultivators and the Dao sects had formed an alliance and the two sects shared the virtual sky world, the demonic cultivators and the people of the Dao sects did not get along as harmoniously as they seemed on the surface. When Gu Fei and the old turtle were together, the people of the three great Daoist sects, even the people of the Taishan sect, had some scruples. They did not dare to go forward and could only watch as Gu Fei left with the old turtle. Humph. If you didn't have a guilty conscience, why did you leave in such a hurry? Chi Daoist said coldly. Her cloudy eyes fell on the dark-faced man's face. Chi Daoist's eyes seemed dim, but she looked at Li Buwei indifferently, causing a trace of fear to grow in Li Buwei's heart. Dongfang Haoyan suddenly smiled and said, Senior Chi, if you want to know whether Gu Fei is in their hands or not, it's actually very simple. We just need to chase after them and we will know everything. That's right. Get out of the way, or else don't blame me for being merciless. Chi Daoist nodded. Then, her cloudy eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light like cold lightning. Although only a few words had passed, the three rays of light in front of them were already hundreds of miles away. As long as they delayed for a little longer, they would completely disappear into the southern horizon. Fellow Daoist Chi, you're courting death. Daoist Chi let out a stern shout and extended her right hand. The small golden fan in her hand immediately spun and rapidly grew larger. Specks of golden light shot out from the golden fan, and it was as if there was a strong, golden wind swirling around the fan. Whoosh! Chi Daoist no longer hesitated. She directly swung the fan at Li Buwei. Instantly, a strong wind howled as a golden storm appeared out of nowhere. It swept forward like a golden tsunami. Roar! Li Buwei's expression changed greatly. He let out a furious roar as a gray sword glow immediately shot out from his body. He was trying to block the golden wind that was sweeping toward him. However, that golden wind contained an unbelievable amount of power. With a single wave of Granny Chi's fan, it was as if space itself had been shattered. Heaven and earth trembled, and even the clouds in the surroundings were scattered by the fan. The golden wind was like a blade, wreaking havoc in all directions. Li Buwei's earth elemental sword glow was immediately blown away. He was also sent tumbling backward like a kite with a broken string. Whoosh! Chi Daoist sent Li Buwei flying with her fan. The golden fan immediately shrunk and returned to her palm. She then turned into a ray of light and chased after Li Buwei. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Chi Daoist left these words before she soared into the sky and chased after Qin Yangzi and the others. Hee hee. Dongfang Haoyan let out two chuckles. His eyes flashed with an imperceptible sharpness as he also soared into the sky. The dark-faced man, Li Buwei, was sent flying thousands of feet away by Daoist Chi. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. With a thought, the earth-flying sword that was sent flying by the metal wind immediately flew back and entered his body. A peak 9th layer void imperial expert is indeed powerful. Li Buwei watched Chi Daoist disappear into the distance. He reached out his hand to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured. He knew that Chi Daoist didn't try to kill him. Boom! At this moment, a sudden earth-shattering sound came from the distance. Li Buwei was startled and quickly looked in the direction of the sound. In the sky, countless golden sword chi danced in the air, forming a giant golden sword formation. At the eye of the formation, there was a violent energy fluctuation. The entire golden sword formation trembled continuously, releasing a great sword chi wave that caused one's heart to palpitate. The cold sword chi caused the surrounding temperature to drop. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. Thousands of golden sword chi trembled at the same time. A vast power surged out from the eye of the formation, as if there was an ancient giant beast attacking the sword formation. Xianyuan ancestor. Li Buwei was secretly shocked. This sword formation was truly amazing. It could be said to be the creation of the heavens and earth. Using one's own sword chi to turn thousands of sword chi into a mysterious sword formation, then using the power of the sword formation to activate the power of the heavens and earth, one could infinitely increase their power. The Guangqing Immortal sect sword Immortal Dao was truly outstanding. It was not a coincidence that they could stand tall in the world of cultivation for so many years. They had the foundation and strength to do so. Ah! A shrill scream came from the sword formation. Li Buwei was shocked. Then, he saw a bloody shadow break through the layers of sword chi and rushed out from the eye of the formation. The speed of the bloody light was very fast. After a few flashes, it disappeared in the northern sky. Old monster Xianyuan, I will repay you tenfold for losing my arm. A voice came from the north. The bloody light traveled 1,000 miles in an instant. It was truly shocking. Chapter 410. Swoosh! A ray of light streaked across the sky like a bright meteor, passing over the endless mountains and shooting towards the south. The sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. However, the cold that shrouded the northern lands could not be dispelled by the bright sunlight. Outside of the 100-mile radius of the abyss of immortals and demons, there was no ice and snow. Except for the lush vegetation, everywhere else was covered in ice and snow. In such a harsh environment, ordinary people absolutely could not survive in the wild. Within the ray of light, there was a short and fat figure. It was a short and fat old man with white eyebrows. At this time, the old man's face was full of panic, desperately flying in the air, as if there was something terrifying chasing after him. The ray of light swept past. The old man was a void-controlling realm cultivator. Even in the world of cultivation, it was rare to see him. A cultivator of this level, without the use of magic treasures, could soar into the sky and fly in the air just by manipulating the power of heaven and earth. He was a peerless expert. Just what had happened to make a peerless master so panicky? It was as if a mortal had suddenly seen a legendary ghost. Old man Dugu, leave that person. Suddenly, a voice rang out between the heavens and earth. This voice was erratic and eccentric, causing one's hair to stand on end when hearing it. The short and fat old man turned a deaf ear to it. He just kept urging his magic power to drive the ray of light, flying towards the south, not daring to respond. Old man Dugu, that voice, as if it came from the 18th level of hell, was eerie and horrifying. Moreover, no matter how fast the short and fat old man's ray of light was, the voice always reached his ears. The ray of light was like lightning. In the blink of an eye, the old man rushed out of the endless snow mountains, into the endless snow forest area. The northern lands was very big, but no one seemed to know how vast the northern lands was. The area of 10,000 miles was only the range of human activities, the vast majority of the uninhabited areas. No one knew where the end of the abyss of immortals and demons was. The abyss of immortals and demons, lying between the northern lands and the northern demon region, became a natural barrier between the demon region and the central plains. Some people say that the end of the abyss of immortals and demons is the end of the northern lands. Martial cultivators of the void defending realm could carve runes and set up a temporary teleportation formation. However, the old man did not have the time to set up the teleportation formation. The person behind him would definitely not allow the old man to set up the teleportation formation and leave the northern lands. However, if it was just flying in the sky, it would be difficult to leave the northern lands without several days and nights of sleepless nights. Old man Dugu, leave that person, and I'll spare your life. The sinister voice kept ringing in the old man's ears. It was obvious that the person wanted to use his sound technique to disturb the old man's mind and slow him down. But cultivators that were able to cultivate to the void-controlling realm possessed minds that were incomparably firm, and it was difficult for ordinary demonic sounds and ghost howls to shake them or cause them to lose their minds. However, this sinister and strange voice seemed to possess a great magical power. Even though the short and fat man had sealed his hearing, the voice still rang out in his mind. This was an evil sound technique that could directly affect the opponent's mind. This was not an ordinary sound wave attack, but a mental attack. Old Man Dugu, the soul-sucking ghost howls were endless. They were like sledgehammers filled with demonic nature that bombarded the old man's mind endlessly. The old man's mind was shaken, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He did his best to guard his mind. He knew that if he lost his mind, the teleportation formation would definitely slow down, and the other party would catch up. When the old man thought about the strength of the person behind him, he could not help but change his expression. That was a terrifying person, even more terrifying than the old monsters of the three great Taoist sects. If he was caught by that person, death would be the best release. But he was afraid that even in death, he would be tortured and never be able to live again. That was the most terrifying thing. Above the endless forest of snow, there was only a single teleportation formation fleeing. Behind the teleportation formation, there was nothing. There was no teleportation formation, no figure, and no energy fluctuations. There seemed to be not a single ghost behind the old man. However, that tempting, demonic, and eerie voice was still unceasingly transmitted into the old man's mind. The fat old man did not dare to stop at all. The teleportation formation of a peerless expert was incomparably fast. Very soon, the old man had already flown 500 kilometers. But the forest of snow below was still endless. The forest was covered in snow, and it extended all the way to the horizon. It was as if there was no end. From time to time, powerful vicious beasts and even demonic beasts would be startled by the teleportation formation. They would let out earth-shattering roars and charge out of the forest. Regardless of whether it was vicious beasts or demonic beasts, they had yet to awaken their intelligence. Their bestial nature was greater than their divine nature, and powerful vicious beasts and demonic beasts all had a very strong sense of territory. Although the old man was flying through the sky, the vicious beasts and demonic beasts in the forest of snow below saw him as invading their territory, and they roared incessantly. Just as the teleportation formation of the old man flew over a basin, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the old man and blocked his path. "Get out of the way!" The old man shouted loudly, and then he opened his mouth to spit out a sharp sword light that was dazzling with golden light, and it pierced through the person in front of him. The sword light was like lightning. After it rushed out of the old man's mouth, it immediately grew to 100 feet. It exuded a chilling sword chi and instantly rushed to the person in front of him. The old man did not have any intention of stopping. He continued to charge forward behind the golden sword light. He did not even get a clear look at the person who had suddenly appeared in front of him before he had already attacked. "Dugufeng!" A cold shout came from the front. The voice was filled with a great majesty. The owner of the voice was definitely someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Then, the old man saw a large hand directly grabbing at his sword light. A shocking scene appeared in front of Dugufeng. His 30-meter-long sword light, which was emitting an extremely sharp golden sword chi, was actually caught by the huge hand in front of him. It twisted and struggled violently like a snake in the huge hand. Moreover, the hand that caught the sword light did not stop. Instead, it continued to move forward, wanting to grab Dugufeng as well. The short and fat Dugufeng was like a bird that had thrown itself into a trap. Even if the huge hand did not come to grab him, he would still rush into the other person's hand. Dugufeng's shock was no small matter. The person who suddenly appeared in front of him had a cultivation base that exceeded his imagination. This kind of person was not someone he could contend against. He hurriedly soared into the sky, wanting to avoid the giant hand. However, the giant hand emitted a terrifying energy wave, and with its supreme power, it sealed the space around it. Roar! Dugu Feng could no longer maintain his calm. He let out an angry roar and desperately circulated the magic power in his body. Endless golden sword chi shot out from his body like a golden divine light. The short and fat Dugu Feng seemed to have turned into a golden sun. The sword chi that exploded from his body was extremely powerful, causing the sun in the sky to lose its luster. Bam! Dugu Feng was knocked out for hundreds of meters. The sword light that was emitting from his body also crumbled. Blood began to drip down from the corner of his mouth. One move was enough to determine who was stronger. Even Dugu Feng's flying sword, which he had refined for hundreds of years and had long since fused with his body, had been taken away by his opponent, causing him to lose his greatest support. Remember that the cultivators of the Guangqing sect walk the path of the sword immortal. They spend their entire lives training only one sword. Most of their abilities are based on that flying sword. After losing their flying sword, they are like a beast that has lost its claws and teeth. No matter how powerful they are, they can no longer hurt others. Shen Hongshi, it's you. Only now did Dugu Feng see who the person before him was. The person before him was standing in midair. He was wearing a Taoist robe, his temples were white, and his face was red. My name is not something you can say. Leave that person behind and get the hell out of here. The person who came was an old monster of the Shangqing sect, Shen Hongshi. Shen Hongshi had once fought with another old monster of the Guangqing sect, Luo Xiao, for Gu Fei. Of course, he did not have any good feelings towards the people of the Guangqing sect. Who are you? I don't even know what you are talking about. Dugu Feng's body was filled with spiritual energy. He stared at the golden sword light in Shen Hongshi's hand and said nervously. Flying sword. That was his flying sword. If Shen Hongshi hadn't used the giant hand to take away his flying sword, he would have turned and fled a long time ago. Humph. At this point, don't play tricks in front of me. Since you are not willing to hand over that person, then I can only do it myself. Shen Hongshi said as he pressed forward. He rubbed his fat palm a few times, causing Dugu Feng's life-bound flying sword to scatter and reveal its true form. It was a small golden sword that was half a foot long and extremely sharp. Who is so bold to interfere with my business? I have already reserved that person. Could it be that you, big fatty, dare to fight with me? Just at this moment, a sinister and erratic voice rang out in the void. No one knew where the source of this voice was, as though it had come from the void itself. Who's playing tricks? Shen Hongshi's face suddenly became angry. Two rays of light shot out of his eyes as he scanned his surroundings. He hated people calling him a big fatty the most because he was a big fatty. Dugu Feng's expression changed. He knew that the big fiend chasing him had arrived. Qin Yangzi and junior brother Gao would not be able to stop this fiend. Even Daopo Qi of the Supreme Mystery sect had suffered at the hands of this fiend. He didn't know if this fiend could deal with the big fatty Shen Hongshi.